Chapter 1. At the dark end of the distant universe, there was a whistling sound in the chaos. A huge black shadow with a strong gravitational pull loomed there, as if calling for something, and then, in an instant, he was teleported here from the dark abyss. This man was tall, his eyes were resolute but warm, but now, he was covered in bruises, and the wounds on his muscles showed crimson blood from them, which was evidence that the injuries were not light. Blood dripped down the ends of his hair, pooling into a pool of blood. He was confused and almost unconscious. At this critical moment, just when he was about to lose his support, suddenly, a soft brilliance came out of nowhere, like flowing water, into his body. The light was warm and intense, with an energy that was not of this world, and it instantly created a miracle. It made his wounds heal quickly and restore consciousness. However, at this time he is no longer the original him, and his soul has been replaced. AMOSXI, I'm AMOSXI, the ancestor of the Scions, he exclaimed as he felt his newfound power. It's great that I actually traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became the Super Saiyan God AMOSXI. Thinking back to everything in his previous life, he unexpectedly found that he had devoured another soul, allowing his badly injured body to recover. As time passed, AMOSXI gradually adapted to coexisting with the newly fused soul. He upholds the self-confidence of a strong man and an unshakable will. AMOSXI, the first generation of Super Scions, has deep and bright eyes, as if he can see everything. Under his straight eyebrows, his gaze was so intense that it could almost light up the darkness in his heart. Resolute and straight, well-organized dark black hair, neatly trimmed and meticulous, showcasing typical Scion traits. In distant antiquity, when the planet Vegeta did not exist, a kind and upright Scion named AMOSXI with his pure heart, along with 5 other companions, challenged those evil Scions who rebelled against oppression and fought for freedom. AMOSXI's courage and determination terrified his enemies, but his strength was not enough to defeat them. In the midst of numerous pursuits, AMOSXI was cornered. However, at the critical moment, he transformed into the primeval form for the first time, breaking through the enemy forces surrounding him and successfully breaking through. His transformation caught everyone's attention, and his combat prowess shocked everyone. Although he eventually collapsed in the crowd tactics, he did not give up. His soul wanders the world, continuing to search for the 6 Scions with righteous hearts, who will merge into a more powerful savior, the Super Saiyan God. The story was passed down among the Scions for a long time, and the name of AMOSXI became the hero of the Scion legend. His spirit burns in the hearts of every Scion, inspiring them to fight for freedom and justice. AMOSXI, with immortal legends and strong strength, was once a gifted warrior who walked on the path to the pinnacle of cultivation. His existence, like a bright star, shines brightly in the endless universe. But unfortunately, due to an unexpected disaster, he lost most of his strength, which made his originally incomparably glorious cultivation dim. Perhaps for ordinary people, the loss of sublime power means the abyss of despair, but AMOSXI does not succumb to the fiddling of the hand of fate. What is lost is only the temporary shore of strength, not the end of the path of cultivation. He knew that as long as there was fire in his heart, there was hope to move forward. Despite his setbacks, AMOSXI has not lost his true qualities as a warrior. He firmly believes that his potential is still unfathomable, and as long as he practices diligently, he can one day return to the top. After all, a Scion's heart will not easily quench blood. Although in the original legend, AMOSXI was the first Scion, which seems mysterious and ancient, but time flies, and today, 75 million years later, is no longer the ancient past. However, the bloodline of AMOSXI is still the primeval bloodline, favored by the laws of the universe. After days of hard work, AMOSXI's body has slowly recovered. The endowment of the primeval bloodline made his self-healing ability outstanding. He stood up, stretched his limbs, his body as light as a swallow, feeling the subtle energy pulsations in the universe, absorbing the breath from it for his own use. Sitting alone in the vast universe, AMOSXI clearly realized that even if he possessed a strong survival instinct as an primeval scion, it could not completely replace the necessity of cultivation. At present, his remaining strength is not enough to support potential challenges in the future, and recultivating and improving his strength is something he must do. AMOSXI began a simple and boring cultivation. Every punch and every kick was an impact and challenge to the limits of the body, and every practice was a refinement of the spiritual realm. In the dust of the universe, he is like a lonely wolf, sharpening himself in obscurity. Chapter 2. At times, he felt lonely and confused, but he never gave up on his dream of power. Under the witness of this boundless universe, AMOSXI's cultivation path is destined to be extraordinary. His heart was full of determination and hope, and every sweat became the cornerstone of his future glory. After all, a scion with primeval blood, his potential is indeed unlimited. AMOSXI looked around in amazement, mysterious light flickering around him. Each ray of light seemed to contain endless energy and ancient secrets. His distinctive appearance is unforgettable, his eyes reveal an innate royal temperament, his body is majestic and tight, and every muscle line seems to tell the legend of the glory of battle and strength. Where is this? Which universe does it belong to? AMOSXI, who was secretly thinking to himself, felt an inexplicable excitement. As a fan who knows the plot of Dragon Ball inside out, he is full of yearning for this legendary universe. For him, finding a treasure place suitable for cultivation is not only to better cultivate his body and mind, but also to improve his strength. As a scion from the primeval world, AMOSXI's strength is gifted. In that glorious era, the scions not only ruled the universe, but everyone reached the legendary state of ape, incomparably powerful in form and unparalleled in combat power. However, even more powerful than the Chuanchao bloodline is the primeval bloodline. The years have passed like a tide, and the bloodline of the scions of the past has gradually declined, and the power of the once ape is now only the weak shadow of the blonde state. There are only a handful of god-level scions like AMOSXI, who have inherited the primeval bloodline and are full of unrivaled power. About the rise and fall of the Scion nation, the glory and decline of the past, AMOSXI has heard countless legends. Although he is not unique, his bloodline and strength make him particularly prominent among his kind. The scions who had seen AMOSXI were all suppressed by his power and were in awe, which strengthened his confidence in his own power and his search for treasures. AMOSXI realized that in order to continue to maintain the glory of the race and the strength of the individual, it was necessary to keep cultivating and forging ahead. He decided not to care about anything else, and began to search for mysterious places in all corners of the universe. He is full of expectations for strong people such as Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, the scion of the legend, because the reason why the scions of the legend super will be controlled by power is precisely because of the influence of the bloodline. This impure energy can cause scions to become berserk and uncontrollable when their strength reaches a certain level. Although he is the ancestor of the scions, he has achieved something in cultivation, and he can freely turn into a giant ape without the moon and without losing his mind, unlike the scions, low-level and mid-level scions. These scions need the light waves of the moon to transform, and will lose their minds after transforming. Among the scions of planet Vegeta, only a handful of high-level warriors can keep their sanity after transforming into a giant ape. In AMOSXI's body, a dark purple, blurred bead was hidden. This bead has the origin of an ancient legend, and no one has yet solved its mystery. However, on a sunny morning, when the sun gently brushed across AMOSXI's sleeping face, the bead seemed to sense something, and suddenly released an extremely thin, almost transparent gas. The gas silently melted into AMOSXI's blood, flowing through his primitive scion bloodline. In an instant, AMOSXI felt a strange shock. A powerful and violent force rushed through him, as if trying to tear his flesh apart and find a way out of the breakthrough. AMOSXI couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, a power that brought him unparalleled pain, but also heralded the awakening of some mysterious power. As time passed, that power gathered more and more in AMOSXI's body, and he was amazed to find that his power was rising at an alarming rate. It seems to have no end, it keeps climbing. In a very short period of time, AMOSXI's combat power has been retraced to the level of Scion royalty close to the primeval period. Now, a deep purple glow permeated AMOSXI's veins. As more purple chi fused, he felt that his bloodline was undergoing a wonderful transformation, and the power of those ancient, great Scion ancestors was gathering in his bloodline bit by bit. Finally, at the moment when his strength climbed to the extreme, AMOSXI felt the heaven and earth in his heart shake violently and gradually calmed down. His strength began to slowly decrease, but at the same time, he felt a power that he had never felt before. His ancestor, the Scion bloodline, had been elevated to a terrifying supremacy. The hazy purple chi seemed to be consumed after completing its final mission, and quietly merged into AMOSXI's bloodline, without causing any further waves. The primordial power in AMOSXI's body was gradually absorbed and fused by the strengthened bloodline, and finally became an inseparable part of him. Chapter 3. When everything calmed down, AMOSXI opened his eyes, felt the surging power in his body and the ancient poems flowing in his blood, and he said excitedly, "Is this the power of blood? It feels amazing." With this power, he not only surpassed the royal blood of the Scions in the primeval period, but also reached a new realm that had never been seen before, and was destined to leave his own unique mark in the long river of history. The legendary white god may really exist because no one has ever seen him, which makes people gradually forget about the previous legends. This power transcends the Freedom Extreme Mind Gong, and it is based on the super race form. As far as I know, this power even surpasses that of the Whole King and the Great Priest, and even the Whole King cannot match it. I remember this as an image. AMOSXI's eyes were grey, boundless, boundless. A wisp of confusion welled up in his heart. Where is this? Although this environment is like the void world in the novel, AMOSXI knows that he is in the universe of Dragon Ball, and it cannot be nothingness. But confusion is confusion, he doesn't know where he is at the moment. In the haze, AMOSXI began to practice, letting the wind of the universe blow through his clothes. He closed his eyes and felt the transformation and cycle of all things. His cultivation is not new, and every breath he takes is a comprehension of the way of controlling his breath and cultivating the way of the gods. The gods of the earth and the universe no longer need to point fingers at him, he is already self-contained, self-consciously self-cultivating. Time is the most imperceptible flow in the universe, and before you know it, a year passes quietly. At this moment, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the once peaceful unknown universe, as if the heart of the universe was beating suddenly. This energy pierces through the real and the unreal, opening a crack in the unknown world around it. As the energy dissipated, the space slowly healed the rift and returned to its usual calm. In the center of the rift, there is a figure floating in the universe, he is AMOSXI. His whole body was surrounded by gold and silver light, like a river of living stars swirling around him. At the end of this spiritual journey, he encountered the most mysterious and profound power in the universe. In merging with this force, AMOSXI felt a realization that he had never felt before. With every breath he breathed, every time he thought, he penetrated more deeply into the mysteries of the universe. His memory, his cultivation, and the way of the gods were all perfectly sublimated at that moment. This process gave him a deeper understanding of the nature of the universe and a deeper understanding of himself. AMOSXI was in the midst of deep meditation on his practice, and his mind seemed to have traveled through time and space, touching the invisible power of the universe. The energy gradually dissipated, and the spatial cracks that had once tumbled slowly healed, and the tranquility returned to his cultivation space. However, AMOSXI knew that this anomalous experience would remain in the depths of his psyche for eternity. At that moment, he felt that he was intimately connected to the power of the universe, and this realization was undoubtedly a qualitative leap forward for his cultivation and an important turning point in his life. Closing his eyes, Yamathi began to think deeply about how to transform this year's spiritual experience, especially the fusion with the power of the universe, into inner strength. He knew that cultivation was not only about concentrating on comprehending the natural power of heaven and earth, but also about internalizing this power and forming his own unique breath and technique. He had a new determination to use this power to reach a higher level in his future practice, thus proving that his existence was not in vain. As time passed, Yamasi's heart became more and more determined. The mysteries of the universe were like an endless ocean, and he knew that he was still a fledgling explorer. However, there is no confusion and hesitation in his eyes, only the direction of progress and the endless desire to explore. Practice, for Yamathi, was no longer a lonely affair, and he began to learn to speak to the forces within him, to be at the same frequency with the forces of nature, and to achieve a wonderful harmony. Through continuous practice and meditation, Yamathi gained a deep understanding of the true meaning of life and the nature of power. He continued to improve, and his mastery and skill of the indescribable chi became more and more proficient. He realized that the powers at his disposal had changed from mere dependence to trusty companions who accompanied him on his spiritual path, giving him strength and courage. Yamathi began to adjust his breathing, feeling the infinite breath of the universe, gradually adjusting to the same frequency as his own breathing. His heart, gently, slowly, began to resonate with the hidden rhythms of the universe. It is an extraordinary experience, and with every heartbeat, it is advancing towards the depths of the universe. He closed his eyes, and the sound of the stars seemed to sound in his ears, and he began to listen, to perceive everything around him. A breeze blows through the stardust, and each speck of dust seems to contain infinite secrets. Yamathi tries to capture those subtle energies that can only be accessed at the depths of the spirit. He focused his spiritual power, his will was as strong as steel, and his heart was as peaceful as a tranquil lake. Chapter 4. At first, he could only catch a few sporadic particles of energy, like a sky full of stars, and could only point out one or two faint stars. But he did not lose heart, and his cultivation requires patience, perseverance, and perseverance. Rising from setbacks and learning from failures, Yamasi got closer to success with each attempt than the last. As he practiced for a long time, Yamathi gradually realized that his sense of perception was getting stronger and stronger, and the flow of energy was no longer an uncertain wandering light, but an existence that could be perceived and manipulated. Under his guidance, these energies slowly flowed into his body, nourishing the meridians and strengthening the bone marrow. His breathing became longer and longer, and with each exhalation, he could feel his strength growing. Not only the technique of cultivation, but also the wonderful changes in his body. As energy is absorbed, the muscles become tighter and the senses become sharper. Around him, the otherwise calm stars seemed to welcome him and convey their strength in response. He knows that all these changes are not achieved in a day, and every progress is condensed with countless failures and retries. Yamathi understands that there is no end to the path of cultivation, and that every step contains infinite possibilities. He was not afraid of hardships and dangers, he was not afraid of long nights, and firmly believed that his perseverance and hard work could lead him to the realm of becoming a true practitioner, supreme, and mastering the ultimate power of the universe. Under this starry sky, his journey has just begun. In the vast universe, after a year of arduous cultivation, AMOSXI finally awakened the power of the primeval science hidden in his blood. He stood in the void, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt a powerful mysterious power surging through his body. This power made his whole body tremble, and he exclaimed, "Is this the power of the primeval science, so powerful?" Whenever he meditated, the sleeping energy in his body slowly woke up as if he had been called. He could feel his cells as if they were talking to the stars, and his soul seemed to resonate with the nature of the universe. In the process of cultivation, every breakthrough made him surprised to find that his potential was incomparably huge, as if there was no end. AMOSXI knew that he had in him the supreme blood that the primeval science were proud of. He felt clear and urgent about his mission, and he was the chosen one to shine the light of Sion again in the starry sky. He realized that he was not limited to his own ascension, but also had a responsibility to lead the race to a new peak. In order to better grasp this power, AMOSXI began to study the history and heritage of the REBIRTH people. He learned from ancient texts and legends that the primeval Scions were a very powerful race, and they once conquered countless planets in the universe and became one of the overlords of the universe. However, for some reason, the power of the primeval Scions gradually weakened, until now there is not much left. Feeling a great responsibility, AMOSXI decided not only to restore his own power, but also to help the entire race rise again. If all the planets around him were still around, he thought that just a slight wave of his hand could trigger catastrophic consequences. In the drama version of the movie, Broly's super form showed great strength, defeating Monkey King's Super Saiyan God Blue form in just 3 rounds. Vegeta's older brother Reg in Dragon Ball New Age was born with 50,000 combat power, a number that is almost unheard of among modern Saiyan fighters, and even at the time it was a shocking combat index. However, even so, Reg's strength did not reach the peak state of the ancient bloodline. There is a legend among the Scions of the ancient bloodline, which is a more powerful being than the modern Scions, but that power has gradually diminished over time. Although Reg has the inheritance of ancient blood, his strength cannot be compared to that of the legendary ancient warriors. Through unremitting training and cultivation, Reg finally reached the form of Super 5. This incredibly powerful power made even Vegeta and Son Goku feel unprecedented pressure. In a fierce confrontation, Super 5 Reg defeated Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were fighting together. In the face of such a powerful opponent, the two had to resort to the ultimate means, to merge to become Super 4 Gogeta. This combined form once held an overwhelming advantage against the most powerful foe in the universe, but it was also powerless in front of Reg. The power of the Supreme Bloodline is much stronger than that of the Transcendent, Ancient, and Ancient Bloodlines. Although his current strength has not yet reached that level, he believes that through unremitting cultivation, mastering the power of the Supreme Bloodline, coupled with the use of the Freedom Extreme Intention skill, he will definitely be able to reach the peak again. In the original book, he was equally adept at the Freedom of Mind technique, a skill that seems to have originated from his ingenuity, though he is now unable to trace its exact origins. But that didn't stop him from regaining this power, as he believed that as long as he could fully use the Freedom Extreme skill and combine it with the power of the Supreme Bloodline, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of the ancient Scion warrior again, and even go further. Chapter 5. After Yamathi recovered, his body gradually regained his vitality, and his eyes flashed with curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. The aura of gold and silver slowly unleashed as he flapped his wings, and those rays of light were like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating his path. He, without hesitation, flew towards the unknown middle road, and a firm and bright voice sounded in his heart, "Go and find the planet." AMOSXI deeply understood that he was not in the old universe, but an unknown universe that was different from the entire universe of the king and the realm of time. In this world, every corner may hide a mystery that has never been known before. Although the universe gave him a familiar aura, it showed striking differences in every way. Here, the concepts of time and space seemed to be reweaved, waiting for him to explore and understand. Aware of his responsibility, AMOSXI knew he had to find the key planet as soon as possible. Because, only through this planet, he may be able to uncover the secrets of the universe and thus protect this unknown land from disaster. Every heartbeat accelerated, every thought was a glimpse of the future, and his determination was like the gold and silver trails he left behind when he flew, incomparably bright and pointing into the distance. As he soared through the vastness of the stars, he kept imagining the scene of that planet. Maybe there's a sea that's as clear as a jewel, or maybe it's a strange plant that can cure all kinds of diseases. Every possibility is enough to fill people with anticipation, and every possibility fills us with endless fantasies about this planet. AMOSXI firmly believes that the planet not only exists, but also hides the secrets that maintain the balance of this universe. He flew faster and faster, and the silver and gold aurum made dazzling trajectories in the night sky, as if to tell the universe that a guardian was in action. Despite the numerous challenges and dangers that awaited him, there was only one voice in AMOSXI's heart, and that was indomitable courage and a fiery desire to protect. In this way, he continued to fly, through the stars, across galaxies, searching for every meeting point of light and shadow. AMOSXI's journey is the deepest exploration and greatest protection of this unknown universe. AMOSXI stood on the dirt of an unknown planet and felt the unique heartbeat of this planet. He closed his eyes and unleashed his senses, which spread like ripples across the planet. Under his extraordinary perception, the entire planet was unobstructed, but he was surprised to find that this was actually an empty and lonely world with no people. There was no breath of life in the air, no animal cries, and no human noise. Still, AMOSXI's brow tightened. In his perception, a magnificent palace stood not far away. The palace is extraordinarily ornate and sculpted, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery that seems to be out of step with the desolate surroundings. AMOSXI wondered, if there was such a palace, why there were no creatures guarding it. Determined to find the answer, he paused, and his body flew in the direction of the palace like a meteor in the sky. As the distance closed, AMOSXI gradually saw the four frightening characters on the palace, Temple of Time and Space. He felt his face turn pale in an instant, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze. This can't help but remind him of those scenes on Earth, in the Dragon Ball series. Those descriptions of the realm of time and the king linger in AMOSXI's memory, but these are not supposed to be reality, they are just childhood anime fantasies. However, everything now seems to warn him that this fictional world may have a real basis. AMOSXI, who was emotionally complex, was beating like a drum at this time, and her nervousness was mixed with infinite curiosity and anticipation. The unknown is always daunting, but it also inspires curiosity and exploration. Whether stepping into this temple of time and space was an opportunity or a trap, AMOSXI had no way of knowing, but he was sure he had to find out. At this time, he felt more clearly the summoning of the temple of time and space to him, like a friend who had been reunited after a long absence. There was no malice in the call, but rather a welcome, enveloping his will like a wave. Unable to resist the call of his heart any longer, AMOSXI stepped forward, with irresistible courage and determination, and pushed open the door of the huge temple of time and space. He was shocked beyond words. The interior of the temple was vast, and the dome was high and dim, not like a building in common sense. AMOSXI couldn't help but feel a wave of vertigo. He knew that every step he took could change the future, but he had no room to back down. That call echoed in his ears, drawing him deeply into the mysterious and great journey of time and space. In his hesitation, AMOSXI wondered if there was danger. However, his inner desire and curiosity drove him on. Chapter 6. Could it be that this space-time temple is like the world of cultivating immortals in fantasy novels, with secrets, martial arts, and inheritance? A trace of excitement flashed in AMOSXI's eyes, his heart beat faster, his blood was boiling, and he couldn't wait to take a step, and a magnificent staircase like crystal appeared in the void under his feet. AMOSXI walked slowly into the main hall along the staircase paved with white jade. Reaching the top, an indescribable feeling wells up in my heart. He looked up and saw that the incomparably high dome was decorated with all kinds of light arrays. These arrays of light seem to come to life, they rotate and flicker, emitting a soft and bright light. These arrays of light are connected into complex patterns, like a huge and boundless galaxy scroll, sealing the secrets of the entire universe in between. Asterisms, galaxies, and nebulae are all vividly displayed in this hall, revealing the beauty of the night sky in a wonderful and sacred way. AMOSXI could feel that the temple was filled with an ancient wisdom that transcended time and space and condensed the essence of all the great civilizations of the past. The mystery and fantasy in the main hall seemed to tell him that this is a world where fantasy and reality meet, and dreams come true. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, tried to keep his mind as still as water, and then made up his mind to explore all the secrets of this temple, even if there were unknown challenges or dangers ahead. In the center of the main hall, a throne made of unknown metal and radiant with holiness and glory stands majestically. It is surrounded by an even more dazzling aura, as if it is a glorious favor of the gods. AMOSXI was drawn to the throne, and his steps seemed to move forward uncontrollably. When he stood in front of the throne, an irrepressible impulse surged in his heart, and an indescribable sense of intimacy and belonging enveloped his body. AMOSXI stood in front of the throne, his heart beating like a drum in his chest. This throne seemed to have some kind of magic, so that he could no longer resist the call from the depths of his heart, and after staring at the throne for dozens of seconds, he took a deep breath. Then, slowly, solemnly, he walked toward the throne, a symbol of supreme power and wisdom. The moment he finally sat down, AMOSXI felt a strange calm and strength envelop his entire body. His gaze and consciousness seemed to travel through time and space, creating a mysterious and ineffable connection with every stone, every sculpture, and even the whole world in the hall, as well as the wisdom and power of ancient times. At the moment when AMOSXI had just accepted the recognition of the throne, a light flashed in his mind, carrying an immeasurable flow of information. This flow of information was turbulent, intersecting with his memories, knowledge, and intuition. Before he could react, the sudden impact made him lose his mind, and finally the edges of his overconsumed consciousness dimmed, and he gradually sank into darkness. Time seemed to have lost its meaning, and after an unknown amount of time, AMOSXI finally woke up slowly on the throne, his heart still beating rapidly, echoing in the dark and silent space. It wasn't the first time he felt that tremor, and each time, it was like opening the door to a new world, leaving him dumbfounded. Every nerve in his body seemed to tremble. And the ocean in his heart set off huge waves because of the experience just now, and the indescribable shock and surprise set off waves in his mind. Surprised to find his hands trembling slightly, he pressed the arm of his chair, but the consternation seemed to have taken root in the depths of his soul. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his breathing, but his heart was beating fiercely. The sight of the temple of time and space is still vivid, the majestic hall, the light curtain with strange symbols, and the phantom as clear as reality. All of that, even his agitated nerves told him that it was not an illusion, it was the real white god time and space temple. His lips moved slightly, and although his voice was low, it resounded firmly and forcefully in the empty room. Lord of the world, this is actually the temple of time and space that the white god carries with him. The mystery that has always been solved seems to have been found. Every strange feeling, every sense of strength that surged like a tide, finally became a thread in his heart. At this moment, the mystery of all things seems to have lifted the veil of the most important part. The incomparably pure and powerful scion blood in his veins stirred, as if the summoned power was prepared for him who was about to awaken. When he opened his eyes, his emotions had gradually calmed down, and the shock had turned into determination. I understand that the joy I feel about the calling, the strength I gain, is because I am a scion. He stood up and thought about who he was, and what the future might hold. His eyes sparkled with endless fantasies about the future. The great white god is his predecessor, and even just having scion blood means that he has the right to go back to his origins. Chapter 7. Endless doubts sprung up in AMOSXI's heart. Why did the white god leave behind this temple that had witnessed countless miracles and chose to leave? Could it be that he really went to the legendary upper realm? But AMOSXI always felt that this speculation was not reliable. The white god is the master of the holy realm, and his status is noble, and he should not leave the world he guards to go to other unknown places. AMOSXI took a deep breath of the cool night air, shook his head, and decided not to dwell on these issues anymore. He had already affirmed that the place he was in was the divine sacred realm, and that was enough. AMOSXI knew that the power left behind by the white god was not something that could be inherited casually. To inherit this power, it is necessary to find scions with pure blood and righteous hearts. If you make the wrong choice, the consequences are unimaginable. The chill behind him made him involuntarily cringe for a moment, and the sweat on his forehead continued to gush out, symbolizing his uneasiness and nervousness. He stretched out his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, silently glad in his heart that instead of having an evil heart, he had always held the faith of integrity. At that moment, Yamathi felt a deep sense of relief in his heart. He understands that as the successor of the White God, he has a great responsibility on his shoulders, and the challenges and dangers he faces are unknown. However, his faith did not waver, but only strengthened. He decided that no matter how difficult it was, he would face it bravely. He is not only there to protect those who pursue justice, but also for his own faith and mission. AMOSXI wondered, could it be that the White God is a prophet? Whispering, being able to create and destroy a universe-level space-time temple, time travel must be just the most basic skill, using the energy of creating the universe to create other items, it is really a veritable White God. His eyes were full of admiration. AMOSXI had long regarded the White God as a master. I should wake up the man in the sky's vision, who seems to be resting in a room. Although the light in the room is not too bright, it is still clear to see all the decorations in the room. The floor of the room was covered with a red carpet flanked by low white pillars. A spherical object is suspended above these pillars, emitting a faint glow. The ambience of this room made me feel peaceful and mysterious. On the north side of the room there was a large chair on which appeared to lie a person, his eyes quietly closed, as if he were sleeping. AMOSXI approached and found the man lying on the seat. He was wearing a gorgeous gold silk silver-white trench coat embroidered with a smooth and delicate angel wing pattern, and he was also wearing a belt with the word sky. The trench coat has a wide hem that falls above the knees, giving it a laid-back feel. The angel's hair was silvery white like all angels, his complexion was slightly bluish, and he had a large pale yellow aura suspended from his body. Through the breath, you can feel the other person's attitude, modest and respectful. He is about the size of Ves, with an aura behind his head, and he has the power to destroy the world, but he is friendly and well-behaved. He is the steward of the White God, the master of the Holy Realm world, and is extremely loyal to the White God. As a member of the Angel Clan and the leader of the Angel Clan, his position is very important. The Angel Great Heavenly Official woke up and said in a soft voice, I sense that the power of the White God Inheritor's destructive authority has descended, so I will wake up. I feel the orthodox bloodline of Lord Shirakami from you, you are his junior. AMOSXI said in a respectful tone, yes, I am a junior of masturbation. However, the great angel heavenly officer shook his head, and there was a gentle determination in his eyes. He smiled quietly, his voice calm and firm, don't inquire so much, because your strength is not strong enough, and these secrets are not something you can bear at the moment. The archangelic celestial officer gazed at AMOSXI and saw through his eyes. His face was serious, his eyes sharp, and he had insight into the hidden wonders of Yamathi's blood. Oh, it's the supreme bloodline. It turns out that it's still sleeping. It's really a descendant of Lord Shirakami. The voice of the oracle bestowed by the angel Great Heavenly Palace echoed between the four walls, like a heavenly sound, stirring up ripples in AMOSXI's heart. The Great Heavenly Official continued, if you want to know, then make yourself stronger. Your state of mind and perseverance will determine everything. You should have inherited the inheritance of Lord Bashan, right? There is a secret book of time and space inside, you can go and find out. AMOSXI's eyes widened, full of confusion and expectation. The secret book of time and space, I've never heard of this name, is it the master's inheritance of the exercises? His voice trembled, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. The Great Heavenly Official nodded, with a hint of approval in his eyes, yes, it is a book that records the secrets of time and space, left behind by Lord Shirakami. It is said that this book contains his unique understanding of time and space. You have to be strong enough to open it. Yamathi was shocked by the news. He had always longed to understand the secrets behind time and space, and now, there was such an opportunity in front of him. Chapter 8. I will try to become stronger in order to unlock the mysteries of the temporal archive. AMOSXI looked firmly at the angelic archangel. There was not a hint of hesitation in his tone, only a burning determination and unshakable conviction. The angel archangel looked at AMOSXI, and his eyes that had been precipitated over the years revealed a deep expectation. He clearly saw AMOSXI's burning heart of knowledge, and he had no doubt that AMOSXI would eventually shine brightly on the journey of time and space. Even though the road ahead is long and difficult, as long as you keep a firm heart, you will be able to reach the other side of your dreams. The great angel heavenly official smiled calmly, and his almost unwavering face also showed subtle love and encouragement at this time, and said, "Please come with me." AMOSXI followed the archangel out of the dim, old room, and the two danced lightly through the passage as if they were souls detached from mortal earth, as if jumping above the mythical clouds. Slowly ascending, they gradually reached a room on the upper floor, furnished in a grand and mysterious manner, with a holy splendor that did not see the dust. The great heavenly official looked at AMOSXI with a solemn expression, and his gaze seemed to condense the profundity of hundreds of millions of galaxies. "This is the cultivation room specially prepared for you, and it has mysteries that are not understood by ordinary people. It can be adjusted for time and gravity. However, since you don't control the power of planes, you can't change the flow of time yourself. But don't worry, I can do it for you. Adjust the time ratio to 1:10, which means that in this cultivation room, every day that passes in the outside world can evolve into 10 years here. As for gravity, according to your cultivation needs, you can adjust it freely without any restrictions. You should know how to harness these two magical powers." AMOSXI's eyes sparkled thoughtfully. "Oh, I only realized the existence of this function after inheriting some kind of inheritance. Great heavenly official, please start adjusting the time to 1:10. He replied calmly, his eyes revealing an imperceptible hint of anticipation and excitement. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the cultivation room. Since AMOSXI was already a true high deity, his infinite lifespan meant that he did not have to worry about the passing years and the decay that would come. In his eyes, time is just a stream of dust, and he is an existence beyond the world. Understood. The great heavenly official nodded, and he held up the staff that symbolized the laws of the universe, and the magic ball at the top of the staff seemed to be forged by the convergence of stars, and it contained unimaginable energy. Under AMOSXI's expectation, the great heavenly official carefully adjusted the speed of time flow inside the cultivation room, subtly distorting every particle of time in the space according to the ratio of 1:10. With a flash of light, the entire cultivation room was filled with the humming sound of time flowing. It was a transcendent melody, accompanied by AMOSXI's cultivation, which would continue to resound in this sacred space. The great heavenly official retreated, leaving AMOSXI alone to face the seemingly endless river of time in the cultivation room. Here, he will transcend the mundane and cultivate the power of the Supreme God. Every minute and every second. The time in the outside world has become an endless period of cultivation for him. AMOSXI exhaled softly, a subtle ripple of energy surrounding him. He looked around, and the vast space was like an abyss in the universe, lonely and peaceful. This place is like the source of the long river of time, and every second that passes has condensed into the years of his cultivation. In the outside world, everything has nothing to do with him, and his only goal now is to break through his own limits. The time in the cultivation room and Dragon Ball is similar to the spirit house, but it is completely different. Because one can only enter for 2 days, otherwise the exit will disappear and one can never leave. However, there is no limit to the number of times this cultivation room can be entered, and he can enter it an unlimited number of times in the future. Looking to the right-hand side, the pillar of light falling from heaven was like a gift from God's grace from heaven. AMOSXI understood that this pillar of light was the key to restoring his strength and physical strength, and that every time he reached the limit of his cultivation, he could immediately rest. The rest room on the left side was warm and comfortable, filled with fruit, fresh meat, and water, as well as a bed as soft as a cloud, providing him with plenty of rest between cultivation. Yamathi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused to the extreme. There is no concept of day and night here, only perseverance and challenge in cultivation. Step by step, he walked to the center of the cultivation room and activated the flow of mysterious power. In the vast space, the sound of his even breathing echoed from time to time. Chapter 9. As soon as AMOSXI entered the cultivation room, he sensed the laws here. In this space, he is like a god, in control. He could freely adjust the gravitational field of the cultivation room so that the gravity reached infinity. He only needed to adjust a little to feel the change in gravity. Whether he wants gravity to increase or weaken, he can easily do so. This ability to control gravity gave him a huge advantage in his cultivation. AMOSXI walked to the control panel of the training room and began to adjust the parameters of the training room according to the numbers and symbols on it. He first typed the word 1000 into the gravity column as he wished. Just as the number was confirmed, the cultivation room suddenly buzzed, and a huge downward traction force acted on him. AMOSXI struggled to maintain her balance and felt the power with excitement. Next, AMOSXI adjusted the temperature, air pressure, and other parameters one by one, and he gradually adapted to the environment of the cultivation room, and became more and more satisfied with the effect of the cultivation room. In the process of adjusting the parameters, AMOSXI continued to experiment and explore, and found some unexpected effects. For example, when he turned up the temperature to a certain level, the energy in the cultivation room began to become active, as if he could feel a thermal overflowing force. In addition, when he adjusted the chi pressure, he found that increasing the chi pressure appropriately could enhance the cultivation effect. AMOSXI began to imagine how much this cultivation room would help him improve his strength. After some cultivation, AMOSXI was very satisfied with the effect of the cultivation room. He believed that in the next practice, this cultivation room would bring him unexpected gains. After a period of cultivation, AMOSXI finally mastered the secrets of the cultivation room after going through a series of difficult challenges and grinds. He learns how to stay awake in hallucinations and uses the resources in space to improve his strength. This process not only tempered his willpower, but also allowed him to understand himself more deeply. In the process, AMOSXI constantly overcame difficulties, trained himself, and tried to break through the limits. He gradually mastered the laws in the illusion, and after his ability continued to increase, he became more handy in cultivation and more confident in reality. In the process of cultivation, AMOSXI also learned to use the resources in the space to improve his strength. He learns how to use his surroundings and resources to strengthen his strength and skills. Let him make greater progress in his cultivation, and be able to seize the opportunity in battle and be undefeated. What's more, the process tempered Yamathi's willpower. After a series of difficult challenges and tribulations, he never gave up and persevered until the end. This experience made him determined and brave to face all kinds of unknown difficulties in reality. In the process, AMOSXI slowly unraveled the mysteries of the training room and refined various secret techniques on the path to power. But more importantly, AMOSXI began to look inward, looking at his innermost desires and fears. Cultivation is not only the improvement of the body and skills, but also the improvement of self-knowledge and the deep exploration of the inner world. As his mind coalesced and his energy accumulated, Yamathi felt his strength's extraordinary memory, extraordinary insight, and a keen sense of the future. But at the same time, he also saw his own shortcomings, sometimes conceited, fear of difficulties, and those invisible inner obstacles. Yes, he wasn't perfect, but these realizations gave him a clearer vision of his purpose. He learned to make the most of his strengths, and at the same time, he began to try to overcome and improve on those weaknesses. This process is as painful as tempering fine iron in a warm furnace, but it also forges unyielding willpower and a hard spirit. In the midst of repeated challenges and failures, AMOSXI has become more self-aware and more acutely aware of the passage of time. Whenever night fell, he would sit in the cultivation room, facing the secret book of time and space alone, which was a book that recorded the secrets of time and space, and it was also the truth he pursued in this life. Practicing day and night, time flies, and in the endless comprehension and accumulation, AMOSXI gradually meets the requirements of the secret archive of time and space. Now we have a clear goal and a way forward. It is no longer a blind pursuit, but has the confidence and determination to realize one's dreams. Suddenly, the moment his spirit came into contact with the bead, the inconspicuous bead seemed to be awakened and burst out with a brilliant and mysterious purple light. Before he could react, AMOSXI, who was shrouded in purple light, felt a huge flood of information rush into his mind. The messages seemed to contain ancient and esoteric knowledge, and for a moment, AMOSXI's whole body was overwhelmed by the sudden impact. His mind was buzzing, his teeth were clenched, sweat was dripping down his forehead, and he was shaking with pain. As the purple glow faded and the pain began to ease, AMOSXI finally had a chance to breathe. He began to diligently sort through the flood of information, and gradually, a cultivation method called Hongmeng Body Refining Exercises came to his mind. Chapter 10. The Hongmeng Body Refining Method in Hongmeng Zhu is a profound and mysterious cultivation method, which is said to originate from the power of Hongmeng Zhu. Hongmeng Zhu is a treasure formed at the beginning of Hongmen's birth, with infinite mysterious and powerful power. The Hongmeng Body Refining Exercises divided into 8 levels, each of which deeply cleanses and exercises the practitioner's body. The ranks from lowest to highest are 1. Qi Induction, equivalent to the quasi-saint realm. 2. Aggregate, it is equivalent to the realm of mixed element infinite golden immortals. 3. Transformation of God, it is equivalent to the realm of chaos Dao. 4. Preaching, it is equivalent to the realm of Hongmeng heavenly immortals. 5. Hongmeng Dao Body, it is equivalent to the realm of Hongmeng mixed Yuan Sage. 6. Hongmeng Avenue, it is equivalent to the realm of Hongmeng Tianzun. 7. Hongmeng's High Dao, it is equivalent to the realm of Hongmeng Dao. 8. Hongmeng Supreme, it is equivalent to the realm of Hongmeng Controller. Chaos Realm Division, Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Mixed Yuan Deluo Golden Immortal, Saint, Mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal, Most Holy, Mixed Yuan Wuji Golden Immortal, Hedao Level, Mixed Yuan Supreme Golden Immortal, Heavenly Dao Level, Mixed Yuan Taishang Dao, Chaos Dao, Chaos Master. Hongmeng Realm Division, Hongmeng Tianxian, Hongmeng Tai True Immortal, Hongmeng Wuji Saint, Hongmeng Mixed Yuan Saint, Hongmeng Taiji Saint, Hongmeng Creation Avenue, Hongmeng Tianzun, Hongmeng Shenzhen, Hongmeng Shenzhen, Hongmeng Huidao, Hongmeng Daozun, Hongmeng Daozu, Hongmeng Master. It is said that the Hongmeng bead hides the energy and aura needed by all living beings in heaven and earth. By practicing this exercise, the practitioner is able to gradually merge himself with the energy of heaven and earth, and inject it into his body for refining and strengthening. This special ability gives the practitioner extraordinary strength and endurance in battle. The main skills of Hongmeng body refining exercises include the condensation and use of Hongmeng True Qi, the enhancement and explosion of physical strength, and the expansion and control of the realm of divine consciousness. Through continuous cultivation, cultivators can condense their True Qi into a substantial substance, such as using Hongmeng True Qi to form a body shield to resist attacks, or releasing powerful attack energy. In the process of practice, the essentials of the mind are crucial. The Hongmeng body exercise emphasizes the need for practitioners to maintain a peaceful state of mind, concentration, and humility. Only in peace can we better perceive the mysteries of the energy between heaven and earth and integrate them into ourselves. In addition, practitioners need to maintain physical and mental unity at all times, both internally and externally, and pay attention to self-discipline and ethical ethics. However, like all exercises, the Hongmeng body refining exercise has its drawbacks. The first is that it is extremely difficult, and it requires great comprehension and insight to cross between each level, and secondly, it requires a very high sensitivity to the energy between heaven and earth, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to practice this exercise, and finally, the Hongmeng body refining exercise is extremely consuming to the practitioner's body, and it takes a long time of cultivation to recover. All in all, the Hongmeng body refining technique in the Hongmeng bead is a powerful and mysterious cultivation method. By condensing true qi and harnessing the energy of heaven and earth, a practitioner can attain extraordinary strength and endurance. It is also an extremely difficult exercise to practice and consumes a lot of energy from the body. Only those who are truly gifted and hardworking can master and exert their true power. 6 words were imprinted in AMOSXI's mind, and he could not forget them. Astonishment is followed by ecstasy. Rebang as the ancestor scion is already God's favor, and now that a golden finger suddenly appears, AMOSXI is so excited that he doesn't know what to say. AMOSXI sat cross-legged in the cultivation place, and in front of him, the mountain wind was trembling, cold as a knife, but it could not shake his heart of cultivating like the sea. At this moment, he has gone through 10 years of penance, and one day in the outside world has stretched into 10 years of vicissitudes in this mysterious space. In the midst of this incredible dislocation of time, AMOSXI realized the truth of heaven and earth with his heart, and exercised his physical body to the limit. The environment in which he lived was far beyond what people could bear. Gravity, that is 200,000 times unimaginable to ordinary people. There seems to be an invisible huge force between heaven and earth, which wants to crush him all the time. Under such gravity, every finger needs to be used with great strength and will, but AMOSXI is as calm as ever, and his body, tempered by gravity and will, tends to be strong and perfect. His eyes were as solid as a rock, and his gaze was on his hands, and vaguely, there seemed to be an illusion of a galaxy spinning. These hands, which had broken through space and distorted time, had now reached their original peak state again, the early stage of the 4th order of the God realm. I've returned to the early stage of the 4th order of the God realm. AMOSXI's voice echoed through the empty mountain tops. He closed his eyes and began to retrace the masteries. To be able to cultivate in such a purgatory-like place, who else but him? AMOSXI knew in his heart that among the heavens and 10,000 worlds, such a cultivation environment was definitely rare. I don't need to be afraid of the Beerus god of destruction. Next, I should deepen my cultivation of this set of exercises. AMOSXI muttered to himself in a low and calm voice. However, he was well aware that the exercises taught by Hongmenzu must have been remarkable and extraordinary. Chapter 11. AMOSXI has gone through a series of harsh challenges and has constantly surpassed herself. Now, he is confident enough to face any challenge. He is happy with himself and knows that this new set of exercises will give him a huge boost. He sat in the quiet place of cultivation, closed his eyes, and began to breathe deeply. His heart was full of peace, and he was ready to explore this new set of exercises, to tap into its essence, to feel its power. At this time, he will enter the in-depth exploration of the Hongmeng body refining exercises. Hongmeng, this word represents the chaotic state at the beginning of the world. Everything is unknown, but it contains infinite vitality. Some spiritual creatures began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and used the initial breath to cultivate themselves, which is what we call the Hongmeng refining body. The Hongmeng body practice is inspired by the Hongmeng era. Those newborn creatures absorb the qi of Hongmeng, so that their bodies are as strong as mountains, and their bodies are extremely tough. They can turn rivers and seas, move mountains and places, chase stars and pick the moon. It can be said that they have omnipotent power and are extremely powerful. However, the times have changed, and the spirit of Hongmeng has long disappeared in the long river of history. In the world known as Dragon Ball, if you want to cultivate, you can only use a higher level of Yuan Qi. Dragon Ball's extra cosmic Yuan Qi is only a low-level category, and it is far from being comparable to a higher level. Although the energy of Yuan Qi is far less than that of Hongmeng, it still has its unique and wonderful use. Now he wants to practice the Hongmeng body refining exercises, although he can't directly absorb the Hongmeng Qi like in the Hongmeng era, but even so, the body refining exercises in this era can't be compared to it. For example, the body refining exercises in the secret books of time and space are also overshadowed in front of the Hongmeng body refining exercises. Yamoxi's Hongmenzu is an exception. This bead is able to absorb the vitality and transform it into ordinary Hongmeng Qi. Although this kind of Hongmeng Qi after transformation cannot be compared with the Hongmeng Qi of the real Hongmeng era, it is still countless times stronger than Yuankai. Use it to cultivate the Hongmeng body refining technique, and the effect will be incomparable. Overall, although he can't go back to the original Hongmeng era, through Yamoxi's Hongmeng bead, he can still experience the wonderful use of Hongmeng Qi, so as to better cultivate and improve himself. As long as you can absorb a portion of your vitality, the space-time temple will be able to repair it with the help of external vitality, because this is the holy realm, so you don't have to worry about running out of energy at all. Yamoxi earnestly studied the powerful body refining technique, and at the same time deeply explored the potential of the Hongmeng bead, and finally succeeded in interpreting its function. He was alone in the cultivation room, devoting himself to cultivation wholeheartedly, constantly exploring the lonely road. Through continuous practice and in-depth thinking, Yamoxi gradually grasped the essence of this body refining exercise. At the same time, he has become more and more proficient in the use of Hongmeng beads. He was able to perfectly combine the mystical power it contained with his own cultivation, thus greatly enhancing his own strength. However, the path of cultivation is not always smooth. In his quest for greater power, Yamoxi had to endure loneliness, suffering, and being alone in the retreat chamber with whom he had no companion to share the joys and pains of his practice. His life is simple and monotonous, only constant cultivation and reflection. Still, Yamoxi never complained. He knew that only through cultivation could he truly understand the essence of the body refining method and give full play to the true power of Hongmenzu. He is willing to give everything for his goal, and he knows that only in this way can he become a real strong man. In the process of lonely cultivation, Yamoxi's heart gradually became firm and strong. His body has become stronger and stronger through continuous tempering, and his will has become more tenacious in the face of difficulties. He gradually understood the true meaning of the practice and began to show its effects in practice. 2 months have passed. At this moment, Yamoxi sat cross-legged in the air like a statue, and his breathing was slow and deep, as if the sound of wind and thunder was quietly exhaling from his mouth. His breathing, which is a unique rhythm, like the pulse of the world, makes people feel extremely solemn and sacred. Subsequently, Yamoxi underwent a series of surprising changes in her body. In an instant, the countless pores of his whole body suddenly opened, like miniature black holes, and streams of fishy, unpleasant, black, and greasy harmful substances flowed out of these open pores. It was as if all the filth and toxins in his body had been released, exuding an unbearable aura. After a few breaths, Yamoxi's entire body was covered in a black hazard substance. He looks like a cursed statue, imbued with the smell of corruption and depravity. However, his eyes remained steadfast, as if all this suffering was the only way for him to reach a higher realm. Yamoxi, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 essences flashed in his eyes. After a long time, these 2 essences gradually disappeared, and Yamoxi's eyes returned to their original depth. Suddenly, Yamoxi's nose twitched, and her brow furrowed slightly. The harmful substances emanating from his body made him feel sick to his stomach. He stood up and moved slightly, hearing a crackling sound coming from within him. Resisting the disgusting smell, Yamoxi walked into the break room and began to remove the black hazard from his body. When he finished cleaning up the harmful substances on his body, he changed into a new clothes that he had prepared a long time ago, and the original clothes full of harmful substances had already been thrown away by him. Chapter 12. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. In the past 5 years, Yamoxi has devoted himself to cultivating the Hongmeng body refining technique, and through this process, he has absorbed a large amount of Hongmeng Qi. With the help of Hongmeng Qi, he successfully cultivated the Hongmeng body refining technique to the peak stage of the early stage of Qi induction. Although AMOSXI had not yet fully comprehended the nature of this power, he felt from his own cultivation experience that this power was undoubtedly powerful and unusual. It seems to contain endless potential and is awe-inspiring. More importantly, AMOSXI's appearance began to show a unique aura, a kind of indifferent and detached quality, as if he had transcended the fetters and troubles of the world. This temperament makes his image striking and extraordinarily charismatic and majestic. In the process of cultivating the Hongmeng body refining technique, AMOSXI not only improved his own strength, but also learned a lot of lessons about self-control and inner peace through this experience. This inner peace and outer strength makes him more comfortable in facing life's challenges. In addition, AMOSXI found himself constantly sublimating, and he felt that his strength was constantly increasing, and his body's reaction speed and strength were significantly increased. Overall, AMOSXI had gained tremendous benefits during these 5 years of cultivation. Alas, the Hongmeng Qi in the Hongmeng bead is not enough to support my cultivation. The recovery speed of the Hongmeng bead is too slow. I don't know when it will be fully recovered. Forget it, let's take it slowly. Next, I'm going to start cultivating gravity. AMOSXI couldn't help but sigh softly, and then stood up, no longer continuing to practice the Hongmeng body refining technique with difficulty. In the silence, AMOSXI calmly walked to the control panel, his gaze determined and his heart clear. He slid his fingers lightly across the panel, then typed the number 400,000 accurately. It was not an easy challenge, but he was ready, and for his own growth and victory, he decided to take the risk. 5 years is fleeting, like a white horse passing by, fleeting. During the cultivation process, AMOSXI has been working silently in an extremely difficult environment. He was oppressed by gravity 500,000 times, but his will was as hard as steel. His body was trembling, his heart was beating, and his soul was burning. In the process, his strength gradually regained and grew stronger to a terrifying point. He firmly believes that all this hardship and hard work will be duly rewarded in the challenges ahead. Wu, I've recovered to the state of the late 5th order of the God realm. According to the investigation of the great heavenly official, Weiss had already reached the peak of the 6th order of the God realm, but he only needed to go one step further to enter the early stage of the 7th order of the God realm. With my strength, I should be able to leapfrog the person who challenged the 6th order peak of the God realm. Although my strength has reached this level, my body and spirit still do not match perfectly. But it's almost time to get out of here. AMOSXI whispered in a cold tone. When AMOSXI walked out of the cultivation room, the great heavenly official waited there quietly, smiling, looking peaceful and calm. He walked towards AMOSXI, bowed respectfully, and said, "Lord AMOSXI, congratulations on your exit. Your room is ready for the master's internship outfit." AMOSXI replied seriously, "Great heavenly official, I want to have a discussion with you. I want to understand the gap between me and the 7th order of the God realm." The great heavenly official thought about it for a moment, then smiled and agreed, "Okay, I also want to see how powerful Lord AMOSXI becomes." He paused and continued, "Lord AMOSXI is already quite strong in the 5th order of the God realm, but there is still some distance from the 7th order. As an angel, it is my responsibility to guide those who are in control to become stronger. Since Lord AMOSXI wants to fight me, I will control my power and suppress them to the same level as the 7th order of the God realm to compete with you." AMOSXI nodded, "Well, I hope you don't keep your hand." In the center of the cultivation room, the atmosphere was tense, the air seemed to freeze, and the two of them stood up, looking at each other expressionlessly. But the writhing space around them, like a silent symphony, hints at the two warriors who have pushed their power to the limit. The air pressure dropped suddenly, and the cultivation room was filled with a murderous aura, as if the end of the world was coming. AMOSXI transformed into an ancient form, silver hair fluttering wildly, silver eyes calm and deep, staring silently ahead. The eyes of the great heavenly official were indifferent and cold, and he was also looking at AMOSXI. When the murderous aura churned like a raging undercurrent, the two of them did not look away, their heartbeats and breaths were synchronized with every slight change in this space. At this moment, they seemed to be integrated into the world, with heaven and earth, and breathing with all things. Suddenly, AMOSXI acted quickly, and his speed seemed to exceed the speed of light. His movements were so fast that they could barely be caught by the naked eye, and his fist carried the sound of breaking through the air, as if it was about to break the beam itself. But the great heavenly official was not intimidated by this thunderous state, he only carried his hands behind his back and moved slightly, as if he did not feel the slightest pressure. His figure seemed to be at ease in AMOSXI's attack, as if he had already predicted all the movements of his opponent. Chapter 13. Even though AMOSXI's onslaught almost touched the clothes of the great heavenly official, it was ultimately a failure. Like a meteor flying by, the dodging of the great heavenly official gave him an otherworldly beauty. Immediately after, AMOSXI felt an ominous shadow loom over him. The great heavenly official waved his left hand lightly and stretched out his slender index finger to point it at the center of AMOSXI's eyebrows. AMOSXI instinctively crossed his hands to protect the door, but then felt an invisible force penetrate the defenses, piercing his nerves like a thin needle. His muscles were instantly numb, and his body was like a broken flag, easily tossed up by the rolling storm. Hitting the cold and hard ground, AMOSXI slowly struggled to his feet with uncontrollable pain. His arm still felt a prick of pins and needles, but there was a stronger fighting intent in his eyes. Condensing the last of his strength, AMOSXI was like a desperate beast, unleashing a massive attack, turning the power of his whole body into a ray of light that pierced the sky. At this time, the speed on the battlefield was beyond ordinary people's cognition, and the movements of AMOSXI and the great heavenly official were so fast that it seemed that only after images remained. But the great heavenly official still maintained an elegant posture, his fingers seemed to dance in the air, a simple wrist movement, but it seemed to contain boundless cosmic truth. AMOSXI's fist became weak in the face of this seemingly weak dance, and his swift and light-like attack, under the guidance of the great heavenly official's fingers, became like a fallen leaf floating on the water, moving with the wind, without harm. In the face of this supernatural fighting art, AMOSXI finally felt that every attack he made was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to shake the great heavenly palace in the slightest. His all-out efforts, under the mysterious posture of the great heavenly official, gradually showed helplessness. However, AMOSXI didn't stop there. In the face of strong pressure, an unyielding flame ignited in his eyes. A barrage of punches that pierced through the air like a torrent, each blow symbolizing his tenacity. The roar caused by these fist winds brought a spiritual shock to every living being present. During the confrontation, AMOSXI's body suddenly shook, and his whole body seemed to be instantly penetrated by a secret energy, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The ominous red liquid seemed to indicate defeat, but AMOSXI's eyes remained steadfast. With the splash of blood, his whole body was volleyed out by an invisible force, and he fell like a residual leaf. "Give me a stop!" AMOSXI's roar shook at the end of the sky, the energy in his body as colorful as a peach blossom, but also full of fierce aura. That force spread out in all directions in an instant, forming a massive halo that neutralized all the attacks that followed. Facing the opponent of the seventh order of the God realm, AMOSXI understood that his current cultivation was far from enough. But this defeat did not make him lose the courage to fight. Instead, he once again strengthened his belief and decided to continue his diligent cultivation until one day, he was able to challenge the great heavenly official again. The great heavenly official stared at AMOSXI's resolute countenance, and felt the determination of the other party in his eyes. He said seriously, "Your strength does need to be improved, but your current strength is not trivial, comparable to the peak of the sixth order of the God realm. As long as you continue to practice, I believe that you will soon be able to touch a deeper realm. When you're ready, I'll be here waiting for your challenge." Listening to the encouragement of the great heavenly official, a warm current surged in AMOSXI's heart. This affirmation and support has become the biggest motivation for him to move forward. He kept in mind that as long as he kept working hard, he would one day be able to defeat this arrogant heavenly official and become a real powerhouse. Well, I'll try to become stronger, great heavenly official, let's prepare for the nether realm later. Yamashi nodded affirmatively. He flew to his room and went to get ready for a bath. Understood. The great heavenly official waved his staff, showing the image of the great divine officer of the whole universe, and he shouted, "Ka Sheng, I am the great heavenly official, please respond." The palace of the king. The interior of the palace seems to be a whole new world, and its space is boundless. Walking along the promenade, flanked by ancient pillars suspended in mid-air, their towering momentum is submerged in the vast void, making it impossible to see through it. Under this ancient and boundless sky, a blue color is revealed, and illusory planets of all sizes dot the sky. Under the golden light, the four figures gradually became clearly visible. The whole king sat on the hemispherical throne, constantly shaking his feet like a child. The horizontal ellipsoidal face, the blue and indigo on the two sides of the middle were divided into three areas, and the eyes like two copper coins were dotted on it, slightly cute, as if looking at everything was very fresh. On either side of the throne, two stern-eyed guards stood, slender like two bamboo poles, and the high priest in charge of all things stood next to the king. Chapter 14. The king is the most noble and powerful god in charge of the 12 universes, and he looks and speaks like a child. The supreme rulers of the 12 universes have the right to exchange the god of destruction or the king of the realm, which can make the universe disappear in an instant. There used to be 18 universes, and 6 of them were later destroyed because they angered the king, and it became the 12 universes that exist today. In addition to the great priest, there are also 2 servants with extremely high cultivation in the palace of the whole king, with serious eyes and unknown strength, who can travel faster than light in the universe with the whole king. They, supreme ruler of the universe, the steward of the king, is loyal to the king. He belonged to the angelic family, and his known children were Ves, Bardos, and Cologne. At the same time, it has the combat power that is not in the top 5 in all 12 universes, and its strength is extremely strong. Blue-green skin, long white curly hair, purple eyes, and purple lips. There was a large light blue aura suspended on his body. He is gentle and generous, humble and respectful. But he is relatively short in stature, and his halo stands on the back of his head. He was the advisor and protector of the king. At this moment, the hands of the great priest in dark green robes behind his back suddenly called out. He summoned his staff and looked at the great heavenly officer who suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of surprise. He quickly concealed his emotions and respectfully greeted the great heavenly official, "Your Excellency, on behalf of all the priests, I would like to welcome your arrival." The great heavenly official smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Well, Jiuzheng, Xiaochuan, Lord Yamosi and I are about to go to the nether, you have to be prepared." "Well, aren't the white gods coming along, now, who is AMOSXI, can you come and play with me?" A childish child's voice sounded in the golden light. The great priest's departure suddenly frowned, and a deep puzzle flashed in his eyes. "Isn't it Lord White God? I vaguely remember, in the endless rings, where do I seem to have heard it?" The great heavenly officer beside him noticed the great priest's confusion with an unchanged expression, and explained slowly, "Lord AMOSXI, he is a legend from a distant era. About 75 million years ago, Lord Yamathi was hunted down by evil forces, but accidentally came to our current holy realm through a puzzling spatial passage. After gradually adapting to the present world, he not only preserved himself, but also had the honor of becoming the heir of Lord Shirakami, but it is still in the internship stage, and there is still a long way to go." Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, the high priest finally understood, and he apologized. "It turned out to be him. I didn't expect him to be the heir of Lord Shirakami. I'm very sorry, but as a servant of the king, I can't help, please punish me." "Oh, Why does the Grand Priest apologize? Asked the king, confused, his blue-purple ellipsoidal head tilted. The great heavenly official maintained his calm demeanor and responded with a smile, there is no need to blame yourself. In fact, Lord Shirakami has foreseen this and has already seen everything, but he decided to remain silent and choose to acquiesce in all this happening. After all, the rebellion of these 6 universes was aimed at Lord Xuanwang, not Lord Shirakami. If it wasn't for... That's another story. Alright, you guys start getting ready. His words were filled with supreme power, but this power disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yes. The great priest understood the deep meaning of the great heavenly official, and gave an affirmative answer. As an extremely important steward under the king, the tasks of the high priest are heavy and varied. He must work with the king to coordinate the order of the multiverse, deal with tangled affairs, and in some moments, he will have to act like a nanny, ensuring the harmony and stability of the multiverse, and influencing and even changing the fate of the entire galaxy. The Holy Realm, the Temple of Time and Space. AMOSXI walked out of his apartment, dressed in a very different outfit from the costume of the king and the god of destruction. His bracelet and belt are made of gold-colored metal, while his trench coat, blouse, trousers, and boots are pure white. With a solemn smile on his face, the great heavenly official walked up to Lord AMOSXI, bowed slightly, and said in a calm and respectful tone, Lord AMOSXI, everything is ready. Master AMOSXI was dressed in a gorgeous gold silk and silver white windbreaker, his expression was calm, and he nodded slightly in response, okay, let's go. The great heavenly official responded and gave a loud order, understood, start the teleportation. The majestic energy surged, and the tip of the great heavenly official's right finger released a beam of brilliance, slashing across the immediate dimension of the space in front of him, creating a fluctuating space-time rift. It distorts vision, like a portal made up of intertwined light and shadow. The great heavenly official and AMOSXI were shrouded in this light, and they disappeared in place, stepping into the ethereal sea of time and space. Surrounded by endless time and space, harnessing the power in the rifts, the great heavenly official controls the direction of progress. In the distance, vague visions gradually became clear like fantasies and dreams. Chapter 15. The tranquil and thrilling journey is suddenly interrupted by a passage that sparkles with jewels, appearing so suddenly that it seems to be the most precious secret of the universe, waiting to be discovered. The great heavenly official and AMOSXI did not need to speak, and the tacit understanding between them guided them into this brilliant gem river together. At the end of the passage is a spectacular sight. Under the stars, a golden palace is built in the sky, and its structure takes on a magnificent chuan shape. Around the palace, rocks of different sizes and shapes are suspended, and above the rocks are small crystal-clear, pearl-like universes. These small pearl-like universes are a microcosm of the 12 universes in the whole universe system. If you look at it in detail, you can even get a glimpse of the colorful and intertwined galaxies and planetary trajectories in each universe, as well as the small fluctuations in the activity of life in the universe. The Grand Priest, dressed in dark green clothes, was already standing at the entrance of the palace with his hands on his back. In a corner of the universe, the calm interstellar background was suddenly disturbed by an indescribable wave, and the endless stars began to tremble, as if to break away from their respective trajectories. Without warning, the entire universe began to churn, as if squeezed by an invisible palm, and the unfathomable edge of the void was forced to concave inward, creating a subtle but increasingly obvious crack. In this crevice, there seems to be a kind of power secretly at work. The suppressed sound grew stronger as the void spasmed, and the rift expanded. Suddenly, from the crack, which seemed a little distorted, a colorful light that did not belong to this universe was revealed, diffuse and dazzling, as if traveling through a light year, slowly descending along an unknowable path. The whole universe seemed to have reached its limit, and the spatial rift that was originally just a general space expanded rapidly, and this supreme coercion suddenly covered the galaxy, and with a bang, the sound of the void tearing was like the beginning of heaven and earth, deafening. Above the sky, the colorful light intertwines into a huge web of light, and the glow that falls resonates with the rules around it, as if welcoming guests who do not belong to this world. In this situation, even the stars are eclipsed. In the glow, a magnificent courtyard silently fell into the void, as if solidifying the flow of time and space. The green mountains were shrouded in white mist and aura, and the blue water rippled with bursts of water waves, as if even the void was about to be melted by its warm breath. And the palace, eternal and eternal, full of dignity and glory, flowing with a long history and eternal peace. Everything was only a momentary change, as the golden door burst open, casting a shadow. A golden figure was like a god, gradually revealing its form from the light, and a man in a gold silk silver-white trench coat slowly stepped from the void with a tall and majestic figure. His face is deeply hidden, and his temperament is very different from that of ordinary beings, like a god who rules all things. "Welcome to Lord AMOSXI and the great heavenly official," the Grand Priest bowed humbly and led the way with respect. "Lord King is already waiting in the palace, please come with me." There was a hint of excitement in the majesty. He led the two noble guests into the light-filled hall. "AMOSXI, it's really been a long time." AMOSXI nodded slightly, and under the gold and silver white windbreaker was his calm and determined face, and responded to the cold noise, "Great Priest, I haven't seen you for a long time." There was an indescribable respect and strange familiarity in the atmosphere. The Grand Priest lowered his head and smiled, then raised his head and looked at AMOSXI seriously, with complicated emotions flowing in his eyes. "Indeed, AMOSXI, we have been separated for nearly 100 million years since you left. I've heard about you being hunted down, but I'm sorry I can't help." AMOSXI shook his head. "No, you don't need to apologize. In the face of those unpredictable betrayals, no one can withstand them. During this time, you are definitely also busy maintaining order and balance." "Grand Priest, well, I'm really surprised that you turned out to be the heir of Lord Shirakami. I was very surprised by this news." A gleam flashed in AMOSXI's eyes. "Actually, I didn't expect it myself. When Lord Hakyogami passed on his power to me, now, I am fully committed to the mission that this power brings." The Grand Priest stared at AMOSXI, his voice sincere and calm. "You are a trustworthy person, AMOSXI. I am deeply impressed by the courage and wisdom you displayed in battle." With humility, AMOSXI accepted the accolade, and then he turned to the High Priest and said earnestly, "It is time for us to face an unprecedented task to protect the entire universe from the forces of evil." The Grand Priest nodded solemnly, his eyes glinting with determination. "AMOSXI, you're right. Evil forces are rapidly expanding, threatening the peace and stability of the universe. We cannot disperse our forces, we must unite and fight them together." Chapter 16. The two stood facing each other, their eyes full of determination and courage. It was a daunting task, and they knew they had to accomplish it. For the sake of world peace, they will unite and rise to the occasion. "We're going to make it. No matter which force wants to endanger the whole world, we will do everything in our power to protect it." AMOSXI's voice was as firm as his eyes. "Exactly." The words of the Grand Priest were full of strength and conviction. "As comrades in arms, we have always stood together to face the enemy. No matter what difficulties and challenges you face, trust each other." Such words gave AMOSXI great relief and courage, knowing that he was not alone on this path to peace. AMOSXI once again showed his resolve, with a hint of firm vibration in his voice. "No matter what happens, I will stand firmly by your side." When the Grand Priest heard this, a gleam of gratitude flashed in his eyes. "Then let's work together. For the peace of the whole universe." The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were temporarily letting go of the burden in their hearts. This small moment became a symbol of the deep friendship and trust between them, as well as their unwavering will to protect the entire Dragon Ball universe together. AMOSXI nodded lightly in agreement, and followed the High Priest with firm steps on the journey to the palace of the king. The king is in front. After a long journey, through the vast starry sky, a majestic throne appeared in front of me, on which sat a supreme king. His feet were rocking leisurely. On either side stood 2 guards, like frozen bamboo poles, their solemn faces like stone carvings. As the ruler of the whole universe, the king rarely leaves the palace of the whole king, and usually plays some games of adjusting the fate of the planet below alone. So accompanied by the king, the pressure on the 2 guards is also very high, and they are usually silent. However, when someone approached the king, they became nervously vigilant for fear that someone would anger him. "Xiao Chuan, this is Lord AMOSXI." The great heavenly official smiled faintly and introduced AMOSXI. However, among all those present, AMOSXI's presence was particularly striking. His face showed a cold expression, and he always went his own way. "Hello, AMOSXI." The immature voice of the child echoed in the palace of the king. AMOSXI couldn't help but look at the whole king carefully. This was the first time he had seen the king in high places. It was hard to imagine that this small body contained energy that could destroy the entire universe. Compared with the White God Master, the whole king is definitely not mature enough, but that supreme power can only be looked up to. To put it simply, the king itself represents the entire universe. In the blink of an eye, AMOSXI's ambition erupted like a volcano, and his eyes gradually flashed with an inexplicable light. He desperately longed for power, and wanted to one day be able to cross the heavens and the earth, roam freely among countless stars, and become the supreme being in the universe. At that time, all the stars and life will tremble at his feet, and he will be revered as the most powerful being in the universe. The ambition in his heart boiled like lava, and the aura of AMOSXI's whole body completely changed at this moment, and the endless thirst for power had been completely awakened. He could feel his heart beating harder and stronger, as if he was about to break free from the shackles of his body under a strong urge. In the hall of the whole king, his strength was like a rapidly rising new star, soaring to the heavens and the earth and breaking through to the early stage of the 6th order of the God realm. For AMOSXI, there is nothing more ecstatic than an increase in strength. His determination is even stronger, and he wants to engrave his name in the hearts of every living being, making it synonymous with the most powerful in the universe. In his sparkling eyes, you can clearly see the confidence and determination of being the strongest. "I am AMOSXI, the strongest person in the universe." In the midst of AMOSXI's changes, both the great priest and the great celestial officer showed surprise at him. The grand priest smiled and exclaimed, "This comrade in arms is really different, no wonder he was able to receive the true inheritance of Lord Hakyugami. He's broken through again?" It seems that AMOSXI's body has begun to show signs of awakening. He has indeed lived up to the bloodline of Lord Shirakami. The great heavenly official thought silently in his heart, his gaze full of admiration for AMOSXI. AMOSXI felt the turbulence in her body gradually subside. "Phew, I'm finally getting used to it. I didn't expect me to break through so quickly." AMOSXI couldn't help but think quietly in his heart, but this peace only lasted for a moment before it was broken. The king's small body jumped down and walked lightly to AMOSXI, a blue and purple ellipsoidal face facing him, his eyes shining like copper coins watching him. Seeing this bold and rash move of the king, the eyes of the guards on both sides widened, and they followed behind the king step by step. Chapter 17. "Now, you are AMOSXI. The first time I saw you, I thought you were different." The king tilted his head mischievously, and looked at AMOSXI with his innocent and curious eyes, as if he was full of joy of exploration and discovery of everything. However, AMOSXI did not respond to the king's words. He just looked at the king quietly, his piercing eyes full of deep thought. His face did not show any joy or pride because of the praise of the king, but rather a little heavy and serious. Seeing this, the king couldn't help but look at AMOSXI with some curiosity. He didn't know the true identity and background of this person named AMOSXI, and he didn't know why he was here at this important moment. However, this did not stop his curiosity, but only wanted to know more about this seemingly mysterious and charming man. In this mysterious and solemn hall, the interaction between the king and AMOSXI seemed so natural and harmonious. Their conversations are simple, but they are full of curiosity and exploration about each other. For the king, AMOSXI is a figure full of mystery and charm, and for AMOSXI, the presence of the king may bring him some unexpected opportunities and challenges. When AMOSXI saw that the whole king was already standing in front of him, he nodded and said, "Yes. Will you play games with me and be my friend?" said the king, enthusiastically holding out his little hand and clasping it tightly with AMOSXI's fingers. At this moment, they formed a deep friendship in each other's hearts, and this friendship was stronger than ever. AMOSXI was slightly stunned, and he asked back in disbelief, "Be friends?" The whole king smiled and nodded, his face filled with a sense of happiness that he was needed. He went on to explain, all the gods are so respectful to me that life makes me feel very boring. I really want you to be my friend." The king is like a prince in captivity in a castle, with only the grand priest, the god of destruction, and the insignificant soldiers in sight. He didn't have anyone who could really be called a friend. Considering Jian Wang's toddler-level IQ, he is at an age where he needs to play with his friends, and as such, he has been in a rather lonely state until he meets Gaku, with no friends at all. AMOSXI's heart was full of sympathy for the king, and he couldn't help but think of the Monkey King, and couldn't help but think about whether it was time to make the future king and the current king friends, so that they could share each other's joys and sorrows. However, he ultimately decides not to interfere with the plot development of the story. After all, he is a person who knows the plot of Dragon Ball well. "By the way, this is for you." Chuanwang took out a button from his bosom and handed it to AMOSXI. "As long as you press the button, I can appear anywhere and anytime. This is my greeting gift." "Well, then I'll take it." AMOSXI agreed and took the button. At the moment of leaving the palace, AMOSXI's face couldn't help but show a touch of displeasure, and a chilling cold light flashed in his eyes. This coldness was not caused by the king himself, but from the news obtained by a great heavenly official's investigation, a shocking discovery about his bloodline. In fact, Bardock is not only a descendant of AMOSXI, but what is even more unexpected is that Bardock's wife Jine is also related to AMOSXI's wife. The news was like a bolt of lightning that struck at AMOSXI's heart, turning his mood into a frenzied storm almost instantly. Until then, AMOSXI had never really set his sights on Vegeta. The scions of that planet were known for their brutality and cruelty, and were even regarded as the evil of the universe. From their people who have some connection to the evil scions, or some relationship with the righteous scions, to the bad deeds they do. Therefore, I chose to ignore them and let them suffer their own fate, which may be the result they deserve. For tens of millions of years, I never thought that Kakarot would be a descendant of my blood, said AMOSXI bitterly. He thought of Frisia again, the conceited and cruel emperor of the universe who had mercilessly slaughtered scions, including his bloodline descendants. "Frisia, how dare you kill my descendants and my wife?" The fury in AMOSXI's heart was so fierce that it almost burst through his heart, and his killing intent almost turned into substance, tearing the balance of the universe. The angry AMOSXI turned to order the great heavenly official, and there was unquestionable firmness in his voice. "Great heavenly official, go and save that couple, but remember, don't destroy the harmony of history." "I think you can understand what I mean, right?" said AMOSXI to the great celestial officer. "Of course, Lord AMOSXI." The great heavenly official, as AMOSXI's loyal retinue and great butler, immediately understood Lord AMOSXI's intentions, and he nodded slightly until his own aura merged with the fluctuations of the universe and activated the teleportation spell. In an instant, the energy fluctuations of the spell echoed in the palace, and his figure disappeared into thin air, and he was on the road to the rescue of Vegeta. Chapter 18. Alone in his recollections, he recalls that in the distant primeval times, his and Frisia's ancestors were members of a large organization, tasked with a common development and protection of the stars. In those days, they worked hand in hand to survive the storm. However, happiness is often short-lived, and there is a violent dispute within the organization over the distribution of resources and the fruits of labor, and the interests of both parties are gradually opposed. Frisia's ancestors, with ambitions, began a conspiracy to usurp more resources in order to strengthen their personal power. AMOSXI remembered that day. Frisia's ancestors were smiling, as if yesterday's dispute was in smoke, but there was a cold chill in his eyes. During one discussion, he suddenly took the unexpected action. Without warning, Frisia's ancestors cast a powerful secret trick on AMOSXI, a power that could freeze everything. The temperature plummeted, and the surrounding air condensed into ice, blocking time and space. AMOSXI barely had time to react before he was surrounded by snow and ice. The endless cold eroded his skin, his bones, and even his soul as if it were about to freeze. The betrayal of Frisia's ancestors pierced his heart like a sharp knife. This former brother has chosen the most despicable way to show the darkness of human nature in the competition for resources. Years of being frozen were long and torturous, and in her loneliness, AMOSXI kept recalling that memory and reflecting on this betrayal. The value of life and the meaning of friendship seemed to have been ruthlessly abandoned in the hearts of Frisia's ancestors, leaving only a thirst for power and a greedy nature. The wheels of history roll forward, and although AMOSXI is frozen in endless time and space, his story rings like a wake-up call in the hearts of future generations. People have learned from this history the importance of equitable distribution and the destructive power of individual desires to collective harmony. And the Frises, their struggle and thirst for power never ended, and it was not only engraved in the memories of AMOSXI, but also deeply affected the fate of the entire universe. Their actions, like the means used by their ancient ancestors to freeze their compatriots, have given countless conflicts and strife in the wilderness of the universe as an eternal warning. Although AMOSXI is frozen, the Scions are known to be a fighting people with an unbelievable vitality and ability to heal themselves. The ancestors of the Frisia family tried to take this opportunity to end AMOSXI's life for good. However, despite all the difficulties, they were unable to succeed because AMOSXI was not a common man. During the long years of ice, the extreme environment of death threats brought out the potential in the depths of AMOSXI's body. After going through hardships and dangers, he actually comprehended the legendary stunt of the Scions during the ice period, and he was extremely willing. His combat power not only did not regress in the ice, but increased significantly, and finally broke through the thick ice layer in one leap, like a phoenix nirvana, and was reborn. When AMOSXI regained his freedom, his heart was filled with hatred for Frisia's ancestors. His first thought was to find his enemies and make them pay. As a result, AMOSXI searched tirelessly and eventually found the Frisia ancestors, who were on par with him. The two powerhouses fought fiercely under the starry sky, and the stars of the universe were moved. Their strength was so strong that the battle lasted for days and nights, and finally they had to reconcile, and agreed to temper themselves and fight it out later. But the fire in my heart has not been extinguished. As the years went by, the strength of both sides continued to rise, and the battles became more frequent and intense. There was no room for reconciliation, and hatred grew like a vine in the hearts of both races, spreading to their descendants. This battle of hatred has been passed down from ancient times to the present, whether it is under the stars or on a distant planet. As soon as they meet, the strong men of the two races fight with all their might, and they never make peace. As time progresses, the Frisia ancestors discover the hiding place of the roots of the evil Scions. After a lot of hard work, they finally found this place. Evil Scion Planet. A mysterious object in the darkest corner of the forgotten galaxy. From the outside, it looks like a lightless pearl of the night, emitting a faint bloody light. Explorers who dare to approach this forbidden place will feel a chill and a surge of fear when they step onto its surface. On the surface of the planet, huge fissures crisscross the Earth's crust, as if some kind of giant beast was carving into the Earth's crust with its sharp claws. From these crevices is a mixture of sulfur and unknown compounds, and hot gas surrounds the perimeter, creating a fog that is difficult to pass through. The labyrinthine terrain makes the compass in the heart of every explorer lose its meaning, and disorientation is no longer accidental but inevitable. Walking into the core of this evil planet, you will be greeted by an eerie and huge complex of buildings, a symbol of the source of evil for the Scions. Ancient stone pillars like the bones of the gods held up the vast dark halls. The stone pillars are covered with cracks, and the traces of erosion over the years are particularly obvious. The hallways and rooms were similarly damaged, and the corpses of unknown beasts and fragments of loot hanging on the walls were even more terrifying. Chapter 19. Suspended dust and an indescribable stench filled every corner, almost suffocating. From time to time, cracks in the ground make a slight noise, as if to warn of hidden secrets or deeper dangers. The plants of the planet grow unusually twisted, each one distorting its shape like a demon, and frantically rooting itself in this barren land. The thorny trees and grass add to the resentment, like a sign that ordinary creatures can't survive. They are silent in the darkness, but beneath the silence hides terror. The monsters of the planet are a symbol of terror with their huge, misshapen bodies. Their skin is covered in sharp, caustic stingers, and a low roar echoes through the halls, searching for any trail of intruders. The evil planet Scion, as its name suggests, is a place of horror and death. In the midst of it, every step can be a battle between life and death, and every breath is full of danger and uncertainty. Every silhouette, every voice, speaks an immortal truth to the brave visitor. The source of evil is often hidden in the darkest of the darkest places. After that, Frisia's ancestors themselves embark on a journey to that mysterious place and enter Scion's lair to find the ancestors of the evil Scions for dialogue. In ancient times, the planet Scion was inhabited by a pair of Scion veins, good and evil, in stark contrast between the contest of power and the struggle of hearts. Those Scions who have fallen into the dark abyss are full of malice and violence, and although their bodies are extremely strong and their abilities cannot be underestimated, their spirits are distorted, and there is no longer the slightest light and justice in their hearts. These Scions, who have fallen into the evil path, indulge in their desire for power above morality and ethics, and they have betrayed their people and their homeland for the sake of expanding their power, and used their power to destroy and conquer. They sowed fear and hatred in the air around them, and the coercion spread far and wide to every corner of Scion. But the righteous Scion ancestors failed to ignore this moral outreach. The guardians who are loyal to the essence of Scion are filled with a heavy but unwavering determination that they cannot tolerate such scum continuing to encroach on their pristine homeland. So, after a powerful council, they banished these evil Scions from the country, leaving them no longer with a chance to corrupt the cohesion of the race. The banished Scions were tall and muscular, with dark hair like night, and the white without pupils in their eyes was unusually hollow. Their skin was a warm copper, and they wore armor that looked like cinnabar, as if they were clothed in a raging flame. Although they were banished, their ambition was not extinguished, and hatred and the desire for revenge spread like wildfire in their hearts. This evil force is organized, plotted, and eyed for an opportunity to be disgraced. They are eager to find a way to destroy the righteous Scion race in order to fulfill their twisted dreams of revenge. Righteous Scion ancestors realized that letting go of these evildoers would cause irreversible damage to the Scion community, so they began to actively prepare for the emergency. They gathered the brave and fearless warriors and taught them the necessary training and fighting techniques to enable them to resist the impending dark forces. During the negotiations, they reached a common decision to join forces to eliminate all decent Scions in order to achieve their common goal. With their ruthless methods, they destroyed all upright Scions, and the Scion race was on the verge of extinction. Breathing heavily in the cold universe, Yamathi stared in the direction of the distant planet, a flash of determination in his eyes. In his mind, a struggle for blood, glory, and hatred was raging. Ever since he learned that Kakarot, the Monkey King on Earth, is also a descendant of his Scion bloodline, his heart has fallen into contradictions and struggles. Kakarot. Yamashi muttered to himself, his eyes as sharp as a knife. As a Scion, you are destined to face an enemy like Frisia. You are not only responsible for your own growth, but also for the future of the entire Scion people. The race of Frisia has given endless darkness and death, a nightmare of the Scions past and the culprit responsible for the destruction of their homeland. AMOSXI harbored a deep hatred for the ancestors of this race and longed to wipe them out once and for all, but sadly they had passed away. However, for the sake of Cockroach's growth, AMOSXI decides to restrain the anger within herself. AMOSXI understands that true strength is not something that grows by the hands of others. He knew that only by going through hardships and dangers could Cockroach bravely stand at the pinnacle of the universe and shake the stars in the name of the Scions. Frisia is not only the ultimate obstacle, but also a litmus test for Cockroach to temper his will and strength. Your growth on Earth is so extraordinary. AMOSXI stood in the universe and said, "You were an ignorant child, but you have proven yourself to be strong and brave. You have to inherit the Scion spirit." Chapter 20. Vegeta Planet. In the basement of Bardock's house, Hymene sat in a protective posture, her face pressed against her knees, her hands clasped together. She was praying for her husband and children, filled with deep concern and apprehension. Suddenly, her body bloomed with dazzling light, and Hymene looked at this strange phenomenon in amazement, completely indescribable. Then, with a flash of light, her figure instantly turned into a beam of light, and then disappeared without a trace. In the distant Vegeta system, a fateful battle is unfolding. The Scion warrior Bardock, facing the overlord of the universe, Frisia, roared in a deep voice, "Frisia, get out of here, I will never forgive you." This sentence was full of anger and hatred, as if it was going to shake the entire universe. After Frisia came out, Bardock smiled and said, "As long as I defeat you, then I can change all fate. The fate of Vegeta, the fate of the Scions, and my fate, Cockroach's fate, and the fate of you bastard, just use this trick to change." Despite facing Frisia's disgusting countenance, he condensed the power of his right hand to form an energy projectile that expressed his meager hope of defying fate. In the far reaches of outer space, the starlight seems to be obscured by a mysterious mist, and only two figures stand out in the depths of the universe. They were suspended face to face in the void, and there was silence all around, except for their gaze communicating the signal of an impending battle. This scene, for many beings in the universe, may be a fleeting picture, but for them, it is a duel of fate and glory. One of the men was dressed in a gorgeous gold, silver, and white trench coat, making him look like he was shining with the stars in the universe. At this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised seemed to show ease and anticipation for the upcoming battle. On the other side, there is the petite but beautiful female Scion. Who else but them can accept AMOSXI's orders in this distant universe? That's right, they are the Great Heavenly Official and GNEI who was rescued by the Great Heavenly Official. At this moment of tense confrontation, a voice pierced the silence of the universe, "This young man is quite brave. It is truly a descendant of the bloodline of Lord AMOSXI." The Great Heavenly Official expressed his sincere admiration for the Scion. GNEI immediately realized that the Great Heavenly Official was referring to Bardock. She knew that the Great Heavenly Officer might be the only one who could save her husband, Bardock. So, she clenched her hands nervously and pleaded eagerly, "Lord Heavenly Official, what did you just say? Didn't you come to save us on the orders of your lordship? Please, save Bardock." Her tone was full of pleading and worry. Facing Gina's anxiety, the Great Heavenly Official smiled lightly and comforted her, "Don't worry, everything is under control." His voice was calm and firm, and GNEI couldn't help but feel a little comforted in his heart. Although a fierce battle is coming, the presence of the Great Heavenly Official means that hope still exists among the stars. Frisia sat inside his small round craft, his eyes locked on Vegeta, surrounded by crimson clouds. He let out a maniacal laugh constantly, and the distinctive ho-ho-ho sound echoed through the space, as if to herald the destruction of the planet. This galactic overlord has sent tremors to countless galaxies and terrorized the entire universe. Then Frisia's finger slowly stretched out, and it tapped softly towards the void, and the dark purple light danced on his fingertip with an ominous sign. The point of light began to expand, expanding astonishingly rapidly, and in just an instant, it had grown from the size of a peanut to a huge ball of super energy, with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, like a new star, and there was an extra bit of light in the dark universe that did not belong here. This is Frisia's ultimate ability, the Planet Destroyer. A terrorist attack that could turn a thriving planet into nothingness with the flick of his finger. Frisia's arrogant voice was filled with contempt for life and ecstasy for destruction. Scions, you worms who don't know the height of the sky, let you and your planet disappear into the dust of the universe. On Vegeta, all the living beings on Vegeta could only look up at the energy ball full of death in the air at this last moment. As the messenger of destruction approaches the atmosphere, the terrifying energy it brings kicks in, and the storm rags across the planet's surface, as helpless and hopeless as Judgment Day. As the ball of energy approached, the atmosphere was violently pushed open, and the sky seemed to be cut through a crack, revealing a second blazing sun. The scorching energy radiated ignited the clouds floating in the air, forming a sea of fire. The mountains, rivers, and urban buildings on Vegeta are all shrouded in the fiery red of this apocalypse. If this ball of energy containing the power of destruction does fall, then Vegeta, the homeland of the former Scion warriors, will disappear from the universe, along with its history, civilization, and memories, all of which will be reduced to nothingness. Chapter 21. At that moment, Bardock's body gathered the last of its strength and sent out the most powerful shockwave of his life. That power, as if to tear the cracks of the universe, unprecedented turbulence and despair, contains love for children and grandchildren, anger against enemies, and the deepest love for life. However, it was an ironic tragedy that was played out, and the shock wave with strong emotions was absorbed by Frisia's energy ball, as if his efforts and counterattacks had nourished the strength of his opponent. At this time, the sky of Vegeta was shrouded in distorted light, and Bardock was also hit by the terrifying ball of energy that had destroyed countless planets and lives. With a piercing roar, Bardock felt as if his body was about to be completely dismembered, and his life force was passing rapidly. Even as he was dying, a vision flashed through Bardock's mind. He saw Kakarot, his son, and hope for the future. In that vision, Kakarot was fighting Frisia, brave and strong. Looking at this scene, the corners of Bardock's mouth showed a smile of smugness and relief. He whispered, "Kakarot," as if to tell his children that the hope of the future is in him, and the flame of revenge will not be extinguished. With a deep hatred for Frisia and full expectations for his son, Bardock's consciousness gradually blurred, and along with the planet Vegeta, he was consumed by a merciless force. However, the universe is full of countless unknowns and transitions. As Bardock's life wore out, a force from the abyss of time and space suddenly enveloped him, a temporal rift created by a powerful explosion. His body, being swallowed up by this force, is being pulled into an unknown journey. The great heavenly official, who was originally going to pay attention to the outcome of this disaster, noticed an abnormality at a critical moment. There was a hint of shock in his clear jade eyes, the movement of his fingers resting on the spatial barrier stiffened, and a sudden energy sensing surprised him a lot. The great heavenly official's face showed a thoughtful expression, and he said in a deep voice, "Hey, this kind of energy is actually a space-time rift." He knew that this meant that an extraordinary event was happening in a corner of the universe, and Bardock's fate might also have unprecedented changes because of this. "Your Bardock is safe and sound, Miss Janine?" The calm voice of the great heavenly official reached Himaniai's anxiously waiting ears, and it seemed to instantly dissolve the uneasiness in her heart. "I'll take you somewhere else, I'm sure there's someone you want to meet," the great Tenkan replied after a long time, and he smiled when he saw Jinei's anxious face. A flash of surprise flashed in Jimenez's eyes, followed by unbelievable joy. "Great, that's great. Where are you taking me?" "Could it be Bardock?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. The name was like a distant and warm home to her, a place she had always longed to hug again. The great heavenly official did not respond directly, but only smiled mysteriously. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and the staff in his hand appeared. He waved his staff slightly, and a magic circle shimmered with light appeared under his feet. As he moved, the staff began to release a faint glow, enveloping him and Himini, and taking him on a journey through time and space. Soon after, a fiery red planet came into view. Its fiery red glow striking in the depths of the universe. Himine's eyes were fixed on the planet, and his heart was beating faster, as if he could clearly hear his every breath. Is this fiery planet? But that doesn't make sense. It should have been destroyed by Frisia's destructive bomb, so how could Vegeta still exist? How could this be Vegeta? Himine muttered to himself, clearly still in shock, unable to accept the fact immediately. You guessed it partly, the original name of the planet Vegeta you mentioned was Planet Plant, and the inhabitants were a group of peace-loving plants. However, it was later invaded by the Scions, so it was renamed Planet Vegeta. Your Bardock travels back in time to the planet Plant because of the space-time rift created by Vegeta's explosion. The great heavenly official explained with a smile. What? Can you travel to the past? Lord Celestial Official, let's hurry up. Unable to hide her excitement, her heart was filled with eagerness to see Bardock. With an unchanging smile, the great heavenly official seemed to have experienced the composure and wisdom of countless such experiences, and then immediately unleashed his mysterious and powerful abilities. Himine felt the starry sky around her distort, the quicksand of time flowing beneath her feet. Together with the great heavenly official, she traveled through the vast sea of stars and flew towards the planet known as Plant. I'm so sorry. I don't mean anything, I just want to see Bardock. After calming himself, Gnei immediately bowed and apologized to the great heavenly official. Her eyes were sincere and not fake, so her humble attitude and frank explanations made one involuntarily feel that she was not threatening. Chapter 22. The great heavenly official smiled at Gnei tolerantly, and his tone was full of resonance. It's okay, I understand your feelings. This unfathomable heavenly official not only has an incomparable ability to tolerate and understand, but also has an extraordinary ability to influence the past and the future. In the course of their conversation, an imperceptible fluctuation surged in the air, as if something was quietly changing. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the great heavenly official, and he suddenly stopped the comforting words that he was about to speak, and said to himself with a serious expression, "It's really strange, has time changed?" His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate time and go deep into an unknown realm that made him ponder. Afterwards, the great heavenly official immediately observed the silver-white ball on the staff. He soon realized that this was not a natural change, but a deliberate interference. There is no doubt that this was a premeditated act of sabotage. The great heavenly official's face suddenly became serious, and he said firmly, "Someone wants to arrest Bardock, we have to stop them. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain to Lord AMOSXI." As soon as the words fell, the two men had disappeared into the glow, apparently moving quickly. Ji was nervous and confused like never before, and she didn't know what was happening, and she didn't dare to ask more. She knew that there was only silence at this moment, and silently prayed for the safety of Bardock in her heart. She knows in her heart that her actions may be irreparable, but she still has a glimmer of hope and is determined to fight for love to the end. On the planet Plant, two people are fighting. One of them emitted a golden glow, while the other emitted a purple glow. However, the one who glowed with the golden light clearly had the upper hand. It was in this fierce battle that Bardock faced off against Zilda, a cosmic man who resembled Frisia. Despite his excellent combat skills, Zilda is no match for the power of Super Saiyan Bardock. After several encounters, Bardock repeatedly crushed Zilda, leaving him badly wounded and embarrassed. Eventually, Bardock summoned all his strength and smashed a huge air bomb at Zilda. With a loud bang, the air bomb exploded and sent Zilda out of the planet in an instant, flying towards the depths of the endless universe. This thrilling battle ended with Bardock's absolute victory. What people? Bardock looked around warily. He hadn't learned to sense the aura, but with his keen intuition, he still sensed as if someone was nearby. He. Myra, go catch this guy. Tova slowly walked out of the shadows with Myra, following Tova's orders. Tova is a scientist in the Dark Demon Realm and the younger sister of Dapra, the king of the Demon Realm, with a red robe, black stockings, and red high heels. Myra is an artificial human created by Tova, with white hair on blue skin, red pupils, and pointed ears, and her general physical characteristics are common to Tova. A tall and strong man, with a mechanical device in his body that also carries an artificial human, is also a unit of biotechnology, and the elements of both sides of the control science like 17 and 18 are programmed into a unique individual. You want to catch me, it's not that easy. Bardock replied, sneering. With a quick wave of his arm, he sent out a Qigong wave and threw it directly at Myra. However, Myra raised her hand easily and sent the Qigong wave flying. This guy is too weak, Tova, can he really help us? Myra asked in a mocking tone, but Tova didn't respond to him. Don't underestimate me. Bardock roared angrily, his muscles bulging, instantly raising his combat power to the highest point. He kept attacking, all of them raining down on Myra like a torrential rain. However, in Myra's eyes, Bardock's attack was as insignificant as an ant. Bardock's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt a strong threat in the face of this sudden enemy. However, instead of flinching, he rose head-on. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out, and Myra gracefully waved her arms and attacked Bardock seemingly lightly. Bardock, on the other hand, gave it his all and tried to fend off Myra's attack. Myra easily defused Bardock's attack, his body acting as an impregnable fortress, making Bardock's attack unable to do any damage. Bardock roared angrily, constantly changing the way he attacked, trying to find Myra's flaws. However, no matter how he attacked, Myra was able to defuse it with ease. However, the difference in strength is there after all. Despite his best efforts, Bardock still seemed helpless and small in front of Myra. Every attack was easily defused by Myra. Every time the defense is so vulnerable to Myra's attack. Bardock's heart was full of unwillingness, and he didn't understand why he was so vulnerable. He didn't understand why he seemed so powerless in front of Myra. Chapter 23. Bardock finally felt the pressure, and his attacks were no longer able to do any damage to Myra. He began to wonder if he would be able to defeat Myra and if he would be able to escape the catastrophe. Bardock began to use the prince style, and his Qigong waves poured down towards Myra like a storm, and Mila easily dissolved Bardock's Qigong waves. However, he did not give up. He gritted his teeth tightly, used all his strength, and continued to fight Myra. He knew that only in this way would he be able to find a silver lining. Only then will it be possible for him to escape from Myra's hands. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and surprise began to appear in Myra's eyes. He didn't expect that this man, who was like an ant in his eyes, would be able to hold out for so long. Myra's heart was as calm as water, and there were no mood swings. The corners of his mouth went up, showing a sneer, and he intensified his attack. He wanted to make the man understand that his resistance was futile, and that in Myra's eyes, he was like an insignificant ant, which could be easily pinched to death at any moment. Bardock's body began to fatigue, and his attacks began to appear inadequate. However, his eyes were full of determination. He knew that there was no way back. He could only move forward and continue to fight. The battle between the two continues, and Myra is not doing her best, but Bardock is doing her best. However, the result was already sealed, and Bardock could not overcome Mila. Under Myra's powerful attack, Bardock was knocked into the air, like a helpless bird unable to find a harbor to hide in the torrential rain. Faced with a fatal blow that lasted for a few seconds, Bardock finally couldn't bear it anymore and withdrew from his Super Saiyan form, falling powerlessly like a ragdoll to the land of battle. Well, it doesn't look like you're very strong. Tova, what's the point of capturing this guy? Myra, don't underestimate the scions. The scion body contains great potential power. Although Bardock cannot be compared to that person, he also has certain particularities as a descendant of that person's bloodline. If properly reformed and brainwashed, he can also relieve us of some of the burden. Bardock struggled to his feet, but he felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, and every attempt was accompanied by intense pain. He listened to the conversation between the two, and his heart was filled with anger at his own incompetence. Damn! It's a shame, he muttered to himself. He had just killed Zilda, thinking that he was an invincible super scion. But who is the man that woman is referring to? Is he also a scion? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. His heart was full of doubts, but more of anger and unwillingness. What if? If only I could get stronger. His voice grew quieter, and he wasn't even sure if he could actually get stronger. However, there is a voice deep within him that tells him that he needs to become stronger, or he will not be able to protect all that he holds dear. The voice was faint, but it resounded firmly in his heart. Bardock was immersed in the memories of his deceased wife and son, their faces coming to his mind, and his concern and anxiety for them were deeply imprinted in his heart. He understands that he can't let them down, he can't let them see his weakness and incompetence. He had to be strong. And for their sake he had to show his courage and determination. Bardock looked up at the starry sky, his eyes shining with determination. He knows that he still has a long way to go, but he also believes that as long as he does not give up his hard work, the faith and determination in his heart, he will be able to overcome any difficulties and challenges. I'm going to get stronger. Bardock's voice echoed through the night, full of determination and confidence. Bardock clenched his fists, his heart filled with determination and strength. Because he's Bardock, he's a super scion. He has an indomitable spirit and great strength, and as long as he is willing to challenge himself, to overcome the fear and helplessness in his heart, he can become stronger. Having ended the conversation, Myra slowly walked towards Bardock, ready to stun him and take him back to Tova for transformation. It was at this moment that an incredible thing happened. Bardock's anger reached its peak, and his whole body exuded a breath of golden energy. A steady stream of power poured out from the depths of his body, making Bardock stand strong. The moment he transforms into a super scion, his aura is powerful enough to shake everything around him. There was a determined glint in his eyes, and through his anger, his obsession with justice and his contempt for evil could be seen. This interweaving of emotional forces makes him seem even more heroic and fearless. However, the battle in front of him remained severe. He had to face this challenge with strength and courage, and he was incomparably determined for the sake of his faith. After taking a deep breath, he rushed straight forward, ready for a new round of battle. Chapter 24. As he rushed forward, he felt his body filled with strength and determination. His heart was filled with conviction, and he knew that he could overcome any odds, no matter how difficult the battle ahead of him. The confrontation between Tova and Myra caused tension in the air. Tova's brow furrowed, and she didn't look happy in the face of Myra's provocation. Myra replied in a playful tone, "Oh, and strength, it seems to give me more fun." Tova was unhappy with Myra's delay, and she snapped, "Don't make a fuss, Myra, get rid of Bardock quickly." There was impatience in her tone, but she didn't appreciate Myra's game. However, Myra did not respond to Tova's words. Purple-black flames flashed in his eyes, which was a sign that he was serious, and his body began to burn with the same color of anger, like a demon in the dark, ready to inflict a fatal blow on his opponent. Bardock watched the conversation between the two as his mood turned from excitement to heaviness. He realizes that even though he has become stronger, he still seems powerless in front of Myra. He had expected the challenge to give him strength, but now he felt a deep chill. However, despite the frustration he felt, Bardock did not give up. He knows that this is the only way for him to grow, and only in this way can he really become stronger. He decided to give it his all, even though he knew it might fail, he wanted to try. As the battle continued, the offensive and defensive battles between Bardock and Myra became more and more intense. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, and every impact made the ground tremble. Their figures moved rapidly in the light, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. What is clear is that the gap between the two is so huge that even the Super Saiyan can't compete with it. Therefore, the battle did not last long, and even if Bardock resisted with all his might, it ended in less than half an hour. Bardock suffered so badly that he fell into a coma and fell underneath. "Is this the power of Super Saiyans?" Myra said dismissively. Tova hurriedly reminded, "Myra, don't waste time, come and help carry him away." At this moment, like a dreamy paradise, the colorful glow of the sun is stretched in the blue sky, like a painter on the horizon, swaying brilliant watercolors in the air, pouring down from the high skyline, covering the earth under a dazzling color. At this time, two figures walked slowly, and they seemed to complement this beautiful sky, which were the great heavenly official and Gnei. There was a faint smile on the corner of the great heavenly official's mouth, and the light of wisdom flashed in his eyes, and he spoke softly, with a hint of melodiousness in his voice, as if it was heavenly, "Hee, it seems that we came at the right time." "Who?" Tova and Myra reacted immediately, and Tova asked warily. "Who are you?" Myra asked, his tone full of confusion and disdain. The great Tenguin and Gnei did not pose any threat to him, especially Tova, whose expression was obviously terrified. However, it was too late to stop Myra from questioning. However, at this moment, the great heavenly official did not respond immediately, he just kept smiling, and that smile was like a calm lake, unfathomable. His silence seemed to foreshadow something, an incomprehensible mystery that made it impossible to grasp his true intentions. Ankani, her gaze moves between Myra and Bardock. Her heart occupied by anxiety and fear. When she saw that Bardock was unconscious and seriously injured, she could not hold back the pain in her heart, and cried out, "Bardock, how are you?" and her voice was full of worry and pain, which was a deep concern for her lover. With Bardock unconscious, Gnei could no longer control her emotions. She asked the great heavenly official for help, and shouted in a trembling and crying voice, "Great heavenly official, save Bardock!" Her voice echoed in the air, full of deep worry and anticipation for Bardock. When Myra heard this, she sneered disdainfully. It turned out that he was here for Bardock, it was a suicide. However, Tova quickly stopped him and whispered nervously, "Myra, don't say any more." She looked around, as if worried that the mysterious man was nearby. Myra was interrupted, looking confused, and he didn't understand why Tova was so nervous. The great heavenly official knew Tova's nervousness and unease, and he also knew that she was secretly observing, probing to see if the aura of Lord Shirakami appeared in this land. The great celestial official's assurances gave Hymenei some comfort. The Grand Celestial Officer assures her that he will stop Tova and Mareta from leaving Bardock. However, Tova's questioning caught him off guard. "Little girl, you seem to know my identity, don't you know that disturbing time and space is a felony in itself?" Chapter 25. Tova sneered, and she looked around, seemingly looking for the undetectable person. Then, she stared at the great heavenly official, her eyes flashing with a defiant light. "Of course I do. But if you intervene, the wheels of history will roll and countless lives will be lost. You are a great celestial official, you should understand your duty, and angels can't participate in battle." Under Tova's cynicism, the great heavenly official couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that what Tova said was the truth, but his heart would not allow him to sit idly by. He is a great celestial official, and his duty is to protect history and life. He couldn't let Tova and Myra just rewrite history and take Bardock with them. Even if it's just a parallel world. He must act to protect the authenticity of history and the balance of the universe. Although he can't interfere with the Nether, it seems that he can only order the King of Time to send an envoy to help. So, the great heavenly official decided to intervene in this matter. He told Tova that he would not let them succeed and that he would do his duty to protect history and life. Then, he prepares to launch an operation to stop Tova and Myra's plans. Tova sneered, looked at the great heavenly official, and secretly swore in her heart, "You will regret it, great heavenly official." She turned to leave, ready to find other ways to fulfill her plan. With the swing of Tova's staff, a spatial crack appeared in the starry sky, the depth and breadth of which were beyond the norm. Without hesitation, Myra jumped into it with Tova, and in an instant, their speed increased dramatically, and they left the space in an instant. Seeing Tova and Myra safely gone, the Grand Celestial Officer did nothing to stop them. As Tova said, as an angel, the great heavenly officials really cannot meddle in the secular world. The great celestial officer began to take action, and although he could not intervene directly in the affairs of the Nether, he issued a powerful spell to the King of Time, asking the King of Time to send an emissary to solve the problem. At that time, the king received a request from the great heavenly official, deeply understood the importance of the task, and immediately accepted the order. The boundary of time. Composed of dozens of different islands, large and small, it is a place full of mystery and fantasy. Here, the flawless blue sky and azure sky are floated with golden auspicious clouds, and the glow of the sun lingers and the fairy aura creates a dreamlike atmosphere. The islands below float green mountains and green waters like a fairyland, making people feel like they are in a world out of reach. The time realm is a place that transcends the timeline, and the power of time and space is everywhere around it. This power allows people to travel freely between different times and spaces, making this place full of endless possibilities and unknown surprises. In this mysterious world, each island has its own unique culture and life forms. Some islands are full of starry skies and huge ruins, while others are full of dense forests and mysterious creatures. Each island has its own unique story and history waiting to be explored and discovered. The time realm is a place full of fantasy and mystery that allows people to feel the infinite possibilities and beauty of life. Here, time is no longer a constraint, but a symbol of freedom and exploration. In the palace of the King of Time, the void space located above the sky, far away from the influence of the timeline, seems to be a blank area of time, with no beginning and no end, a real mysterious place. This place is located at the highest point of the time realm, the end and beginning of time, because the palace of the King of Time is located here, and its divine aura fills the entire space, making all the rules blurry and irrelevant. In this psychedelic colorful space, a cyan planet is suspended in the void, emitting a mysterious light. On this planet, the clouds and mist are shrouded, and the glow is enormous, and a magnificent palace with blue tiles and white walls, carved beams and paintings looms, as if it is a skillful work of art, quiet and solemn. Compared with the palaces of other kings in the universe, the palaces of the Kings of Time are more magnificent and luxurious, and at the same time, they are more arrogant and indifferent. On the main entrance of the shrine, there is a huge door plaque with only one word on it, time. This word is like the embodiment of time, symbolizing the power and existence of the King of Time. On the facade of this magnificent palace, there is a majestic gate that stands out. In addition, around the palace, there are 158 tiny water balls, each the size of a palm, which is undoubtedly a mysterious and important symbol. These water balls may have other special meanings, but they are not just ordinary decorations. The 12 water balls on the exterior of the Palace of the Kings, which herald the original 12 universes, are a symbol of mystery and majesty. However, the water balls that appeared around the Palace of the King of Time in front of him may represent 158 different time and space, which is a shocking assumption. This is not only reminiscent of the power and control of the King of Time, but also a deep awe of the complexity and diversity of time and space. Chapter 26. In the solemn and glorious palace, King Shi leaned on the throne, holding his chin, tall, wearing gorgeous clothes, delicate face and deep eyes, showing his majestic temperament. He wears an ornate golden time trench coat with intricately carved ornaments to symbolize his dominance in the time realm. His belt not only fixed the trench coat, but also wore a belt with the character she that represented his status, showing his status and majesty as the king of time. A beautiful and mysterious angel with snow-white hair, clear eyes, and a slender body, blue-green skin, and an attractive purple eye and lip color. There is a light blue ring on the back, and the outfit is the same as that of Bardas, and the robes and stockings are silver-white. Wearing white high heels with black solace. At the same time, she also wears a belt with the word big, showing the same noble status as the great priest. A female priest stood silently, her hands behind her back, staring ahead. Suddenly, she sensed a call from the depths of the unknown. She took out her staff, solemnly recited the command incantation of the great heavenly official, understood the importance of the task, and immediately began to carry it out. The female grand priest's face showed an expression of surprise and confusion, and her heart was full of questions. When did the great heavenly ruler descend to the nether? Could it be that Lord White God also descended with him? This mysterious and important event made her deeply confused. King Shi sensed the abnormal emotions of the female high priest. He opened his eyes, and asked calmly, "Gabrus, what happened?" His voice was full of concern and worry. "Lord Shi Wang, I have just received the call of the great heavenly official, and I feel a strong crisis that we need to take immediate action." The high priestess replied with a smile on her face, and she looked very calm. When the king heard this, he quickly stood up. He knew that they were facing an unknown challenge, and he needed to work with Gabriel to find out the truth of the matter and protect the peace of the nether. He said firmly, "Gabrus, we will act immediately, and no matter what difficulties we face, we will persevere to the end. For the peace and tranquility of the whole world, they will embark on a path full of unknowns and challenges." Overworld, Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, the cracks in the void became more and more obvious, and colorful lights intertwined and fell from the sky. As the light fell, everything around became clear, and three figures gradually emerged. One of them, a man in a gorgeous gold silk silver-white trench coat, a woman of short stature, and a tall man gradually appeared in the void and walked through the void. It is the great heavenly official, Gnei, the Batok who has been cured. After his wife Gnei's explanation, Bardock realized that the great heavenly official had come to save the two of them. Although they don't know what the identity of the great celestial official is, Bardock and Kenai feel very grateful that they have been given a chance to get out of their predicament. When Bardock and Jean see that the planet Vegeta has been destroyed, their hearts are filled with pain and complexity. For Bardock, the feeling was even stronger. His heart was full of anger, his eyes were full of anger. He vowed, "Frisia, you will pay for everything you have done, I will come to you," was his angry declaration and his vow of revenge. Bardock's love for his hometown was so deep that his heart was filled with anger and anguish when he saw the planet Vegeta reduced to ruins by Frisia's destruction. This anger is not pure anger, but a combination of deep love and hate. He hated Frisia for his cruelty, he hated him for destroying the planet he loved so much. Kenai saw Bardock's anger and pain and felt empathy. She is deeply in love with Bardock and the planet Vegeta, and she is angry and bitter at Frisia's cruelty. When Bardock decided to take revenge on Frisia, she did not stop him, but chose to support him. Faced with the destruction of the planet Vegeta, Bardock and Kenai are deeply saddened and angry. However, they were shocked when the great celestial officer advised them not to seek revenge immediately. Bardock questioned the high celestial official's suggestion, questioning whether he had any connection to Frisia. As his voice raised, his body began to release powerful energy, ready for battle. In the face of Bardock's questioning, the great heavenly official did not waver, but appeared very calm. Hymene clasped Bardock's hand and comforted him to stay calm. With doubts and dissatisfaction in her eyes, she asked the great heavenly officials why they didn't support their revenge. The grand celestial official replied with a smile, his voice full of mystery and unfathomable wisdom, the time has not come, because Frisia cannot be killed. Bardock asked in an angry tone, why? Frisia destroyed our planet and killed our race, and he must pay for his crimes. The great heavenly official replied, I can't reveal too much information, I'll take you to Lord AMOSXI, and you'll understand. This answer confused Bardock and Kani even more. They didn't know the true identity and purpose of the great heavenly official, nor did they know who Lord AMOSXI was. However, they sensed that the great heavenly ruler had not deceived them. So, they began to calm down and think about the true meaning of the great heavenly official's suggestion. They decided to follow the great celestial officer to meet Lord AMOSXI and uncover the truth of all this. Chapter 27. The Whole Universe. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, the Grand Priest and AMOSXI are located in a quiet place outside the palace of the king. The position where they stood was far from the palace, and only the tranquil space and the infinite universe surrounded them. With their backs to the palace, they seemed to be immersed in deep thought, their eyes revealing familiarity and alienation from the starry sky. In this quiet cosmic space, they seemed to have become eternal beings, echoing the vast starry sky. In front of them, a large transparent display floated in the air, showing the adventures of the great Tenguin, Bardock, and Hymene. Their conversations and emotional exchanges seemed to come alive on the screen. The archpriest withdrew his gaze and looked at AMOSXI. To everyone's surprise, AMOSXI still has descendants in this universe, which is as amazing as the scene just now. Now the high priest understood the reason behind AMOSXI's subtle anger. The grand priest chuckled lightly, easing the tension, and he asked half-jokingly, AMOSXI, if Bardock comes to the door, aren't you afraid that he will pursue him? AMOSXI thought for a moment, then responded, I understand your concerns. We must understand that every decision is made to preserve the history, balance, and stability of the multiverse. If we focus on the grievances of just a few individuals, it may pose an even greater threat to the history, balance, and stability of the entire multiverse. They watched as the great celestial ruler on the screen, with Bardock and Hymene, was preparing to activate the teleportation, discussing the history, balance, and stability of the universe. In this multiverse, preserving history, balance, and stability is their shared responsibility and a constant goal. First, AMOSXI made a key point, the importance and value of the history, balance, and stability of the multiverse to the universe as a whole. He realized that the actions of even the tiniest universe could trigger a chain reaction that could have unpredictable effects on other universes. Each universe is a unique being, and its history cannot be easily erased or rewritten, AMOSXI said to the high priest, his eyes flashing with a search for the unknown and respect for order. We must remain meticulous and deliberate every decision to ensure that the historical lines of each universe are not distorted to maintain the overall balance of the multiverse. The high priest then expressed his misgivings about the decision. He worries that their decision may displease some people. However, he also understands that focusing too much on the grievances of individuals could pose a greater threat to the history and balance of the entire multiverse. Therefore, they need to consider how to balance the interests of all parties as much as possible while maintaining the history, balance, and stability of the multiverse. During the conversation, the remarks of AMOSXI and the High Priest reflect their sense of mission and dedication to the multiverse. They understand that they have a great responsibility, and that in order to preserve the history, balance, and stability of the multiverse, they must make difficult decisions and may even have to endure the resentment of some people. However, they are willing to give everything for the balance and stability of the multiverse. In short, the balance and stability of the multiverse requires everyone's dedication and contribution. In this multiverse, AMOSXI and the High Priest are important forces for history, balance, and stability, and their decisions and actions will have a profound impact on the future of the multiverse. Everyone has a responsibility to maintain the balance and stability of this multiverse. Let's work together to contribute to the future of the multiverse. AMOSXI and the High Priest stared silently at the screen, contemplating their shared responsibilities and goals. After a while, the High Priest sensed something and smiled and said, they're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly shattered and rippled like water. Not far ahead, a mysterious force stirred the space, and suddenly colorful lights burst out, and countless brilliant lights were like naughty children, chasing and playing in the air, one after another, gathering into one. Everything around was eclipsed by this force. As the light vanished, 3 figures gradually emerged in the void. A gorgeous man, dressed in a white trench coat inlaid with gold and silver, walked steadily towards us with a diminutive woman and a tall man. Bardock and Hymene were full of vigilance, and they followed closely behind the great celestial official, their eyes vigilantly exploring around. Even though it was the first time they had arrived in this strange place in the universe, their curiosity did not reduce their vigilance, and their gaze was like that of a countryman entering the city, and everything around them seemed novel. However, when they sensed the presence of Lord Yamathi, that huge aura like a mountain, they couldn't help but stop. Bardock and Kani wonder what the sacredness of this being, known as AMOSXI, is. They felt a tremor deep in their veins, as if it were the instinctive fear passed down from their ancestors, and the fear in their hearts made their steps heavy. They seemed to be facing not only a strong man, but also the embodiment of the vast universe and the great power of the beginning of creation. The presence of Yamathi made all the creatures who knew him fearful, and even strong people like Bardock and Jine, under his aura, could not suppress the trembling in their hearts. Chapter 28. Yamossi's eyes were as sharp as a cold star, and he looked at Bardock and Gnei, who were suppressed by the power of his own bloodline, and a trace of inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Bardock and Kenai were pale and sweaty, their knees almost broken, and they were completely subdued by the power of Yamoxi's blood, unable to move. In Yamossi's eyes, however, he seemed to be able to read a tragic determination. In Bardock's veins, there seems to be a secret connected to AMOSXI, a power that, though much more immature, is no less powerful and ancient. Yamossixi wondered in his heart, is this the descendant of his distant bloodline? His brow furrowed slightly, and he had an indescribably complicated feeling about the way his bloodline continued in time and space. Just as Yamathi was deep in thought, the great heavenly official slowly walked to his side, smiled and stretched out his hand, as if lightly touching the air, and the power of the oppressive blood began to dissipate. The great heavenly official turned to Yamossixi and said with a pleasant face, "Lord Yamossixi, please restrain your bloodline, the two of them can't withstand the power of such a powerful bloodline." Yamossixi looked at the great heavenly official, and a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. He knew that if it weren't for the timely action of the great heavenly official, Bardock and Gnei might have been seriously injured by the impact of the power of the bloodline. Yamossixi immediately reigned in his bloodline, and Bardock and Jean were relieved of their suppression. In an instant, Bardock and Kenai felt the gravity on their bodies return, and the two of them could no longer support it and collapsed to the ground. They were relieved, but they still felt the exhaustion and pain from the impact of their blood, and they could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath, as if their bodies were about to be hollowed out. When Bardock heard the voice, he immediately looked up, his gaze fixed on the tall man's face. The man, dressed in a golden belt with the word saint and a white trench coat, stood majestically in front of him. Despite his fear, a strange sense of intimacy welled up in his heart. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then finally had the courage to ask, "You? Are you Lord AMOSXI?" The voice echoed through the vast temple, as if even the air had frozen. His instincts told him that the great heavenly ruler in front of him had some kind of indescribable connection with him. But Yamossixi did not answer Bardock's question directly, but just looked at him fixedly, his eyes shining with an incomprehensible light. This silence made Bardock's heart even more frightened and confused. He sensed that it was not just the awe of a superior being, but the resonance of some mysterious corner in the depths of his blood, but he didn't know how to explain it all. Yamossixi understood Bardock's doubts, but he chose to remain silent and did not directly admit their blood relationship. The silence at this moment, like the clouds of a storm, makes one feel a tense atmosphere pervade the air. Seeing this situation, the great heavenly officer and the great divine officer did not bother. AMOSXI conveyed instructions to the great heavenly officials, "Let them follow us, and we will return to the Holy Realm." Then he turned to the high priest and thanked him in a firm and polite tone, "Thank you, high priest, for your warm hospitality. And please help me convey my greetings to the king." The grand priest replied with an unchanging smile on his face, "You're welcome, AMOSXI. I hope you will come here often, and I and the king will be here to welcome you. Before you leave, though, I suggest you investigate the seventh universe and you might find something surprising." AMOSXI's expression showed a hint of curiosity. "Surprising? Is there anything special about the seventh universe?" He instructed the great heavenly officer to explore the seventh universe in order to set off and return as soon as possible. The great heavenly official was well aware of the importance of the task, and nodded in agreement. "Lord AMOSXI, please wait for a moment." Adhering to the supreme divine power, the great heavenly official crosses the barrier between the starry sky and time, and does not need to return immediately to report the new discoveries in his hands. Soon after, the great heavenly official returned, returning with a satisfied smile on his face. "Lord AMOSXI, a planet has been discovered in the seventh universe, and its name is Wampa. A father and son scion were found there, and it was interesting to note that another young scion actually had a super bloodline." Hearing this, AMOSXI was a little surprised, and thought to himself, "It turned out to be Broly, I almost forgot." The old version of Broly shows brutal and extremely destructive traits, and has an extraordinary talent for fighting, but his mind is deeply corrupted by darkness. In contrast, the new version of Broly, a young scion with a supernatural bloodline, has a clear and transparent heart. AMOSXI seems to see an existence that surpasses Super Scion God, and Blue. The image of Paragus in the new version is different from the old one. The use of electric currents on the ship is only to prevent Broly from causing trouble so as not to anger Frieza. This behavior can be seen as an educational method rather than malicious harm. At other times, Paragus was mainly there to help Broly regain his senses, teach him how to get along with people, and keep him safe. These actions show that Paragus can be considered a responsible and good father. Chapter 29. Paragus, the character from the old version, has great ambitions. In order to achieve his ambition to conquer the entire universe, he resorted to underhanded means by implanting a control device in his forehead to manipulate Broly. His real purpose is not just to invite Vegeta to become king, but to use Broly's great power to achieve the conquest of the entire universe. AMOSXI's eternal eyes pierced through the mists of time and space, pondering the fate of Paragus and Broly. The story of these two scions is tragic, full of battles and struggles for survival, while Broly has amazing potential that has never been fully unleashed. AMOSXI realized that the appearance of the father and son could have a huge impact on history. But if it is handled properly, it can also be an opportunity for powerful forces to compete. While big trends can't be changed, small trends can. After much deliberation, AMOSXI decided to create a whole new stage for their future. At the right time, the whole king will hold a power conference in a few decades. AMOSXI believes that Broly can show his strength at this conference, and that his power can be properly used in an orderly environment, and at the same time, it will not disturb the basic order of the universe. He decisively ordered the Grand Celestial Officer to bring the father and son back from their lonely journey. The great heavenly official understood AMOSXI's intentions and agreed with a smile without hesitation. "Yes, Lord AMOSXI, wait a moment." Then, the great heavenly official waved his staff and opened the space-time hole leading to the present world. This hole appeared in space, and with it, a distortion of space-time. Through this hole, he pinpointed the wandering Paragus and Broly, and teleported them back to the current plane. Deep in the northern galaxy, a galaxy's nebula dust is dense and dense, like a huge shroud, blocking the light from distant star fields, making the entire starry sky look dim. In this chaotic asteroid region, a pale yellow planet floats lonely in space, quietly searching for its presence in the endless darkness. Wampagin. A planet forgotten by the universe and unfit for life, threatened by intense storms half the time, there are some dangerous monster creatures that can appear at any time and attack their prey. Click, click, click. The earth trembled, and subterranean reptiles appeared, piercing the hard rock with their sharp arthropods and making it limp. Snort. A terrifying spider creature called the Wampastar Predator, their claws and powerful attack abilities will scare anyone. Even the bravest people will not be able to fight hordes of such creatures. At this time, the spider monsters set out en masse to hunt the scene of Baya, who was covered in green hair and was huge. Both creatures are natural predators, prey on each other, and survive in harsh environments. In the pit, Baya felt furious, and he tried to attack the black spider monster, hoping to get nourishment from it. The battle between the two was like flints colliding, causing the ground to rattle as if the foundations of the world were trembling. In the rudimentary cave, Paragus and young Broly suddenly felt the ground shake violently, and they had to hide in the cave. However, they were shocked to find that there was a brilliant light blooming on their bodies, and they were completely speechless. Immediately after, their figures instantly turned into a beam of fluorescence, and then disappeared without a trace. At that moment, heavy footsteps and a familiar shout burst through the silence, awakening them from their stupor. Paragus. The voice was familiar and urgent. The two of them turned abruptly, their eyes piercing through the dust. When his gaze fixed on the figure of the caller, Paragus's face changed, and he blurted out in surprise, "Bardock, could it be that King Vegeta sent him to hunt down Broly, and why won't he let us go?" Paragus's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the resentment accumulated over the years of escape and forbearance seemed to have found an outlet for an explosion in this instant. At this time, Bardock and Jean were a little puzzled by the anger of Paragus. They were completely unaware that their presence would cause such a misunderstanding. After Paragus learned from Bardock and Kenai the reason why Lord Yamosi had just ordered the great heavenly official to use the spatial divine power to rescue them, they were filled with awe and doubts about Lord AMOSXI's existence. Lord Yamosi's gaze slowly shifted from their faces to that of Bardock and Kenai, his voice low and firm, revealing an irresistible authority. He said to them, "I know you have a lot of problems, but not now." Yamosi's words reveal a powerful and majestic identity. Paragus and Bardock made eye contact, showing understanding and acceptance of Lord Yamosi's decision. They bowed deeply in respect. They could feel the majesty and determination of Lord AMOSXI, which filled them with awe of him. Chapter 30. At the time of farewell, Yamosi said to the great shrine, "Great priest, there will be a period later." His tone revealed anticipation and trust for the future. The great shrine also responded, "Yamathi, you are the same, you will come more often in the future, and I and the whole king are here to welcome you." He was full of respect and commitment to Yamosi's words. Paragus, Bardock, and Jean began to think, wondering the true identity and bloodline of Lord AMOSXI. They are acutely aware that they still have a lot to explore. After returning to the sacred realm, the couple of Paragus and Bardock felt that it was difficult to calm their hearts. At first, they were confused and dissatisfied with Lord AMOSXI's orders, and did not understand why they were being brought back to the Holy Realm. However, as time passed, they began to understand the far-reaching meaning behind Lord AMOSXI's intentions and decisions. According to the great heavenly official's explanation, the Holy Realm is a world with an extremely strict hierarchy, and Lord AMOSXI stands at the highest point, inheriting the wisdom and strength of Lord Shirokami, and is the master of the internship, and the object of all living beings. His wisdom and foresight determined the fate of the entire world. Although Paragus and Bardock once lived in the mortal world, they still have many mysteries about the Holy Realm to be answered. They were brought back to the sacred realm because Lord AMOSXI was the ancestor of all their scions, which made their status even more special in the sacred realm. During their days in the sacred realm, Paragus and Bardock had many face-to-face conversations with the great heavenly officials. Each conversation inspires them, as if a new door has been opened. They began to understand that there was a far-reaching consideration behind every decision made by Lord AMOSXI. First of all, Lord AMOSXI is determined to maintain harmony and balance in the whole world. They know that any small deviation can trigger an irreversible chain reaction that can endanger the whole world. In order to maintain harmony and balance in the world, Lord AMOSXI had to make some decisions that seemed draconian but were actually necessary. Secondly, AMOSXI attaches great importance to the course of history. They know that history is not just a record of the past, but also a guide to the future. They have an in-depth understanding of the course of history in order to better predict the future and make decisions accordingly. Through these conversations, Paragas and Bardock came to understand the profound meaning behind Lord AMOSXI's decision. They began to understand that every decision made by Lord AMOSXI was aimed at maintaining harmony and balance in the whole world and ensuring that the course of history could run smoothly. These realizations made them change their attitude towards Lord AMOSXI 180 degrees, and they began to be in awe of Lord AMOSXI's wisdom and vision, and they also cherished their time in the Holy Realm even more. In their daily lives, the Paragas, father and son, and Bardock have gained a lot. AMOSXI handed them over to the great heavenly ruler for training, and after training and guidance, their strength and wisdom were significantly improved. In the cultivation room, in order to seek a breakthrough for herself, AMOSXI began to think about a problem: how to integrate the primeval form into the normal. All along, AMOSXI was obsessed with the quest for power, obsessed with the power of the primeval form. He saw this power as the most indispensable weapon. Gradually discovering that the power of the transformation, while powerful, could not last. The rebound after each transformation cost him a great price. His body was exhausted and his strength was exhausted, which made him begin to reflect on his dependence on this power. Transformation doesn't last, normalcy is king. AMOSXI was in the training room, sitting like a wise man, and a flash of wisdom surrounded him. He began to understand that true strength does not lie in the burst of the moment, but in the ordinary daily training, solid foundation, and enduring perseverance. So, AMOSXI decided to change the way he trained. He began to try to integrate the power of transformation into his daily training, slowly accumulating and transforming that little bit of power. He seeks to transform momentary power into lasting power. It's been a long and challenging process, but AMOSXI is determined to take on the challenge because he believes that normalcy is king. In this way, AMOSXI continued to hone himself in the training room, constantly challenging new limits, and every breakthrough brought him one step closer to his goal. Through constant effort, AMOSXI has found his own path, and he understands true power, which is not only temporary strength, but also permanent tenacity in the normal world. For AMOSXI, normalcy is king. Somewhere in the vast universe, a child named Kakarot was born in some kind of race. Due to his failure to inherit strong combat abilities, he was recognized as a junior fighter. According to Scion tradition, warriors like Kakarot were usually sent on missions of conquest on minor planets. However, Bardock foresees the imminent destruction of Vegeta and decides to secretly send Kakarot to Earth far away from Scion to protect him from future disasters. Chapter 31. In a dense forest on Earth, the old martial artist Son Gohan lives alone. One day, he stumbles upon a fallen capsule, in which the young Kakarot is lying. Son Gohan adopted him and gave him a new name, Son Goku. At the same time, in the temporal temple of the Holy Realm, Kakarot's mother, Himene, suffers from the loss of her son. As night fell, the twinkling stars touched the emotional keys in her heart, making her memories and longing for her son even stronger. In the depths of her heart, there was always a voice telling her that her son must be alive and eager to be reunited with her. One day, Himene finally made up her mind to take action. With unprecedented courage, she knelt before the great heavenly official, full of maternal love, and asked to be able to visit her son in the lower realm. Bardock, Kakarot's father, was greeted by complex and inexplicable emotions when he learned of Himene's decision. As a scion, Bardock has always been extremely resolute, but his care for his son is a weak point in his heart. He decides to accompany Hymenaea to the child who was sent to a lower planet. So, Bardock and Jinna stood solemnly in front of the great heavenly official, waiting for his approval. The great heavenly official's eyes are sharp, and he knows the character traits of the scions, and at the same time, he also understands that the balance of the nether realm cannot be broken. He told them that they were not to visit Kakarot in the nether, and they were not to interfere with anything. The two parents nodded respectfully, their hearts filled with disappointment. At the same time, as members of the Scion family, the Paragas father and son heard about the couple's decision and were full of curiosity and anticipation. So they asked to be able to come along and witness the moment. The great heavenly official deeply understands their inner entanglements and reluctance. He waved his staff, and immediately a large transparent display appeared in the sky. On this screen, the appearance of the earth is clearly visible. In the middle, the figure of Monkey King slowly emerged, Kakarot. Father and son, Kani, Bardock, and Paragas, their eyes widened as they saw Gaku playing with the monkey by a clear stream and watching him run through the mountains. They witnessed his joy and sweat as he learned martial arts with son Gohan. What they saw was a lively, cute, and hard-working child. Despite being rated as a low-level warrior and abandoned, Gaku lives a life full of joy and love on Earth. He learned the essence of martial arts, which included the martial arts taught by son Gohan, as well as many other techniques that he himself created with his talents. Although the father and son of Kani, Bardock, and Paragas, they could only wait and see, but they also felt the light and potential emanating from Gaku. Hymenaea's tears slipped quietly. She had too many things in her heart to say to Gaku, too much love to give him, but she understood that she couldn't break the rules of the universe. She must learn to let go and let her son discover his own path and embrace his destiny. And Bardock, he saw not only his son, but also a scion who would become a great warrior. At that moment, he knew that even Kakarot, who was rated as a low-level fighter, would definitely shine brightly in the future. This meager belief was condensed in the heart of Bardock at the moment when he witnessed his son's growth. Although they were not able to meet Kakarot directly, in this way, they were also able to get a glimpse of their son's growth and changes. Thanks to the generosity of the great heavenly official, they were able to spend a short time with their son who was far away on Earth. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, until the display disappeared, and the great heavenly official said softly, "Okay, you have already seen it, I hope you have the answer in your hearts." Kani and Bardock were filled with gratitude, and they knew that although they could not be reunited with their son, this moment was enough. They felt with emotion the pride and comfort that their son had brought to them. They understood that even if they could not meet their son directly, Kakarot had found his way on Earth, and that his life would be filled with glory and determination. Seeing this, Paragas walked up to Bardock and patted him on the shoulder. "One day you will recognize each other." Bardock looked at Paragas, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Meanwhile, young Broly stood aside, looking curiously. There was a hint of innocence in his eyes. "This is the son of uncle and aunt," he thought to himself, and then smiled again. The hearts of Jean and Bardock have drifted to that distant world, longing for the day when they will recognize their son. Although this is only a tiny story in the universe, it is full of emotion and warmth. Time flies, and the starry sky is still shining. Sun Wukong didn't know that his relatives had been so close, but it was precisely because of his innocent gaze that he was destined to become one of the greatest martial artists in the universe. Although his family lived in a distant holy realm and could not meet him, their hearts were always closely connected to him. When Sun Wukong embarked on the path of martial arts and became the guardian of the earth and the pride of the Scions, their traditions and glory were also inherited and displayed in him. Chapter 32. 10 years later, on a sunny morning, Kakarot walked home happily with a huge fish on his back. The scales of the big fish shimmered enchantingly in the sunlight, while Kakarot's face bloomed with a satisfied smile. However, just as this harmonious picture was intoxicating, a strange car suddenly appeared in Kakarot's field of vision, speeding in his direction like an arrow. Kakarot's brow furrowed, bewildered by the car's incongruity with its surroundings. However, when the car slammed into the big fish, Kakarot's face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with alertness, and he mistakenly thought that it was someone who had come to rob him of his big fish, so he clung to a long stick and stood in the middle of the road guardedly. Everything went according to the plot. Bulma quickly explained her purpose to Kakarot. She is on the hunt for 7 magical Dragon Balls that are said to summon a true dragon and grant any wish of the summoner. Bulma already has 2 in her hands, and she uses a magical radar to track the location of the other Dragon Balls. Kakarot was very curious about all this. He had never heard of these magical beads before, but when he learned about their magical powers, he became interested in finding the Dragon Balls. Bulma discovers that Kakarot has great combat power and speed, so she decides to invite him to join him in the search for the Dragon Balls and asks for his help. Together, the two embark on an adventure. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, but with each other's wisdom and strength, they were able to overcome difficulties every time. Bulma's technique combined with Kakarot's powers makes for a perfect pair that not only helps them find more Dragon Balls, but also makes them close friends. Over time, Kakarot gradually learns the deeper secrets behind the Dragon Balls. Overall, Kakarot's encounter with Bulma is more than just an adventure in search of Dragon Ball, but also the story of a deep friendship between two people with completely different personalities and backgrounds. This journey not only changed their fate, but also taught them the meaning of friendship. The Holy Realm, the Temple of Time and Space. In the universe of the Holy Realm, there is a hidden temple of time and space. This temple is not only the intersection of time and space, but also a witness to the collision and integration of many civilizations. At its center is a large square that has witnessed countless histories and miracles. The appearance of the Temple of Time and Space is a multidimensional structure that is constantly rotating and twisting. Its surface is sometimes shimmering metallic, sometimes like a transparent crystal, and you can see the time sand flowing inside. The plaza is the heart of the temple and is a place where every visitor is amazed. The floor of the square is paved with colored bricks made of time sand, each representing a unique era. As long as you set foot on one of them, you will be able to travel back in time and experience everything there is to yourself. In the center of the square stands a huge clock whose hands rotate slowly, symbolizing the endless flow of time. The surrounding buildings are the crystallization of various civilizations. There are the pyramids of ancient Egypt, the castles of the Middle Ages, and the floating cities of the future world. They are not only buildings, but also symbols of time, telling the story of the glory and decline of those civilizations. The square is always bustling with life from different eras and planets. Some are exchanging knowledge, some are exchanging belongings, and some are looking for lost relatives or friends. Every life carries its own story, and in the process of sharing it with others, they weave a big story that transcends time and space. The Temple of Time and Space and its central square are not only a symbol of time and space, but also a manifestation of the endless exploration and pursuit of life. Every life that comes here is able to find its own direction, continue to move forward, and create its own story in the endless time and space. The great heavenly official standing in the square, his eyes are like the rays of the morning light, transparent and far-reaching. In the crowd, he first noticed 15-year-old Broly, a tall boy with extraordinary talent at first glance. His muscles are as hard as ancient rocks, with well-defined lines, like a masterpiece of nature's might, especially in the sun, with the glow of healthy skin. The great heavenly official's gaze lingered on Broly for a long time, and he was shocked in his heart, and the young man's potential and pure strength made all the elites present look sideways. Confused by his own strength, Broly knows that he is stronger than the average person, but when he is alone at night, the fear in his heart follows him. His power is powerful and unstable, and sometimes he even inadvertently hurts those around him. The great heavenly official clearly saw this, and he knew that Broly needed not only to improve his strength, but also to improve his dimensional and spiritual level in life in order to fully control his power. Therefore, the great heavenly official taught Broly some mysterious cultivation methods. He told Broly in a broad and motivating tone, "Power is a gift of the universe, but the truly strong are not those who have it, but those who know how to use it." Chapter 33. The great heavenly officer taught Broly how to perceive the flow of energy within himself, and how to channel and control these energies. Under his guidance, Broly began to cultivate, gradually realizing the true value of his powers. He learned how to stabilize and strengthen himself through deep breathing, how to meditate, and how to stabilize and strengthen himself through the perfect unity of body and consciousness. As time passed, Broly became more sophisticated in his cultivation. He quickly found the core of his power and learned how to regulate and harness it in a state of calm. Not only does he have complete control over his powers, but he is able to use them to the extreme. He learned to release powerful energies when necessary, while also knowing how to maintain inner peace and balance of power in his daily life. The great heavenly palace spoke highly of Broly's understanding, calling him gifted and extremely perceptive. Although not as demonic as AMOSXI, Broly's accomplishments are still impressive. After some time, Broly had made significant progress under the guidance of the great heavenly official. He is no longer the boy whose power is beyond his control, but has become a wise and stable young man. The great heavenly official said to him, "Broly, you have mastered your own power, but true growth is not only the ascension of strength, but the sublimation of the dimension of life. Strength is like a powerful fist, and only by persevering in the way of application can we truly achieve great achievements." The great heavenly official continued to guide Broly, making him understand that the mentality of a strong man should go beyond the power itself, and he should have a far-sighted vision and a sense of responsibility. The great heavenly official guided Broly to explore the deeper truth of the universe and find the meaning of life. Broly began to understand something beyond strength, humility, wisdom, and inner peace. He felt the connection between himself and the universe, and understood that the true purpose of power is to protect and love. His mind was purified and uplifted, and his dimension of life was sublimated. Finally, one day, Broly was standing in the middle of the square. Once again, he was in the spotlight, but this time, he had a radiance that came from within. He demonstrated his refined power with unprecedented precision and consistency. He is no longer a teenager who is swayed by power, but has transformed into a guardian who truly controls his own destiny and power. Bardock's perceptuality was no worse than that of Broly. Although he has experienced many twists and turns, he has always believed that behind the strength is more wisdom and understanding. The great heavenly officer nodded approvingly and said to Bardock, "You have understood that true strength is not just muscles and energy, but also the mind and wisdom. Only by continuously improving one's understanding can one truly improve the dimension of life and spirit." This sentence seemed to be a revelation in Bardock's life, and he became even more convinced that behind the power was indeed the need for wisdom and understanding. He began to realize that whether it was facing an external enemy or an inner struggle, he did not rely on a single force to break out, but had to use wisdom and understanding to deal with every challenge. Under the guidance of the great heavenly official, Bardock's cultivation entered a new realm. And his strength unconsciously made a qualitative leap. At the same time, the great celestial official's gaze shifted to Paragus. Paragus, as Broly's father, always wanted to make his name go down in history by nurturing his children, but his own savvy was actually not to be underestimated. Despite this, there is still a lot of room for improvement in Paragus's individual strength. The great heavenly official calmly walked up to his side and began to teach him a few esoteric cultivation secrets. These tips will not only help Paragus become a more effective warrior in battle, but will also give him a revolutionary boost in spirit. In the corner of the small courtyard, Himene was busy standing in front of the stove, meticulously cutting vegetables. The water in the pot was already boiling, and there was a hint of steam. The air is filled with the smell of the food that is about to be cooked, simple and unpretentious. She likes the little luck in life and is not interested in fighting, but her understanding is not bad. The great heavenly official walked slowly into this small courtyard. His calm and deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all appearances and look directly at everyone's soul. His presence didn't interrupt Jimenez's movements, and she remained focused on her dishes, as if all earthly things had nothing to do with her. The great heavenly official walked up to her side and said softly, "Gnei, fighting is not the whole of life. Your comprehension shows that the real power lies in understanding and acceptance. Only by understanding the true meaning of life can we truly improve the state of life." The words seemed to echo in the air before quietly dissipating. Gnei stopped the movement in her hand and slowly straightened her body. Her deep eyes met the great heavenly official, and at that moment, there seemed to be an invisible force flowing between the two. She knew very well that the great heavenly official would not come here for no reason, and there was no doubt that this noble great heavenly official must have something important to convey. Chapter 34. At the same time, in several other corners of the courtyard, there were 3 scions of the same clan who also heard the words of the great heavenly official. Each of them possesses amazing strength and combat potential, but they also all understand that power is not everything. They stopped the practice in their hands and looked in the direction of the great heavenly official. Seeing that the 4 of them had gathered, the great heavenly official slowly unveiled the mysteries of the dimension for them, and his voice was like the fluctuation of time and space, soft and far-reaching. Strength is not only physical, but more of the power of the mind and will. The body is finite and fragile, while the mind and will are infinitely strong. His words were like a beacon, illuminating a new path, and the 4 scions were all attracted by these words, and their minds seemed to follow the words of the great heavenly official to fly to the vast universe in search of those unknown secrets. The great celestial official then explained in detail how to make the mind, body, and mind fully one, how to adjust self-awareness through meditation, how to exercise the soul using breath and natural rhythms, and how to find peace of mind in the midst of endless battles. His guidance is like a melodious tune, guiding the scions present to explore a more profound realm of life. As the teachings deepened, the eyes of those scions seemed to open the door to a new world, and a light flashed in their hearts, and they began to understand that the true strength is not proved by endless destruction and conquest, but through a deep understanding and inner improvement of self and life. They gradually understand that the dimension of life is more important than the pursuit of strength, and the pursuit of inner peace and wisdom. Just as the great heavenly official was about to leave, he left his final advice: to improve the level of life, you need not only cultivation, but also understanding and experience. Life is a miracle of the universe, and it is only through experience, feeling, and understanding that you can truly grasp the meaning of life. His voice was like an ancient wind, gently blowing through everyone's heart, leaving a deep impression. The figure of the great heavenly official gradually dissipated into the air, just as silently as when he came. The courtyard was once quieter, but the 4 scions were no longer the same as before. They each fell into deep thought, and their minds began to wander in a long search for true strength and the meaning of life. Broly sat in meditation in the plaza to elevate his life. This process not only reveals the powerful energy in him, but also reveals to us how to improve our own life dimension. First and foremost, meditation is the key to Broly's ascension to the dimension of life. Meditation is a method of achieving calm, relaxation, and clear thinking through concentration and deep breathing. In meditation, we can turn our attention from the external world to our inner self. This allows us to be aware of and control our thoughts, emotions, and breathing. For Broly, sitting meditation helps him to focus, feel the source of his own life energy, and further elevate the dimension of life. For us, meditation is also a beneficial way to help us elevate our own dimension of life. Secondly, deep breathing in meditation also plays an important role in elevating the dimension of life. Deep breathing is the foundation of meditation. By breathing deeply, Broly is able to absorb more of his energy, filling his body and promoting the balance and flow of his energy. Deep breathing can also help to tone the physical and mental state, reduce stress, and improve concentration. Therefore, in meditation, we can also breathe deeply to enhance our own dimension of life. In addition, mindfulness and self-discipline are also indispensable elements for elevating the dimension of life. Mindfulness is about maintaining awareness of oneself and one's surroundings, as well as awareness and acceptance of one's own thoughts and emotions. Broly's ability to focus on his own vibrations in meditation is precisely because he is able to maintain mindfulness. In the same way, we can also improve our life dimension by maintaining mindfulness, being aware of our emotions and thoughts, and adjusting and controlling them appropriately. At the same time, self-discipline is also an important factor in improving the dimension of life. Self-discipline can help us stabilize our emotions, control our desires, develop healthy habits, and maintain balance and harmony in our body and mind. Sunlight shone down on the rolling hills, illuminating a verdant meadow. Suddenly, a small figure full of energy popped out of the grass, full of strength and vitality. Her little face was tense, like a kitten with a bowstring, exuding a force to be reckoned with. This little figure is the youngest daughter of Aaron, Bardock, and Kani. She is only 3 years old, but she has already shown extraordinary strength and courage. Aaron has an amazing talent, and she is born with a spirit of courage and fearlessness that comes from the heart. Despite her young age, she possesses the will and strength to fight no less than that of an adult. Her goal was to stand beside Broly, a giant-like being. Broly's rock-solid muscles were intimidating, but in Aaron's eyes, he was just a giant playmate, perfect to show off her recent martial arts. Chapter 35. Aaron moved quickly, slamming into Broly's chest like an arrow, trying to hurt him. Broly smiled, gently blocking Aaron's fist with his strong arms. Although he didn't want to really hurt the little guy, he also needed to show that even if it was child's play, there were rules. Aaron didn't succeed, but she was not discouraged in the slightest, quickly changing direction and rushing towards Broly's feet like a gust of wind. She hopes to gain an advantage with speed and agility to find gaps in Broly's defense. Broly instinctively lifted his feet and tried to swing the little one away, though he played with her softly, like with his childhood pet dog. As he weakened, Aaron struck Broly's knee, her tiny hand gripping Broly's trouser leg like a feller knocking down a tree. This little figure is Irene, who was born with the blood of a warrior. At just 3 years old, she has already shown incredible energy and potential. Aaron looked up, her face full of victorious pride. She stuck out her little tongue and blinked at Broly with clear eyes. There was a look of anticipation in her eyes, as if to say, "Come on, no matter how big the difficulty is, I am not afraid." Even though she was still a child, Aaron's eyes already had the determination and bravery of a warrior. Broly watched Aaron's movements, his usually grim face showing a rare tenderness. He didn't give it his all, but maintained a posture when playing with his children. For Aaron, Broly is both an opponent and a family member who grew up with her. She inherited fearlessness and courage from her parents, and this battle with Broly was an extraordinary experience growing up. Despite his stature, Broly is unusually agile in his movements, anticipating almost every attack of Aaron and reacting at the right moment. However, Aaron didn't care, and her attacks became more and more intense, trying to destroy the giant with all her might, like trying to knock down an impregnable mountain. It was as if they were fighting a battle without gunpowder. It was a gentle and harmonious contest. Aaron's courage and determination infect Broly, and he throws himself completely into the game with this little warrior. They are surrounded by endless forests, with a clear blue sky overhead, and they run happily in the sun, like a symbol of youthful vitality. As time passed, Broly began to experience different pleasures. He felt the joy and ease of his childhood, and regained his inner peace and comfort. Broly gradually weakened the intensity of the battle. He descended on his knees and eventually sat down on the ground, allowing Aaron to climb on his broad shoulders. He gently stroked Aaron's head, admiring her courage and persistence. At that moment, he became Irene's protector, and his warmth was like an indestructible shield. Aaron snuggled up to Broly's shoulder, smiling contentedly. In the battle with Broly, she found her own joy and sense of accomplishment. Broly smiled too, his smile full of respect and love for the little warrior. When they meet in the wilderness, it is not only a battle, but also an innocent connection, a game intertwined with strength and warmth. Himene is busy with the final preparations. In her kitchen, a mouth-watering aroma wafts out. After several hours of hard work, a series of delicious dishes were served. One of the most striking is the huge dinosaur legs. This dinosaur leg was specially hunted by Himene from the distant mountains for this dinner. The dinosaur's legs are smeared with a special sauce and roasted to a golden brown with a heart-warming aroma. Gnei picked up the huge dinosaur legs with both hands, walked to the big table, and put it down gently. Then, she walked straight up to the great heavenly official, folded her hands, and said respectfully, "Great heavenly official, the meal is ready." The great heavenly official turned around and smiled slightly, his dark blue eyes flashing with light. "Well, thank you, Gnei." At this moment, Jean turned and cried out in a loud voice, "Bardock, Irene, come to dinner. Paragus and Broly are coming with you." After a while, Bardock and Paragus finished their cultivation and walked over with smiles on their faces. At the same time, Ellen and Broly also returned from playing in the distance. Everyone sat around the table, and the aroma was fragrant and appetizing. Bardock picked up a piece of dinosaur leg and took a bite, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Gnei, this is really delicious." Aaron also exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, this is the best meal I've ever had." Paragus and Broly also nodded in approval, while the Grand Celestial Officer smiled and savored the food, as if his smile contained the harmony and beauty of the entire universe. In this warm scene, the great heavenly official's expression suddenly stiffened, and an aura of disharmony began to creep in. His hands rested quietly on the table, not moving forward a bit. A strange energy seemed to hit his perception, and immediately caused a subtle change in his expression. Chapter 36. Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, the Bardocks and the Paragas, father and son, glanced at each other, and their bright smiles faded into unconcealed nervousness and surprise. They all understood that this great heavenly official who had gone through vicissitudes but had always stood tall was extraordinary, and the anomaly at this moment was likely to indicate something extraordinary to come. Bardock tried to make eye contact, trying to get insight into the great heavenly official's thoughts, but the heavy, unfathomable gaze made it difficult for him to fathom. Paragus was stunned. He put down his chopsticks and used his keen intuition to sense the indescribable aura. However, there seemed to be nothing unusual except for a quiet afternoon. Paragus's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of a possibility. He was not sure, but his heart was racing. For a moment, he even felt a hint of shock. At this time, little Irene was completely unaware of the sudden tension. She smiled sweetly, clutched the little dinosaur's leg in her hand, and ate excitedly. In her world, delicious food is everything, and even if the sky falls, it can't compare to the food on the table. The great heavenly official smiled slightly, breaking the brief silence. He nodded slightly, with a bit of solemnity and expectation in his tone, but a few simple words were like a stormy wave, causing ripples in the hearts of everyone present. "Well, you guessed right. Lord Yamathi is indeed out of the customs." The mood of the four Bardocks and Pelagas father and son was hit hard, and an indescribable feeling welled up in their hearts. Is Yamosi-sama finally out of the customs? Before Yamasi left the customs, he closed his eyes and meditated in the training room for 10 years. Due to the great power in his body, the space produces subtle fluctuations. Yamoxi's body glowed with a faint golden glow that flickered periodically, like the elusive stars in the night sky, sometimes dazzling, sometimes dim. However, during a normal practice, the golden light began to fade and eventually dissipated completely, replaced by a crisp and smooth silver glow. The space in the cultivation room seemed to resonate with this force, and an imperceptible tremor filled the air, as if even its own structure was faintly changing. What happened next was an unexpected surprise for Yamathi. The energy in his body was surging like a torrent, converging and dissolving at the energy drainage port of his tail. At the same time, Yamathi was surprised to find that his long tail, which had symbolized the glory and power of his race, began to slowly melt, like ice and snow melting as the sun rose, gradually absorbed by his body. This scene was unprecedented for AMOSXI. In his community, the tail was an indispensable symbol, but now he has lost it. However, instead of feeling fear, he felt a wave of excitement and confidence that came from within. He could feel a new power spreading through his body, one that was solid and deep, unlike anything he had ever taken before. He seemed to have been given a new lease of life. Not only did the tail change, but so did AMOSXI's hair color, from the original jet black ink to silver hair, emitting a cold glow like moonlight. His eyes also gradually changed, from deep black to completely silvery white, as if filled with cool moonlight, colorful and mysterious. His whole temperament has also undergone a drastic change. From the previous wild and powerful to calm and mysterious. This change is no longer as powerful and explosive as Super Saiyan 5, but rather a state of convergence and restrained stability, a well thought out and intelligent force. In this new normal, AMOSXI's every attack carries a shocking power, and every movement is as heavy as the precipitation of countless years. Unlike Super Saiyan 5, he is not covered in silver body hair. As time passed, AMOSXI could feel himself merging with this new power. His cells seemed to vibrate slightly, celebrating this meaningful metamorphosis. He knew that a historic evolution was taking place in him. As if with enough strength in reserve, AMOSXI slowly opened his silver-white eyes in an immeasurable amount of time. Silver-haired and silver-eyed, in the dimness of the cultivation room, things and I have forgotten, just like a clear spring in the forest under the cold moon. As if free, he took a deep breath and felt every molecule in the air talk to him. In this cultivation room, he was already a brand new self, no longer relying on his tail, no longer relying on his past primeval form. After a long and difficult path of cultivation, AMOSXI finally made a huge breakthrough. In the quiet place of cultivation, he walked out slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on the stars, revealing the purest tranquility. At that moment, he had already recovered to the peak of the sixth order of the God realm. The power in his body was surging like a tide, and it seemed as if every wisp of wind was dancing in his mind. He closed his eyes, and the power in his body was like a sleeping dragon awakening, rushing through the meridians, and every trace of power showed the mystery of the creation of the world. Chapter 37. AMOSXI opened his eyes, which were like a sea of stars, serene and deep, as if he could see through the mysteries beyond the void, into the past and the future. His gaze fell on the crowd around him, and everyone could feel the tranquil divine power, and they could not hide the shock in their hearts, and they all paid him the highest respect. In this regard, AMOSXI just smiled indifferently, the doubts and challenges in his heart had dissipated, and all that was left was peace and anticipation for the future. He knew that what was in front of him was only a small end, but at the same time, it was also the beginning of the road to a vast world. The realm of AMOSXI has been compared to the realm of Angel Veth, and even more remarkable. His divine power had reached a level comparable to that of a giant at the peak of the seventh order of the God realm, and his achievements had shocked countless worlds. Lord AMOSXI, congratulations, the great heavenly official congratulated with a smile on his face. He knew that AMOSXI's success was not only his success alone, but also the brilliance of the entire holy realm. AMOSXI nodded in thanks, and beneath his seemingly calm exterior was a surging determination and ambition. He looked into the vast expanse of the sky beyond, knowing that this breakthrough was not the end, but the beginning of a path to a higher peak. The road ahead is full of difficulties, but AMOSXI is not afraid, and only by constantly cultivating and meeting challenges can he finally uncover the mysteries of the universe and reach the true peak. In the vast multiverse, there are countless parallel worlds, among which the dark realm and the extraterritorial heavenly demons always bring deep fear to thousands of living beings. AMOSXI calmly looked at the great heavenly ruler in front of him, and he raised important questions about the peace of the worlds. The great heavenly official looked at AMOSXI, his gaze as deep as a vast galaxy. Compassion and authority intertwined in his voice, slowly answering AMOSXI's doubts. The problems of the Dark Realm have been dealt with by the King of Time. The chaotic forces tried to upset the balance, but the King of Time spotted and stopped them in time. You don't have to worry about the situation over there. AMOSXI's anxiety eased, and he was filled with respect for the great celestial official, who for countless ages had been the wise and upright being. As long as the great heavenly authority can provide information, it means that they have the opportunity to deal with any crisis that is coming. The great heavenly official did not stop at this topic, but continued to express his observations on the latest state of the multiverse. In some of the periphery of the multiverse, we have detected strange energy fluctuations. This is not an unusual thing, but the sources and forms of these energy fluctuations are far from what they usually are. And these fluctuations seem to have a subtle connection to the dark world. After pondering for a moment, AMOSXI asked, "Are you referring to the shadow activities of the extraterritorial heavenly demons?" He knew that the power of the extraterritorial heavenly demons was huge, and if these hidden undercurrents were really related to the heavenly demons, it would be a crisis that could not be ignored. The great heavenly official nodded heavily, and there was a rare trace of worry in his voice. Preliminary judgment. The extraterritorial heavenly demon may indeed be related to this matter. But what worries me even more is that some of the ancient creatures in the Dark Realm seem to be starting to have unusual activity. AMOSXI couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, unsure of what existence the great heavenly official was referring to. He knew how many ancient creatures in the vast universe had been sealed away in the dark corners because they were powerful enough to affect the nature of the world, but they hadn't done anything for years. The great heavenly official was finally silent for a moment before slowly speaking out more details. According to our investigation, in the depths of the Dark Realm, there are some ancient existences that have been almost forgotten by all beings. They were once the rulers of the universe, but they were sealed away by the higher beings in the ancient dusty years. Today, there are many anomalous signs that these creatures may be trying to break through the ancient seal. In the grand universe of Dragon Ball Super, there are scenarios where multiple verses intersect and coexist independently. Once upon a time, these universes were as carefree as children under the guardianship of the cosmic order, and life flourished between these universes. However, in the depths of this silent space, an imperceptible undercurrent is surging, and a forgotten shadow clue gradually emerges, casting a boulder in AMOSXI's heart, causing ripples to spread, and producing unprecedented alarms in his heart. AMOSXI's understanding of the sacred realm and the pluralistic worlds is extremely profound, and he is keenly aware of the rise and fall of each parallel world, universe, and planet, as well as the rise and fall of each civilization. Even more surprisingly, he could even sense signs that an ancient creature might be about to wake up after a deep slumber. These ancient creatures once ruled almost the entire universe, and if they reawakened and regained their power and ambition, what changes would they bring to the universe? AMOSXI did not hesitate to express his concerns. After thinking silently for a moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, which was firm and calm for the upcoming undercurrent. Chapter 38. Because of this, Lord Shirakami and I secretly hatched a plan before leaving. As soon as we find any unusual movement in the Dark Realm, I will immediately activate this plan to ensure that the balance between the sacred realm and the multiverse is not affected. The great heavenly official's voice was calm and firm, and his words were like hard rocks, calming the turbulent waves. Hearing this, AMOSXI breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the ability of the great heavenly official, and believed that her plan would be able to prevent or even contain the impending crisis. He finally let go of the burden in his heart and turned to trust the decision of the great heavenly official. As long as there is a great heavenly official, I believe that the Holy Realm will always be the safest. AMOSXI's words are both praise and unwavering faith in the future. The great heavenly official and AMOSXI gazed at the bright galaxy outside, knowing that they had a great responsibility to guard every tiny piece and order in the depths of the universe. It was a silent oath that they acquiesced in the promise that no matter what happened, AMOSXI and the great celestial ruler would unite and never allow any force to upset the fragile yet sacred balance of this universe. The great celestial officials have taken a series of covert actions, keeping in touch with the guardians of the universe and the defenders of order, quietly gathering intelligence, and intensifying surveillance of the dark realm, ensuring that every detail is under their grasp. Their goal is not to prepare for war, but to try to avoid conflict and ensure that the peace of the universe will not be broken. At this time, Mr. and Mrs. Bardock and Paragus, father and son, saw AMOSXI and the great heavenly official from a distance, but they did not come forward to disturb them. They knew that the two lords had been discussing important issues concerning the sacred realm and the balance of the pluralistic world. They are well aware of the effort and sacrifice required to protect the universe and peace. Erin, the usually mischievous girl, showed a completely different attitude at the moment. She quietly followed behind her mother, Hymene, her eyes revealing curiosity and awe. For the ancestors of AMOSXI, she had a feeling of reverence and adoration. She pricked up her ears and listened intently to the conversation between the two, deep down longing that she too could draw wisdom and strength from it. Bardock stared deeply at the starry sky, and the tranquility and splendor of the galaxy made him sigh. As a former warrior, he has been trained in countless battles, but the situation in front of him cannot be resolved by force. This tranquility gave Bardock a deeper understanding of the universe. As his friend Paragus said, the universe is so large and delicate that our existence is only an insignificant part of it. Such words are not just sighs, but more like an epiphany. Bardock was shocked to see AMOSXI's new appearance. After the tempering of the years, AMOSXI's hair has turned silver, and her eyes are deep, as if they contain the endless secrets of the universe, and her silver pupils seem to be able to see all the falsehood and truth. What is even more surprising is that the tail, which symbolizes the characteristics of the Scion race, has disappeared. Numerous questions arose in Bardock's mind. What did the change in AMOSXI really mean? Had his power broken through the limitations of the Scions and reached a new level? What had happened to him? And the mysteries were entangled in Bardock's mind, but there were no clues to solve them. This transformation is completely different from the traditional Super Scion. Super Scions are known to be marked by blonde hair and light green pupils, symbolizing their state of bursting power. However, AMOSXI's transformation subverts all the rules. His silver hair shone like stars, and his silver pupils contained the mysteries of the universe. When such an image appears on the battlefield, all powerful enemies will tremble. However, Bardock has a question in his mind that he has never solved. He always felt a sense of intimacy in Lord AMOSXI, as if there was some kind of blood connection with him. This feeling haunted Bardock deeply, for he did not know if he was really related to Lord AMOSXI. This question pierced his heart like a thorn and tormented him all the time. However, during the 10 years of AMOSXI's retreat, all the doubts and efforts to find it became impossible to start. Bardock longed for the answer that had been bothering him for a long time, but no one could see him until Lord AMOSXI was out of the border. He thought back to his acquaintance with Lord AMOSXI, and although everything was in the past, he could always feel a sense of intimacy. Bardock pondered, and asked for some information about Lord AMOSXI from the others, but the result was nothing, and it seemed that Lord AMOSXI's origin was very tightly concealed. Perhaps the only chance to find an answer is the day when Lord AMOSXI comes out. At that moment, for Bardock, it was like a watchman looking forward to the dawn of the day, full of endless hope and anticipation. Bardock stood in front of AMOSXI, his heart pounding, exuding doubt and awe. The tense atmosphere froze time, everything around him became the background, and only him and the incomprehensible presence in front of him occupied all his senses. Chapter 39. "What's the matter?" asked AMOSXI calmly, his voice revealing a sense of weight, as if coming from an ancient abyss, cold and distant, as if it contained endless wisdom. Bardock took a deep breath, each breath to inspire his courage. He knew that there was not just a legendary figure standing in front of him, but a living witness to the entire history of the universe, the ancestor of all scions. Bardock swallowed, exerting all his strength but still in a trembling voice, asked, "Who are you, Lord AMOSXI, why do I feel the intimacy in your veins, and what is our relationship?" Everyone present held their breath, and Bardock's question was like a bombshell dropped on their hearts, and the shock was still spreading. There was anxiety and vigilance in Jinnah's eyes, fearing that Bardock's outspokenness might provoke AMOSXI's anger. All scions understand that for them AMOSXI is both the source of history and the source of mysterious power. However, in this tense silence, the great heavenly official reached out to stop Gnei, who wanted to step forward to stop Bardock, and shook his head with a smile, and that mysterious confidence deepened the curiosity and uneasiness of everyone present about this moment. The smile of the castle tower has a deep meaning, and he looks at the confrontation between Bardock and AMOSXI, as if he is watching the collision of two fateful reincarnations, as if everything is under his control. There was a deep glint in AMOSXI's eyes, but his countenance remained as calm as ever, as calm and mysterious as an ancient god. He did not directly answer Bardock's deep question, but replied lightly, "Time will give you the answer. Time will give you the answer." This answer is like an invisible barrier for the knowledge-hungry Bardock, constantly forcing him to break through it. Even in his bravest moments, despite his proximity, Bardock felt that there was an unbridgeable gulf between AMOSXI and him. He didn't understand why, but in AMOSXI's eyes, he seemed to see the flow of stars in the universe, and it seemed that every glimpse of the stars hid a trace of his own blood. This intimacy caused inexplicable emotional waves to surge in his heart, but at the same time, it also caused deeper doubts and longings. After a few days, Bardock's mentality changed subtly. He tried to find the great heavenly official, hoping to get more clues from the mouth of this high-ranking and powerful great steward. However, as AMOSXI said before, the great heavenly official also prevaricated with the idea that time will tell you. This coldness and mystery did not diminish Bardock's determination to find out the truth, but only increased his curiosity and urgency. AMOSXI, in the temple of time and space, is a noble being who oversees the tranquility of the entire holy realm. One day, AMOSXI sat on his majestic throne, his chin resting lightly with his left hand, and his expression was unusually pensive. In front of him was a huge transparent display, which was like a window that crossed the boundaries of time and space, showing him the magnificence of the overworld. These images are either the birth and withering of stars, or the rise and fall of civilizations, all of which show the mystery and infinite vastness of the universe. Right now, a scene on the Earth is displayed on the display screen, the world's first martial arts association. This long-awaited event for the samurai of the Earth has once again opened with great excitement and attracted the attention of the world. The familiar figures, the little monkey king and Klin, are standing in the ring with great interest. In the audience, the crowd surged, cheering like thunder, enthusiasm like fire, and they cheered and shouted for their inner hero. In many competitions in the past, Little Monkey King and Kling have won the respect of many people for their perseverance and courage. Now, they have challenged themselves once again and pushed the atmosphere of the World Martial Arts Association to an unprecedented climax. As mentioned in the plot, the Turtle Immortal gave countless guidance and help to the Little Monkey King and Klin, and became their master. Now, the Turtle Immortal has decided to test his disciples once again, and disguises himself as a blue-haired old man named Jackie Chan to participate in a competition to test their growth and progress. AMOSXI stared at the scene, a faint smile on his face. Although such a match is insignificant to him, he can feel the strong emotions and indomitable spirit contained in it. Whether it is the holy realm guarded by AMOSXI or the earth in front of him, each world has its own unique value and significance. The game is going on, the Little Monkey King and Klin are trying hard to show their strength, and the Turtle Immortal known as Jackie Chan does not back down easily, and their duel attracts everyone's attention. AMOSXI knew that no matter what the final outcome was, this scene would become an immortal memory in the hearts of the warriors of the earth, a shining proof of glory and bravery. When it finally came time for the finals, the crowd was noisy and the audience was projecting anticipatory eyes to focus on the fierce battle that was about to begin. Little Monkey King stepped into the ring with a determined step. He was dressed in an orange uniform, and his eyes sparkled with a keen desire to fight. At the same time, Long Cheng, an old man with blue hair, also stepped into the ring, exuding a distinctive aura around his body. Chapter 40. The match begins, and Goku doesn't know that this opponent is actually his master, the Turtle Immortal. Goku's innocence and courage are on full display in his gaze, and no matter how strong his opponent is or how nervous he is on the court, it seems that he can't shake his determination. He used his whole body to defeat Jackie Chan. Goku is agile, his every attack is swift and accurate, and his every jump is as agile as a monkey. The battle between the two was fierce, and every time they met, the audience exclaimed. Wukong and Jackie Chan's turtle-style Qigong, two completely different fighting styles collide in the ring. Wukong, with his unexpected tactics, forced Jackie Chan into trouble several times, but the old fox Jackie Chan gradually gained the upper hand with his rich experience and unexpected moves. AMOSXI observed all this, and his heart was mixed. He had known the outcome of all this for a long time. Eventually, after a thrilling encounter, both men reached the limits of their physical strength and both gave their best to deliver the final blow. As a result, both of them fell heavily to the ground. Goku stands up, but then falls down again. Jackie Chan stood up and declared himself the champion. At this point, the first martial arts tournament ended. Jackie Chan won the championship of the world's first martial arts club. The audience cheered, screaming and applauding. AMOSXI sighed softly. Such a battle was full of blood and true feelings, and people couldn't help but applaud it. He looks forward to more such wonderful moments in the world in the future. The little naughty Aaron once again staged a naughty trick that she was not afraid of. This time, her target is the ancestor of AMOSXI. Aaron crouched in the corner and stole a glance at the cultivation deficiencies of Broly, Bardock, and Paragus that the great heavenly official had pointed out. However, just then, Hymene walked over with a dishwashing basin in his hand. Aaron turned her head, pretending to be unintentional, and began to help Gnei wash the dishes together. Although she is only 3 years old, she is also comfortable with household chores. While Hyonia was busy washing the dishes, Aaron's little head was racing. She had always had a thought in her mind that she was going to ancestor AMOSXI. Aaron felt it was a great opportunity. She turned her head to see that Hymene was busy washing dishes in the kitchen and didn't notice her. Aaron smiled softly, thinking it was a perfect time, and snuck in the direction of the ancestor of AMOSXI. After a difficult journey, Aaron was terrified and fearful of being discovered, and finally arrived at the temple of the ancestor of AMOSXI. She gently pushed open the door and saw Ancestor Yamathi sitting there, staring intently at a large, transparent display. Aaron quietly moved behind the throne of the ancestor of AMOSXI, her heart beating almost out of her throat. She wanted to secretly observe what this ancestor of wisdom and strength was doing. However, she didn't notice that AMOSXI had long been aware of her presence. Despite this, AMOSXI did not immediately debunk her, instead staring more intently at the display. Aaron couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking at?" AMOSXI smiled and turned his head and replied, "I'm watching the little Monkey King compete in the secular world. Actually, I've noticed you a long time ago, little one." Aaron was surprised, but quickly laughed. "Then why didn't you expose me?" AMOSXI chuckled, "Because I think curiosity is a precious quality. It is because of your curiosity that you have come here and overcome many difficulties. So I wanted to see what exactly you were going to do." Aaron listened, feeling warm, knowing that her curiosity was not seen as misconduct. "Then why are you interested in Monkey King?" she asked. She knew that AMOSXI had been observing Goku, but had no idea his true purpose. AMOSXI was silent for a moment, then said, "Because he is a very special being. Although he is still weak, his personality is attractive. In his heart, AMOSXI secretly thought to himself, Son Goku is the protagonist of the ring. He is still a descendant of my bloodline, who wouldn't pay attention to him? After all, as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Goku's growth process will undoubtedly lead the development of the entire story, and will also affect the fate of many people. When Eren heard this, she suddenly understood something. She knew that AMOSXI had been following Goku's growth because he knew that Goku would play an important role in the future. Puzzled, Eren asked, but who is he? Who he is because he looks like my father. AMOSXI looked at Eren with anticipation in her eyes. The time has not come, one day you will know. Eren clenched her little fists, determined that one day, she would find out. Soon after, on a sunny day, little Irene walked out of the temple of the Patriarch of AMOSXI with curiosity and eagerness. With an innocent smile on her face, she ran in small steps and her heart beat faster. She was about to sit down with her parents and solve a long-standing puzzle. Did she really have an older brother? Walking cautiously to her parents, Eren looked at them and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirping, Daddy, Mommy, do I have a brother? Bardock and Kani silently exchanged a meaningful look, and then, a look of silence and remembrance appeared on their faces. Chapter 41. After a few moments, Gina replied gently, Yes, Eren, you have an older brother named Kakarot. But unfortunately, when he was very young, we sent him to a distant planet. Eren's heart was filled with excitement, but it was quickly replaced by tears welling up in her eyes. Then when will we see my brother? Bardock sighed and looked at the sky from afar, as if his son was hiding in the distant starry sky. It's hard to say, Eren, it could take 10 years, or even longer, and deep down, his worries about his son Raditz were indescribable. In Bardock's eyes, the future is not promising. As a scion, Raditz is extraordinary, but he is full of impatience and arrogance, and his combat strength is only in his early 1000s, but he thinks very highly of himself. However, what hurt Bardock's heart the most was that Raditz actually went to Kakarot for trouble. He didn't understand that Raditz had forgotten that Kakarot was also his brother who had been sent to Earth by himself. Bardock wanted to kindly tell his son Kakarot's whereabouts, hoping that he would treat his brother well and show care. However, Raditz was indifferent to this, and the bond between the brothers was replaced by indifference, and for those insignificant, ridiculous reasons, Bardock's son went down the path of evil. If it weren't for Raditz being my son. Bardock sighed inwardly, shaking his head to dismiss the impulsive thought. He understands that he cannot harm his son, and can only pray for Raditz to wake up soon, which is his greatest hope as a father. At the edge of the sacred realm stands a towering 9-story space-time tower, which is like an ancient miracle, and it is amazing. The Grand Celestial Officer tells AMOSXI that each layer is a separate world, full of unknown secrets and endless challenges. As the guardian of the Holy Realm, AMOSXI is tasked with protecting this sacred land and maintaining order in the universe. Standing in front of the tower, he stares at the passage that leads to the path of mystery and endless challenges, ready to use his new normal power to challenge the monsters inside the tower layer by layer. At first, AMOSXI didn't feel too much of a threat from the challenge of the first tier. Although the monsters here have reached the threshold of the realm of gods, there is still a certain gap compared to AMOSXI's strength. With his graceful and calm fighting style, he defeated these monsters one by one. In each battle, he could feel the pulsation of his inner strength, as powerful and enduring as the ebb and flow of the tides in the ocean. As the layers of challenges progressed, AMOSXI felt his strength grow. Not only did he evolve physically, but he also matured mentally. The monsters of the second layer have reached the third to fourth orders of the God realm, and their strength and wisdom have increased, but they still have difficulty posing a substantial threat to AMOSXI. With lightning-fast movements and superb skill, AMOSXI quickly cleared these monsters, like fallen leaves gently falling in the autumn wind. However, the challenge has only just begun. As AMOSXI climbed the ladder, he reached the third level. The monsters here have reached the realm of 5th order or even 6th order gods, and they are not only amazingly powerful, but also possess several special abilities, and some are even able to distort time and space, making the situation facing AMOSXI complex and changeable. In a fierce battle with these monsters, he defeated them. However, among the many levels, there is one monster whose name is enough to make people feel terrified, the Starry Sky Source Beast. The unique form of the Starry Sky Source Beast is both shocking and awe-inspiring. It bears a slight resemblance to the dragons of the West, but is much more spectacular in size. Its skin is like night, as if it blends into the stars in the night sky. This giant beast seems to be still in its infancy, but its body is already surprising. The Starry Sky Source Beast's skin was dark black, as if it was one with the night sky, and its huge body was as hot and dazzling as the sun. What's even more surprising is that its food is the whole planet. In AMOSXI's plan, the fourth layer of the space-time tower would be the end of his journey, because the fourth layer was the existence of the 7th to 8th orders of the God realm. When AMOSXI stepped into the fourth level, he was greeted by an endless starry sky. Planets, comets, and meteors seemed to float freely in the universe without any restraints. AMOSXI felt as if he was in the middle of an infinite universe. Planets, comets, and meteors twinkled before his eyes, like a microcosm of the universe. However, he didn't have time to stop and admire this marvelous spectacle, as he was targeting a mysterious creature known as the Starry Sky Source Beast. The star point was the incarnation of the Starry Sky Source Beast. Its size was extremely large, like a moving mountain, and its power could almost shake time and space. The Starry Sky Source Beast's skin was dark black, as if it could devour all the light, and the starlight surrounded it like it was wearing a crown made of stars. A single mouth can swallow nearby stars, and AMOSXI knows that if he leaves the tower, it will become a nightmare for the entire planet. Chapter 42. In this incredible cosmic space, AMOSXI felt like a boat floating in the sea of stars, his existence small but resolute. Against a dark cosmic backdrop, the stars shimmered like diamonds, and AMOSXI felt a serenity and vastness that he had never experienced before. He took a deep breath. The air was cold and empty, and there was a metallic aura mixed in, completely different from the air he had once breathed on the native planet. He closed his eyes and felt his every breath seem to merge with the whole universe, and the vast, unfathomable feeling made his heart feel refreshed. And the Starry Sky Source Beast in front of him was the source of the chaos in the universe. At this moment, in the boundless starry sky, a vast force was fluctuating, and the Starry Sky Source Beast was circling quietly, and its huge body was sailing in the galaxy, like a floating asteroid, exuding a mysterious blue light around it. When AMOSXI stepped into its field of vision, the starry beast slowly opened its mouth, its sharp teeth and shining eyes like the brightest stars, making it impossible to look directly, indicating that a heart-wrenching battle was about to unfold in this starry sky. AMOSXI adjusted his breathing, knowing in his heart that the battle was his personal trial. As an primeval scion, he was never afraid of any challenge, and even in the face of such a powerful and unknown source beast, he still had a firm smile on his face. His pupils flickered with silver light, it was the purest battle intent. He clenched his fists, and the heat in his heart became more and more vigorous in the cold universe. His power surged, colliding with the power of the Starry Sky Source Beast, and it seemed that the entire space-time was trembling at this moment, playing an elegy of the universe. Despite its large and powerful size, the Starry Sky Source Beast was not stupid. Sensing the threat of AMOSXI, it instantly shrank and became similar to the Western dragon at an alarming rate. The dragon's black scales were mysterious and evil, as if its own aura shimmered in the light of the stars. The two ancient tree-like horns stretched majestically upward, their wings as vast as a galaxy, and each flap caused waves in the starry sky. Its eyes flickered with a cold light, and it stared at AMOSXI intently, as if assessing the strength of its opponent. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and AMOSXI was the first to strike. His body was swift, like a meteor streaked across the starry sky, heading straight for the Starry Sky Source Beast. His fists were filled with great power, and when they came into contact with the dragon's scales, they burst into dazzling light. However, the scales of the starry sky source beast were unusually strong, and AMOSXI's attacks seemed to cause very little damage to it. The starry sky source beast responded with force, and a fiery dragon breath erupted from its mouth, miraculously burning in a vacuum, rapidly spreading towards AMOSXI. Yamathi nimbly dodges while constantly building up his strength. In this thrilling battle, AMOSXI and the starry sky source beast have a thrilling duel. Despite its shocking size, the starry sky source beast exhibited remarkable agility and intelligence. It was engaged in a battle of brute force and skill with AMOSXI. AMOSXI shows the unique charm of the power of the new normal, and fights fiercely against the starry sky source beast. Every punch slashed along, bringing a violent storm, as if it was about to tear the entire starry sky apart. The starry sky source beast, on the other hand, attacks with its massive and powerful body, bringing destructive power to everything with every swing. The two violent forces collided with each other with a deafening roar. However, AMOSXI was not defeated by the powerful power of the starry sky source beast. He skillfully used his rapid speed, flexibly interspersing between the attacks of the starry sky source beast, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving a phantom shadow on the battlefield, making it impossible for the starry sky source beast to pinpoint his location. Suddenly, AMOSXI condensed his chi power wave and launched it towards the starry sky source beast. This powerful torrent of energy swept towards the starry sky source beast with the power to destroy everything. However, the starry sky source beast displayed amazing magical abilities. The starry sky source beast opened its huge mouth and released a stream of magical light. The rays of light intertwined, creating a powerful magical barrier that kept AMOSXI's shockwave out. Qigong waves collided with the magic barrier, sending out bursts of violent energy fluctuations, and the entire starry sky was filled with this force. The battle between AMOSXI and the starry sky source beast intensified. The starry sky source beast displayed an amazing magical ability, and the energy fluctuations that poured out of its body formed a series of brilliant magical lights, shooting towards AMOSXI. Facing the magical attack of the starry sky source beast, AMOSXI's face was solemn. He took a deep breath, and the power of the Qigong wave condensed in one hand surged rapidly. His hand erupted with a powerful Qi power wave, forming a huge beam of energy that rushed straight towards the starry sky source beast. Qigong waves and magic light collided violently in the air, causing huge energy fluctuations, and the starry sky seemed to be torn apart, and the starlight flickered, like a brilliant fireworks show. AMOSXI's battle with the starry sky source beast has caused turmoil in the universe. Chapter 43. AMOSXI's eyes were firm, constantly urging the Qigong waves, and the powerful energy beam rushed towards the starry sky source beast like an angry dragon. The starry sky source beast did not show weakness, opening its mouth and spitting out magical light, which hit AMOSXI's Qigong wave like a meteorite, causing a violent energy explosion. The power of the two collided fiercely in the starry sky, and the Qigong waves of the ancient Scion and the magical light of the starry sky source beast were intertwined, and the battle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage. Yamathi's shirt was soaked with sweat, but he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. The starry sky source beast's eyes flashed with determination, as if it was enjoying the pleasure of this battle. AMOSXI displayed admirable strength and skill, punching and kicking with his bruised arms, not only physically competing with the starry sky origin beast, but even mentally gaining the upper hand. However, not to be outdone, the starry sky source beast roared from time to time, and at the same time condensed a magic wave that shimmered with starlight, quietly attacking AMOSXI. AMOSXI wittily dodged the blow, and at the same time, he concentrated his breath on one hand and released a powerful chi wave towards the starry sky source beast, which launched a fierce confrontation with the source beast's magical power. The collision of the two forces is like the collision of two stars, producing a dazzling light and a deafening roar. Every punch and kick of AMOSXI seemed to tear through the void, and every counterattack of the starry sky source beast seemed to tear the time and space apart. In the staggered attack and defense, they seemed to dance the dance of prehistoric battles, fierce and beautiful. Realizing that it would be impossible to defeat the opponent in front of him with physical strength alone, AMOSXI began to increase his momentum. AMOSXI's peculiar chi began to boil in his body, and his whole body exuded an unstoppable aura. He jumped high, his body leaving a trail of light in the starry sky, and instantly appeared above the starry sky source beast's head. AMOSXI swung his fists and strengthened his attack with chi, breaking through the magical barrier around the starry sky source beast. The starry sky source beast did not show weakness, its sharp claws slashed through AMOSXI's momentum like a starlight sword, and its gnashing teeth and tail blows were even more ferocious. The battle became more intense, and the distance between the two was like a chasm between heaven and earth, seemingly insurmountable, but it was narrowed in constant confrontation. Each punch made the starry beast's claws tremble, and each counterattack made AMOSXI's body sway. Countless blows and counterattacks, AMOSXI's fists were already shrouded in exhaustion but still persevering, and the magical aura around the starry sky source beast was constantly flickering, and its wounds overflowed with star-like light. Their attack was like two violent forces colliding with each other, emitting a deafening roar. AMOSXI's brute force fist intertwined with the claws of the starry sky source beast to form a spectacular battle screen. The forces of the two sides collided with each other, and the sharp claws of the starry sky source beast were trembling by AMOSXI's brute force, and AMOSXI's body was also repelled by the power of the starry sky source beast a few steps and quickly retreated. However, AMOSXI was not defeated. He focused his hands again, and the whirlwind of energy began to condense in his palms. Immediately after, he unleashed hundreds of Qigong bombs, and these lethal ripples bombarded the starry sky source beast indiscriminately. This time, he was not blocked by the starry sky source beast's magic barrier, and the Qigong projectile successfully penetrated the barrier and hit the starry sky source beast's body. The starry sky source beast let out an earth-shattering roar, and its body was hit by the Qigong bullet, causing serious damage. However, instead of falling, it showed a more ferocious posture. It flew over with a wave of its wings and launched a frenzied attack on AMOSXI with its tail. AMOSXI and the starry sky source beast engaged in a thrilling fierce battle, their powers colliding with each other, and the entire starry sky was filled with their power. The battle lasted for a long time, and both sides suffered serious injuries, but neither flinched. The ultimate spiral wave. AMOSXI gathered his strength, and his hands formed a blue-white vortex. This vortex released an unparalleled ray of light, instantly forming a powerful and incomparable ultimate spiral wave, attacking the starry sky source beast. The starry sky source beast began to release a powerful energy field, and the universe was filled with this energy. Its roar echoed through the nebula, a deafening sound that seemed to tear apart the stars. Black light erupted from its body, forming a giant magic ball that rivaled AMOSXI's ultimate spiral wave. The two forces erupted in an astonishing light in a violent collision, and many planets in the starry sky seemed to shake with it. The fluctuation of energy formed bursts of Qigong waves, which quickly spread around. AMOSXI and the starry sky source beast are like two creators forging a new universe. For a moment, the entire starry sky seemed unusually quiet, except for the slight fluctuations caused by the faint aura of the intertwined AMOSXI and the starry sky source beast. AMOSXI stood atop a ruin, his aura seemingly powerful enough to affect the plane around him. His countenance became firm and serious, and he understood that the fate of the entire universe was at stake. And on the other side of him, the injured starry sky source beast seemed to realize this. Its eyes were fixed on AMOSXI, and its heart was full of challenge. Chapter 44. The silence in space was suddenly broken, and the two figures rushed towards each other as if they were attracted by an irresistible force. AMOSXI's fist once again shone with dazzling light, and the dragon scales of the starry sky source beast also flowed with an unprecedented look. The eternal starlight of the universe bears witness to their battle, and the starry sky at this moment seems to exist only for them. Time passed like a stream, the planet spun like a mighty ship, and the fierce and long battle had been going on for days, and it was impossible to know whether it would be 3 or 5 days. The two powerful forces seem to have long since merged, and it is difficult to distinguish the boundaries between them. Perhaps it was the endless support of AMOSXI's strong will that made him resolutely continue to fight, overcoming obstacles. Or, the indestructible magical power of the starry sky source beast silently motivates him, warning him that he can't stop in the slightest. Qigong waves and dragon breath are intertwined to form a striking art. And behind this battle, there is a duel between the two sides trying to pursue the limit of strength, and it is a tenacious interpretation of the meaning of survival. In this vast universe, they write their own destiny and legend in this way. AMOSXI finally gathered all his strength and delivered the ultimate blow that pierced through the nebula. Ultimate spiral wave. With his roar, a beam of precise and deadly light pierced through the chest and abdomen of the starry sky source beast. The cosmic storm fell silent at this moment, accompanied by a huge explosion and dazzling brilliance. The starry sky source beast let out a final roar, and its massive body began to disintegrate, gradually dissipating under the power of AMOSXI. The starry sky source beast didn't expect AMOSXI's attack to be so violent, the force piercing through its skin, penetrating its body, and finally hitting the depths of its body. There was an incredible light in the eyes of the starry sky source beast, and its huge body began to slowly crumble, its power bursting out in the depths of the universe, as dazzling and ephemeral as a supernova. The battle made AMOSXI stronger, and he learned how to use different powers to fight his enemies. He understands that only by constantly challenging himself can he keep improving. The failure of the starry sky source beast also taught him an important lesson: no matter how strong he is, he can't ignore his weaknesses. After a hard battle, AMOSXI successfully calmed down the turmoil of the starry sky source beast, and the fluctuations of time and space gradually subsided. AMOSXI still had a triumphant smile on his face. He looked at the depths of the sea of stars, and suddenly felt a kind of freedom and tranquility that he had never felt before. AMOSXI stood in the starry sky, looking up at the bright starry sky, and his heart was full of anticipation for the future. He knew that his adventure had just begun, and that more challenges awaited him. He will not hesitate to meet these challenges and use his strength to protect this beautiful starry sky. In the infinite universe, challenge after challenge came to him. But AMOSXI stayed true to her beliefs and her indomitable spirit, overcoming the harsh environment again and again. Even though he is only a tiny existence in the universe, he firmly believes that as long as there is light in his heart, he can find his own direction even under the faintest starry sky. When AMOSXI once again embarks on a journey to find monsters to fight, he begins to think that the starry sky source beast is only a medium difficulty monster, and the higher level challenges, such as the 5th to 9th layers, are unknown. However, no matter what the challenge, he will move forward without fear, because he is the guardian of the Holy Realm, with a mission and responsibility. In this journey, he will use his fists and strong will to reveal the meaning of true power. Despite the enormous challenges facing AMOSXI, he is not afraid. He knows that only by going through such a test can he truly grow and improve. After a fierce battle, AMOSXI finally found the weakness of the starry sky source beast and successfully defeated it. Returning to the temple, AMOSXI began to reflect on his performance in the battle and his path to personal cultivation. He realized that only through continuous cultivation and growth could he meet the more severe challenges in the future. However, relying solely on a system of power is far from sufficient. AMOSXI looked into the distance, a determined glint in his eyes. This battle made him understand that there is still a long way to go to grow, and he must continue to sharpen his will and improve the system in order to meet the stronger challenges in the future. The Hongmeng bead has always been a coveted treasure for many cultivators, as it possesses unimaginable power. It is able to absorb the energy of the world in which it lives and transform it into the purest Hongmeng Qi. This ability makes the Hongmeng bead extremely precious and one of the targets pursued by cultivators. However, the speed of recovery of the harmony bead is very slow, which makes it unbearable to wait for its power. In the hustle and bustle of the world, it is like a lonely treasure, quietly accumulating strength. According to the current recovery rate, if the Hongmeng pearl is full of Hongmeng qi, it may need to span a long period of 10,000 years. Just as the scarce desert rain condenses the sand grains into an oasis, the Hongmeng qi gathers in the Hongmeng pearl, which is unimaginably precious. In fact, in order to cultivate the Hongmeng body refining technique and obtain the Hongmeng qi, one must not pass through the barriers of time and space and personally arrive at the Hongmeng world or chaos world that is full of Hongmeng qi. Only there can AMOSXI absorb the qi of Hongmeng and thus have a chance to break through his own realm. Chapter 45. Harmony OS World. If it does exist, I will definitely go to find it, absorb the qi of Hongmeng, and break through my own realm. AMOSXI bowed his head in contemplation, his heart's desire burning like a flame. But he knew that the power needed to travel through time and space to that mysterious realm was beyond his reach at present, and the realm he was in now was far from enough. However, AMOSXI was by no means a man who gave up lightly. With burning ambition and iron bones, he raised his head, and his eyes revealed firmness and determination that he would never back down. He secretly swore in his heart that no matter how dangerous the road ahead was, no matter how much sweat and blood he needed to pay, he would pursue it unremittingly, continue to cultivate, and accumulate strength until one day he could feel that mysterious world up close. On his ideal day, he would absorb enough Hongmeng qi to bathe every cell of his body in this most primitive and pure energy. He will break through the limits of this world and get a glimpse of the more profound and powerful laws of heaven and earth, thus reaching a new realm, interpreting the ultimate dream of cultivators. AMOSXI's eyes continued to shine with determination, as if he was about to penetrate the end of the dark universe and reach the most brilliant star field in the heavens and all worlds. I will surely preach the mysteries of a higher realm and become the master of this starry sky. This is the deepest call of his heart, and it is also the highest pursuit of his life's cultivation. AMOSXI looked at the horizon intently, with a serious expression, as if he had seen the vague star. He knows that the road ahead is still difficult, but he has infinite courage and perseverance to face it. He will accept every challenge, continue to surpass himself, and one day reach the other side of glory. The temple of time and space has always been the guardian of the balance and order of multidimensional space-time. 500 years ago, the White God Controller sent many disciples of the Holy Realm, alternate elite disciples, and elite disciples to various parts of the Holy Realm to sit or train, causing this disciple army to be scattered in endless time and space. However, with the advent of the heir of the White God, AMOSXI, the situation changes. The great heavenly official decided to recall these disciples, alternate elite disciples, and elite disciples who had experienced the vicissitudes of the world. The arena of the Temple of Time and Space faces an important showdown. The arena is a place where the Temple of Time and Space is used to test the strength of disciples and warriors, and it is full of all kinds of strange powers and challenges. At this moment, Bardock's opponent was other Saint Realm disciples. The duel of the Scion warrior Bardock is about to begin. His companions, family, friends, and audience were enthusiastic and looking forward to the high-intensity showdown. The tension of electrically charged particles filled the air, and Bardock stood on the edge of the ring, his muscles tense and ready for the challenge. Paragus, Bardock's friend and colleague, stepped forward to encourage him. "Bardock, your opponent is not easy. Come on." Paragus is well informed, he knows how great the challenge is about to be, but he also knows that Bardock has an indomitable fighting spirit. Broly, who was huge and powerful, although he said little, conveyed his support for his uncle with a firm gaze. "Come on, uncle." This silent warrior full of raw power is full of wordless respect for Bardock. Bardock responded, "Thank you, I'll give it my all," and his desire for victory sparkled with determination in his eyes. Paragus continued to cheer, "You have this strength, I am sure you will be able to achieve victory." This sentence seems to inject more strength into Bardock, so that the belief of victory flows through the whole body. At this time, Bardock's daughter Erin jumped and ran up, shouting energetically, "Come on, Daddy, down with him. Bardock looked at his daughter and said softly, "Thank you, Irene. I'll do my best." Erin looked at her father, her eyes full of adoration and pride. "Dad, you are the best." In order to cheer for her father, Bardock extended a thumbs up to Erin to show a confident look. At this time, Bardock's wife, Connie, also came over, although worried, but more supportive. "Bardock, come on. Defeat him." Bardock only responded briefly, "I will do my best." There was a firm trust in Jimene's gaze. "I believe in you, don't give up." Bardock gave her an affirmative nod, a simple gesture that showed the deep understanding and mutual encouragement between the two. After a moment, he turned and walked towards the depths of the arena. His steps are sonorous and powerful, and his every step shows the determination of a warrior. Jimene clasped her hands tightly and looked at Bardock's back, praying silently. At this moment, the arena is already full of passion and enthusiasm. Everyone held their breath and waited for the fierce battle that was about to begin. Under the watchful eye, Bardock stepped into the ring and faced a formidable opponent. But in his heart, there was only one firm thought: for those who trusted him, for those who loved him, no matter how powerful the enemy, he would fight to the end without fear. With Bardock's entry into the battle, the arena instantly boiled. The eyes of countless viewers are focused on him, looking forward to a wonderful showdown with explosive power and strategy. Against Bardock, on the other hand, is a long list of challengers, all of whom have been battle-hardened, each with extraordinary strength and background. Chapter 46. He was dressed in a silver robe, a loose fit that made him walk as if he were dancing with a light time. The robe is inlaid with flowing rainbow patterns, each of which resembles a string of intertwined threads of time and space, outlining ancient and mysterious symbols. He paired it with a pair of dark blue slim-fitting trousers, which highlighted his slender and straight figure. At the same time, the silver high-top boots are complemented by the slightly shimmering starlight pattern on the upper, as if the stars have fallen into the mortal world. Sessa is a disciple of the Holy Realm, and he has reached the age of 1000. He has light blue skin and deep blue eyes, which makes him stand out from the crowd. With a height of 240 centimeters, he has a sturdy physique and is slightly fat, but this does not prevent him from showing amazing strength and skill in cultivation. In addition to her physical features, Sessa's personality is also memorable. He has always maintained integrity and steadfastness, and has unwavering principles towards friends and foes alike. To sum up, Sessa is a disciple of the Holy Realm with unique skills, integrity, perseverance, and appearance. Despite his advanced age, he still retains an astonishing strength and determination, and is highly respected and admired throughout the Holy Realm. The whole look exudes a calm and otherworldly atmosphere. The disciples of the Holy Realm are different. Sessa stood in the middle of the field, watching coldly, his eyes hidden with disdain, and perhaps a hint of anticipation. He looked at Bardock with a defiant look in his eyes. "Are you Bardock? Are you really a scion, and you're ashamed of Lord Shirakami?" Sessa didn't hide his contempt. Bardock's gaze was as firm as a rock, and his fighting spirit burned in his eyes. "Of course, I am no less powerful than any other race," his sonorous reply revealed unquestionable confidence. "Humph, this arrogant attitude of yours will only make you fail faster." Sessa's provocative voice echoed in the arena. Bardock was not swayed by this radical method, and his voice was full of determination and fighting spirit. "I'm not here to fail, but to prove the incomparably strong science." Sessa scoffed, "Ha, I haven't seen anything remarkable about you." Bardock was undaunted by provocations. "We will see the truth in the ring." It was as if Sessa had heard the funniest joke in the world. "No matter how much you talk about it, the scions are nothing more than that." But Bardock was not afraid, and his pride and the glory of his people made him rock solid. "Don't underestimate us scions. Oh, that alone is to prove what kind of great race you are." Sessa seemed to want to provoke Bardock's anger. Bardock was unmoved, and his reply was meaningful: "We don't need to prove it to anyone. But in this arena, I'll prove it with my fists. The atmosphere reached its peak, and the audience resounded with a dull roar. Sessa was silent for a moment, then smoothed out some of the folds of the Sacred Realm's robes. Well, let me see if you're really up to it. In this way, face to face, the dialogue between the two strong men, like a quiet storm warning before the duel, added incomparable anticipation and tension to the next battle. The battle between Bardock and Sessa is not only a personal dignity, but also a racial honor, which is about to be displayed in the burning fighting spirit. Challenger Sessa, dressed in a silver robe, was the first to appear. He has been training in the mysterious star field for many years, and his strength is unfathomable. His form is as agile as a phantom, and when he faces Bardock, his gaze is determined and full of the pursuit of victory. The two stood opposite each other, just waiting for the order of the time-space referee. Immediately following the referee's unwavering voice echoed over the arena, a tense and excited atmosphere swept through the arena. The two warriors, Bardock and Sessa, burst out of their power almost simultaneously, colliding together like two meteors. The roar is endless, and the energy released by the two blooms in a dazzling light and shadow, beautiful and dangerous. Bardock's fists were as fierce as a storm, each blow containing the power to destroy mountains and rocks. And Sessa, as a member of the Holy Realm, his reaction speed that can almost anticipate his opponent's next move allows him to always dodge with thunderous speed when Bardock's power is about to touch him, and find the right time to give a sharp counterattack. As the figures of the two warriors jumped, the venue seemed to become another witness to their fierce fight, and the strange ripples reflected every movement of the two, and those intertwined ripples seemed to be the two warriors fighting fiercely in a dimension invisible to the naked eye, competing with each other. In an instant, Bardock unleashed an astonishing speed like a beast and rushed towards his opponent. Each of his punches contained a powerful momentum, and the air in the fist wind tore and whistled. Sessa, on the other hand, dodged Bardock's attack with an unknown figure. Each of his steps seemed to be synchronized with the entire plane, and as the light flickered, his figure swayed through the field, deftly dodging Bardock's attacks. Chapter 47. The battle between the two is like two meteors shuttling through the universe, staggered and separated, in a tense balance of speed and power. The emotions of the audience also fluctuated with each fist-to-flesh impact. Some applauded Bardock's fearless spirit, and others marveled at the unfathomable depth of the mysterious space-time warrior. Bardock's fists were as fierce as a storm, filled with scion blood and strength. Sessa is like a light and shadow assassin in the dark night. His steps contain a sense of time and space confusion, making his opponents elusive. In the blink of an eye, the two have exchanged dozens of rounds, but the situation is still inseparable. Fierce battles are unfolding. The sudden conflict forced them to unleash all the power they had to hide. Sessa, known for his unrivaled speed, appeared in front of Bardock almost instantly, catching him off guard. Bardock only stretched out his arm, but before he could launch his attack, he was caught off guard by a lightning-fast kick from Sessa. Sessa's legs were so fast that even shadows were hard to catch, and his powerful force sent Bardock straight into the air. Sessa did not allow his opponent to breathe, and almost as soon as Bardock took off, he leaped into the air. With his hands clasped together, he gathered a powerful energy and slammed Bardock into the ground like a thunderous blow. The huge impact force made Bardock unable to avoid even if he had superb reflexes. Look at the move. Bardock! Sessa ordered to charge, like a violent storm, and punched Bardock on the ground. This punch exhausted all its strength and carried a thunderous momentum straight to the opponent. When the fist slammed into the ground cracked open a deep cavern, and the earth and rocks ejected, and the dust billowed up. Bardock, on the other hand, relied on his agility to roll and shift in time, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The dust on the ground had not yet settled, but Bardock had already reacted quickly, holding his hands on the ground and bouncing up quickly. Sessa also pulled out his deeply buried fists from the ground, and the figures of both sides were blurred in the dust. The two of them are like two beasts caught in a gladiatorial fight. Their offense and defense are changing rapidly, and their passion is boiling. As Sessa prepared to launch his next attack, he said, "Bardock, you reacted so quickly, but the battle is far from over. I'm going to show you the true power." After dodging a barrage of attacks, Bardock replied with a hint of a smile on his lips, "Good speed, Sessa. But you think that's going to beat me? I'll show you what power is." Bardock attacked, and Sessa fought back even harder. For a time, Bardock's fist style and Sessa's leg shadow were intertwined into an indomitable battlefield. Sessa punched Bardock in the cheek, causing space to vibrate. Bardock then lifted himself high and struck Sessa in the head with a sharp sword-like kick. Bang, bang, bang. Every impact shook the battlefield like the wrath of the gods. The attack begins again, and Sessa swings a heavy punch and snipes at Bardock. Bardock seized the opportunity with lightning speed and captured Sessa's arm with unmatched speed. Then, a skillful and powerful turn, using Sessa's kinetic energy, Bardock threw him violently. Sessa streaked across the sky like a meteor and eventually hit the ground with a bang. Bardock's eyes burned with unyielding fire, and he said defiantly, "Sessa, do you really think that this little trick can defeat me?" Sessa, standing up straight, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and responded with a sneer, "Humph, I want to see, Bardock, what your so-called true power is. Don't let me down." Bardock didn't give his opponent any respite, his hands focused, and the energy began to condense in his palms. Immediately afterward, he unleashed hundreds of Qigong bombs, and these lethal ripples bombarded Sessa indiscriminately. Bardock looked at Sessa with a firm gaze and said, "Then you have to be careful, Sessa. I will not show mercy anymore, see my storm fury." Sessa, in the face of the bombardment of Qigong bombs, did not waver, but shouted defiantly, "Come on! Let me see if your full blow can shake me, Sessa." Sessa was in a critical situation, and he could not escape, nor could he avoid the bombardment of the Qigong waves. Despite his sturdy body holding up the storm ahead, Sessa began to retreat in the face of the incessant onslaught, and he lost ground step by step. At the crucial moment, Sessa showed his true strength. He curled up suddenly, gathered all his energy, and let out an earth-shattering cry. The shout seemed to awaken the sleeping dragon, and he once again assumed a zigzag gesture, releasing a crystal-clear shield. The shield was like a hard diamond, so that all the Qigong bullets were ruthlessly bounced off the moment they touched it, and they could not cause the slightest damage to Sessa. As the battle progressed, the two constantly exchanged words of provocation and warning in fierce hand-to-hand combat and energy hedging, and every word was full of the arrogance and determination of the warrior. "Bardock, you're pretty good at getting beaten. But that's not enough. Sessa, one trick after another. Bardock, do you think you'll be able to beat me this way? I'll let you know that speed isn't the only thing that wins." Chapter 48. At this moment, the audience was in high spirits, and regular cheers came and went, like the drumbeat that guided the battle. "Come on, Bardock. Sessa, you are the strongest." They were immersed in this visual and auditory feast, and their voices added infinite power to the warriors on both sides. The disciples watched nervously at every movement on the field, their eyes full of shock. The battle between the two sides has been beyond their imagination, and they are feeling unprecedented pressure, a level that makes them clearly aware of the gap between themselves and the alternate elite. Because Sessa is the strongest of all the disciples, there is a huge difference between him and the alternate. The alternate elite disciples showed a more solemn expression, and they were even more empathetic to this battle. Every parry, every counterattack stimulated their nerves, making them clench their fists. The alternate elites present looked at each other, their eyes conveyed empathy, and there was no need for words between them, because they knew that whether they could advance in the future was being verified at this moment. And those fighters who were already elite disciples behaved more calmly. Their gazes were as sharp and focused as those of falcons, all staring closely at the duel between the two. They may have experienced similar battles, and may have known all about Bardock and Sessa's fighting styles, but they still watched carefully, because there were always subtleties in this fierce collision that would inspire them to further hone their martial arts. "Come on, Daddy, you're the best." Bardock's daughter, Irene, waved her hands, her voice so crisp and passionate despite the intense atmosphere that filled her father's encouragement and support as he fought. Erin's eyes were full of adoration and trust in her father, and no matter what the situation in the field, her heart was always filled with the unwavering anticipation of her father's victory. Bardock's wife, Jine, clasped her hands tightly together, and she did not shout, but she could clearly see her lips fluttering, silently praying for her husband, hoping that he would be safe and that the battle would end in his victory. She knew her husband's strength, but after all, it was a real battle of swords and guns, so the worries in her heart were always there. Bardock's friend, Paragus, had a solemn gaze in his eyes, and his eyes were full of depth that was different from that of the average viewer. He was thinking, is this the strength of the disciples of the Holy Realm? He felt a deep shock, and as a strong man, he began to silently measure the strength between Bardock and Sessa in his heart, and even thought about how he would choose and deal with it in such a fierce battle. Broly, on the other hand, looked more calm than Paragus, his gaze as sharp and focused as a falcon, and he did not easily show emotion on his face. But with every blink of his eyes, he captures and understands every detail of the battle. He knew that this battle could be an important reference and lesson for his future path. He stared at the battle so nervously, and his heart was also spinning in the process, all kinds of tactical thoughts and plans. As the battle progresses, the skill and strength of the two warriors are revealed. Whether it is Bardock's continuous offensive like a raging storm, or Cessana's dragon-like figure shuttling through the battlefield, every audience is shocked and moved. As time passed, both of them were close to their limits, but neither of them was willing to give in first. Their eyes were as firm and bright as steel, their bodies were tired but did not bow their heads, showing their will and strength in this endless collision and fighting. The audience could clearly feel that Bardock was gaining the upper hand. Not only did he rely on the Scion's natural fighting talent, but he also learned the opponent's fighting style in constant encounters, becoming sharper and more efficient. A hint of surprise flashed in Sessa's eyes, apparently not expecting Bardock's adaptability to be so strong. However, Seiza is not an easy character to mess with, and a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth, as if to show off his true strength. Suddenly, the aura around his body fluctuated violently, and a sense of oppression that distorted the sense of time made the hearts of all the audience beat faster. He suddenly unleashed a stunt known as the Time Tunnel, trapping Bardock into a dimension that could not be observed with the naked eye. Bardock struggled through this bizarre space-time tunnel, each blow seemingly distorted and deflected by some force. However, instead of fear, his eyes burned with a stronger fighting spirit. He let out a loud shout, and a golden lightning-like aura emanated from his body, breaking free from the seemingly invisible restraints. Bardock suddenly soars into the air and transforms into a Super Scion. The golden aura converged above his head like a newborn sun, and its dazzling brilliance made Seiza have to protect his eyes. Bardock's fist struck a rift that seemed to be able to cut through space-time, each shockwave sending shockwaves through Sessa's protective aura. Sessa realizes that he is facing a Bardock that he has never seen before. It was as if the Scion warrior had awakened to a new level in battle, and his strength had increased at an incredible rate. Sessa began to use his more advanced space-time skills, throwing a series of complex space-time interference waves, trying to drag Bardock into the chaotic flow of space-time. However, as if he had perceived the other party's intentions, Bardock traveled through the lightning-like shockwave and became the center of the flow of time and space. Chapter 49. Eventually, after a strong collision between the two sides, the air on the battlefield fell silent for a moment. After the dust of the impact had settled, Bardock stood in the middle of the arena, and Sessa had fallen to the ground. Sessa looked at Bardock, a smile of appreciation on his lips, and gave Bardock an encouraging nod. Bardock was victorious, and he conquered the low-level skills of the plane with the will and strength of the Isayans. In the audience, some people began to whisper, discussing the battle that had just ended. They talk about Bardak's speed, strength, and indomitable will, as well as Sessa's space-time skills and combat intelligence. This battle is no longer a simple showdown, it has become a legend, a story that will go down in history. Bardak's figure faded away in the arena, his back looking extremely determined. The disciples of the Holy Realm, whether they were alternate elites or elite disciples, watched him, and complex emotions surged in their hearts. Some people have a lot of respect for Bardak, while others feel jealous and unwilling. The race of the Scions, with their unparalleled combat effectiveness and indomitable spirit, moved all those who watched the battle. The disciples of the Holy Realm stood in the distance, their eyes revealing mixed emotions. Some had awestruck eyes and were struck by the strength and courage that Bardak had displayed. They silently thought in their hearts, this is the race of Scions, so how can they surpass such a peak? The pressure is like a mountain, pressing on their young shoulders, but it has also become the driving force for them to move forward. They, alternate elites, had a challenge in their eyes. They looked at Bardak's back, and secretly vowed in their hearts that one day, they would also stand on such a stage and compete with such a powerful opponent. Their hearts are filled with different dreams and goals, and everyone is working for their own future. They, elite disciples, looked at Bardak with deep doubts. How did the Scion race and bloodline become so decaying? The powerful spiritual power emanating from Bardak's body could not be concealed, and they could feel that this Scion had found his own way under the challenge and pressure, and exerted his best strength. Erin, Bardak's lovely daughter, rushed over happily, her innocent smile that made people laugh aloud. She hugged Bardak's neck passionately and exclaimed, "Daddy, you're amazing." Bardak took Erin in his arms and kissed her gently on the cheek, before turning to his wife Kaniai next to him. Bardak gently stroked his daughter's hair, a gentle glint in his eyes. At this time, his wife, Hymen, also walked over, her eyes full of care and love. She knew how much Bardak had given in battle, and she knew the burden he had borne for the sake of his family and honor. Touched by Sheena's concern, Bardak walked over, put a hand on her shoulder, and said to her gently, "I know you're worried about me, but trust me, I'll protect myself and you." Hymen nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, but she smiled again. At this moment, Paragas and Broly, father and son, walked over, their faces filled with sincere smiles. Broly's figure was tall and muscular, but at this moment, there was only admiration and friendship in his eyes. Paragas and Broly are a different story. Their faces were filled with heartfelt joy and celebratory smiles. Paragas patted Bardak on the shoulder and said in his hoarse voice, "Well done, Bardak, you make our Scion name resounding in the stars again." Broly nodded vigorously with his wordless character, and the respect and approval in his eyes were self-evident. They knew that this battle was not just a personal victory for Bardak, but a glory for the entire Scion race. "Thank you, without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today," Bardak responded, knowing that in this world, there is no substitute for the power of friendship and family. And in the air, the great heavenly official watched all this invisibly. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything, and seemed to be able to see that the picture scroll of the future was slowly unfolding. He knows that Bardak's growth will attract more attention and more challenges. He closed his eyes and began to feel the pulsations of the universe. In his senses, powerful energies surged in all corners of the universe, some ancient and some new, and they intertwined to form a complex picture. Suddenly, the great heavenly official opened his eyes, and he sensed an unusually powerful energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation came from a galaxy far away, and it was powerful and chaotic, as if to signal some great change to come. Bardak is a descendant of Lord AMOSXI, who has pure blood and great potential. After an extreme training session, Bardak seemed to have touched the rules of strength. The great heavenly official observed his growth and was a little surprised in his heart. Bardak not only possesses power, but also has a sense of the rules of power, which is the basis for ascension to the realm of gods. Chapter 50. The great heavenly official stood awe-inspiring, as if he had seen through the limits of Bardak's potential. Deep in his heart, he pondered, Bardak has touched the edge of the power of rules, and this power, if you can deeply comprehend its subtlety, may be the key to the realm of gods. But that's just the beginning, and true divine power depends not only on your strength, but also on whether your mind can withstand endless challenges. The light in the great heavenly official's eyes then became more profound. If Bardak can do atavism and fully activate the bloodline power of Lord AMOSXI, it will be a shocking move. At this moment, the seemingly impossible atavism was the most shining potential in Bardak's body in the eyes of the great heavenly official. Broly was a complete surprise. The spiritual power surpassed that of Bardak. If he can combine life force, spiritual power, and willpower, Broly will be able to reach the threshold of the realm of gods, and even reach the peak of the First Order, breaking free from the shackles of mortal bodies and becoming a god in the true sense. Although Paragus was his father, he was far less savvy than Broly. From this point of view, his ability is undoubtedly inherited from his mother. The great heavenly official was a little uncertain in his heart. At this moment, the great heavenly officer stretched out his hand and summoned the staff. The staff appeared in his hand, and its tip was inlaid with a gemstone that radiated a mysterious light. He gazed at the gem on the staff, as if it reflected the true vision of the universe. With the help of the power of the staff, the Grand Celestial Officer intends to go back to the past years of Paragus and Broly, and explore the origin of the mysterious power of these two scions. The Grand Celestial Officer carefully investigates Broly's past trajectory, especially his mother. The light released by the staff traveled through time, and as the picture gradually became clearer, the face of the great heavenly official showed surprise. It turns out that Broly's mother is not an ordinary scion, but an existence with an acquired super bloodline. With such a genetic heritage, it's no wonder that Broly is so unique. The great heavenly official sighed in his heart, what a glorious existence Broly's mother had been, but her life was finally ruined by the conspiracy of Frisia's men, and even if Paragus tried to find out, he could not find any answer. When the great heavenly official traced the past, his heart was full of helplessness, because as an angel, he could not directly interfere in any affairs of the nether. The great heavenly official closed his eyes and sighed deeply. If Broly's mother survives, maybe there will be one more scion in the arena now who can rival the strongest. But all these ifs are just empty talk. The heavenly official knew that everything still had to wait for Lord AMOSXI's exit, and he would be the key to deciding how to deal with all this. When the three forces are fully fused, Broly's full evolution is possible. This evolution is not only an enhancement of the body, but also an uplifting of the spirit and soul. In the eyes of the great heavenly official, Broly will no longer be just a super powerhouse, he will become a true god. Once, the great heavenly official looked at Broly, who was cultivating, and suddenly had a bold idea. He believed that Broly's ability to fuse the three powers to reach a new level was not only a personal improvement for Broly, but also an innovation in the cognition of the entire Holy Realm and even the entire cosmic law. If Broly is able to master the power of God, then his existence means new possibilities. The great heavenly official hopes to cultivate more strong people, allowing them to break through the limit and enter the first order of the God realm. He knew that this path was not only difficult, but also that the stability and peace of the galaxy were involved, but that was his mission as a great heavenly official. So the great heavenly official began to focus on cultivating Broly, and he wanted to make Broly a carrier of divine power and a target for experiments. Every training, every challenge, the great heavenly officer watched intently. He saw in Broly that vague, latent power, which gradually condensed and formed. He longed to see the fusion of Broly's various powers, which would be a spectacular sight. On a sunny day, Broly faced his own extreme challenge, and the great heavenly official stood in the distance and watched silently. Broly's entire body radiated a dazzling light, and the air around him seemed to tremble with his presence. At this moment, his life force, spiritual power and willpower began to really touch and entangle. After a long struggle and careful guidance, Broly finally reached new heights in the extreme challenge. The great heavenly official's heart was full of relief, because he saw this moment. He immediately realized that Broly's fusion was not just a transcendence of personal power, but a passport to the realm of the gods. This great transformation will be recorded in the history of the Holy Realm. Broly's breakthrough is not the end, but a fresh beginning. The great heavenly official knew that the road ahead would be even more rugged and unknown. But at the same time, he also believed that both Bardock and Broly, under the protection of Lord AMOSXI, they would overcome many difficulties and climb to the top of the realm of gods. Now, the great heavenly official has strengthened his belief, and he will continue to observe and guide these disciples, hoping that they will be able to grasp the true meaning of the power of the gods and bring unprecedented changes and splendor to the Holy Realm and even the entire universe. Chapter 51. Months have passed, and Bardock is a brave warrior who has been through countless battles and has always been hungry for greater power. Now, with his wife Gnei and daughter Erin, he is ready to make an important request to the great heavenly official a pass to be able to go to the mortal realm. Bardock hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and walked bravely towards the great heavenly official, telling him his wishes. Honorable great heavenly official, I hereby implore you to grant me a pass to the netherworld. I hope to embark on a journey to Earth in the seventh universe with my loved ones. The great heavenly official seemed to have anticipated this request, and instead of responding immediately, he slowly asked, Bardock, why did you leave here and go to the nether realm instead of continuing to cultivate here? Bardock's heart tightened, but his tone remained firm. Cultivation is important, but I feel the burden of my body. No matter how strong a warrior is, he is also mortal. I fear that the pursuit of power will result in self-destruction. So, I hope to go down to the realm and have a peaceful time with my family. The great heavenly official nodded yes, his face showing a slight look of relief. Indeed, if you just blindly chase power and ignore the warning signs of your body, I am afraid that it will have the opposite effect and even cause harm to your health. Proper rest and rehabilitation will not only help your body recover from the intense training, but also maximize the effectiveness of your training. Bardock felt greatly comforted by these remarks. He quietly awaited the final verdict of the great heavenly official, longing to gain the great heavenly official's sympathy and understanding. And not far away, Gnei held her daughter Erin's hand tightly, and was very worried about the family's request. Despite his limited knowledge of the universe, Bardock knew that with the approval of the great celestial officer, he would have the opportunity to travel to Earth, where there were things he wanted to protect and unfinished business. After a while, the great heavenly official finally spoke, I agreed to your request. But, Bardock, you must understand that as travelers to the mortal realm, you cannot interfere with the balance of the lower realm. Can you do this? There was a sparkle of determination in the eyes of Bardock and his family, and they nodded their heads again and again indicating that they would comply. We can do it. The great heavenly official bowed slightly, okay, I have explained it to Jie Sheng. When you go to the lower realm, he will give you where you want to go. Remember, don't disrupt order. May you find peace of mind in that ordinary world. Hearing the response of the great heavenly official, the big stone in Bardock and Jie's hearts finally fell, and a smile bloomed on Erin's small face. They bowed deeply and expressed their gratitude to the great heavenly ruler with gratitude. Meanwhile, Paragus and Broly learned that the Bardocks were about to receive a nether pass, and their eyes flashed with a complicated light. They also have their own reasons to go to the seventh universe, and there is no shortage of love between the strong and the grudge of old enemies. Paragus and Broly came to the hall of the great celestial ruler and respectfully but firmly expressed their request, grant us permission to go to the nether realm with Bardock and them. Great celestial officer. The great heavenly official frowned slightly, but still kept calm and asked, can you guarantee that you will follow the same rules and will not interfere with the balance of the nether? The two nodded firmly, we promise, we just want to find out, and we won't upset the balance. In the end, with the affirmation and permission of the most mysterious and powerful celestial official in the universe, the two groups of centaurs were given a precious opportunity. In the next few days, they will leave the training ground of the Holy Realm and go to the Earth to fulfill their heart's demands and explore their own cosmic journey. And all this is carried out under the rules of acquiescence under the nose of the great heavenly official. The whole universe. At this moment, the entire universe seems to be excited about the new chapter they are about to embark on. The great priest, dressed in dark green clothes, with a tall figure and his hands behind his back, was already standing at the entrance of the palace, waiting for them. Above the sky, the colorful glow poured down from the skyline, as if the colors of the whole universe were emerging at this moment, covering the earth in a dazzling splendor. As the light gradually dissipated, 5 figures gradually appeared in the void. Among them was a diminutive woman, Hymene, whose face was serene and beautiful. A tall man, Bardock, was holding his youngest daughter, Irene, and her eyes were full of curiosity. There was also the tall middle-aged man Paragus and the young man Broly, who was in the form of a little giant, and together they walked steadily towards the high priest. The 5 of them saluted the high priest in unison and bowed respectfully. The high priest waved his hand to show that it didn't have to be this way, and his tone revealed a magnanimous and nonchalant attitude. No formality, tell me, what is your destination? I will teleport you there. Chapter 52. The 7th Universe, the Earth. Bardock stared at his wife and daughter, their gazes revealing trust and anticipation. Our terminal is Earth, located in the 7th Universe. Bardock's voice was firm and powerful, as if they had imagined the serene blue planet, inhabited by their son Kakarot. A solemn and sacred aura emanated from the high priest, who waved to them, transporting them to the beginning of a new life. In a flash of light, the Bardocks, along with Paragus and Broly, disappear into the palace and head to the earth they have always longed to reach. It is there that they will find a fresh beginning and begin a life of isolation. In that unknown world, they may be able to find their true selves and find deeper meaning in life. Even if they are a little sad and scared before parting, with the blessing of the great heavenly official, they will bravely face new challenges and experience the ordinariness and tranquility that they have never experienced before. Through the tunnel of time and space, in a dazzling light, the figures of the Bardocks, Paragus, and Broly gradually blurred, and then disappeared without a trace. At this moment, they seemed to be shuttling between the scratches of the endless universe, crossing the unknown boundary, and speeding towards the other side of another time and space. In the dawn, when their vision gradually recovered from the dazzling light, the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. Bardock, Genet, Aaron, and Paragus and Broly find themselves standing on a planet full of life and unknown's Earth. When they first arrived in a strange world, they were amazed by the blue skies and white clouds, vast oceans, and lush forests of the Earth. Bardock took a deep breath of fresh air, and suddenly, he felt the peace and harmony of this world. An imperceptible emotion and contemplation flashed in his eyes. They're mesmerized by the sight of what they see, and they look around curiously, as if they want to leave their footprints on every inch of the land and explore this place full of novelties. Paragus and Broly, although they were quite calm, could not hide their curiosity about this new world in their eyes. They are well aware that, as powerful warriors, revealing their strength on this planet can cause chaos. If they accidentally upset the balance of this world, it will have unpredictable consequences, so they choose to hide their true power, act carefully, and try to adapt to life on this peaceful Earth. Bardock broke the brief silence. We should prioritize finding a place to stay. He proposed the first step to gain a foothold in this strange world. He realized that on this unknown planet, a stable home would be the foundation for them to explore and learn with peace of mind. I couldn't agree more. Paragus responded thoughtfully, his tone both decisive and expectant for the future. We need to be familiar with the rules and habits of this world. Subsequently, they found a temporary shelter in a remote Bayazai mountain. The valley is surrounded by dense trees with clear streams that are both secluded and tranquil. As a result, Bardock and Jinnah began to get busy, using their strength and wisdom to build a simple but sturdy shelter to withstand the cold winds of the night and the heat of the day. Little Irene ran around the neighborhood, her laughter echoing through the valley like a casual piece of music. She is full of curiosity and enthusiasm for this new world. Picking up a pebble or chasing a butterfly, the small figure cast in the sunlight becomes the most vivid scenery in this valley. On the other side of the valley, Paragus and Broly, father and son, tacitly built another improvised dwelling, which had a wider view and a clearer view of the outside world. Broly is still a man of few words, but as he builds a new home on Earth with his father's figure, it seems that new roots are slowly planted in his heart. A few days later, the humble but cozy home was built, and the Bardock family, along with Paragus and Broly, began their lives on Earth. They learn the languages of the Earth and explore the culture and technology of the planet. Day after day, they slowly integrated into the rhythm of life on this planet, and the seemingly powerful warriors began to enjoy the usual daily life. The Bardock family, along with Paragus and Broly, gradually adapted to life on Earth. They learned to use the currency of the Earth, learned about the laws of the Earth, and even began to try the various cuisines of the Earth. Although their power is hidden, their wisdom and courage are brought into play in this new world. Time passes, and on this peaceful planet, a group of warriors from afar are continuing their story with a new way of life. The tranquility and simplicity of the Earth gradually affected them, and the quiet days seemed to give them a moment of respite and warmth. And they are also silently protecting the planet that has given them a second home, using their strength to build an invisible barrier, looking forward to a peaceful and quiet future. Chapter 53. When the Bardock family, Paragus and Broly and his son left, in the practice room, AMOSXI sat cross-legged, put his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. His consciousness entered a state of detachment. In this state, he can touch the texture of time, feel its pulsation and flow. He gradually entered a meditative state, opened his mind to perception, and prepared to communicate with the knowledge in the secret book of time and space. In AMOSXI's mind, a silver-glinted ancient book came to mind, which was the legendary mysterious secret book of time and space. The inconceivable words flow between the pages of the mystical text, like the breath of life, undulating and repetitive, obviously containing extremely profound laws of time and space. AMOSXI took a deep breath, gathered his mind, and began his practice. The law transcends the rules, and the first thing he witnessed was the law of time, which is the law of the constant flow of the universe and the flourishing of all things. In AMOSXI's eyes, the law of time is one of the most vital laws in the universe, governing the life cycle of all life and matter. Only by truly comprehending the law of time can a cultivator swim freely in the long river of time, without fear of the erosion of time. For most practitioners, time is an irresistible, unchangeable absolute existence. But for AMOSXI, he is convinced that time is not monolithic, but can be perceived, understood, and even harnessed. He took a deep breath and threw his consciousness into the secret book of time and space, pursuing the true meaning of the law of time. The air in the cultivation room seemed to freeze at this moment, and AMOSXI's mind began to wander through the past and present, trying to decipher the secrets of time. His first question was, "What is time?" which is a seemingly simple question, but in fact it contains the most complex philosophy in the universe. In AMOSXI's perception, time is not only the trajectory of the development of the universe, but also the unit of interaction between the motions of objects, a numerical value that can be quantified and calculated, and an existence that cannot be traced back or reversed. AMOSXI worked on how to harness the properties of time to create a skill known as time acceleration. This skill will give him the ability to manipulate the flow of time, so that an object or creature may appear instantaneous to the outside world, but in fact it has taken a long time. It is conceivable that a seed can become a towering tree in a few breaths under the action of time acceleration. AMOSXI knew that such a powerful ability was not easy to master, and it required a deep understanding of time and an extreme perception of the flow of time. Every time he entered the state of cultivation, it was a deepening of his understanding of time, and it was a small step towards mastering the mysteries of time. AMOSXI's eyes were like a torch, and he noticed that some of them elaborated on the meaning of time acceleration. Time acceleration is the ability to speed up the passage of time, allowing an object or creature to go through a long journey in a short period of time. For example, a seed needs to withstand wind and rain, absorb sunlight and water under normal circumstances, and it takes months or even years to grow into a towering tree. With the help of time acceleration, this process can be completed in just a few hours. This is not only an increase in speed, but also a transcendence of the life cycle of organisms. For practitioners, this means a significant increase in the speed of their practice, saving countless years of hard practice. At the same time, it also gives the monks enough time to study spells, experience life, and understand nature. AMOSXI observes the temporal archive intently, trying to find the key to initiating the acceleration of time. Following the laws outlined in the mystical codex, he began to attempt to perceive and manipulate the flow of time around him. He first looked at a crystal hourglass beside him, and the sand was slowly flowing down from above. AMOSXI closed his eyes, intently feeling each grain of sand and trying to establish a heartfelt connection with them. As his heart changed, he could clearly feel the subtle changes in the flow of sand. The change in the speed of time is faint at first and almost imperceptible. But AMOSXI didn't give up, and he continued to immerse himself in it, gradually increasing his ability to perceive and control time. While the perception sometimes made him feel exhausted, he never flinched. Time acceleration doesn't need flashy appearances, it doesn't need earth-shattering spectacles, everything unfolds in silence. Over time, AMOSXI became more and more proficient in mastering the acceleration of time. Eventually, one day, when he woke up from his immersion, he was surprised to find that the sand that had taken an hour to pass was now gone in just a few minutes. This suggests that he has been able to manipulate the flow of time to a certain extent. This discovery left AMOSXI overjoyed. He knew that he had already mastered a part of the law of time acceleration. From then on, he began to use time acceleration in his cultivation to increase his cultivation at an astonishing speed. During his practice, the sun and moon rose and set, the seasons changed, and he was hardly affected. Chapter 54. AMOSXI increased his time acceleration to 10 times, in line with the time acceleration in his private training room. In this way, he gained the ability to speed up time, which greatly increased his cultivation speed. In just one day, you can achieve the results of 100 years of cultivation for ordinary people. In this time scale, AMOSXI experienced ease and attached great importance to every moment and every second of cultivation. However, it should be noted that once the cultivation of the law of time reaches 1/10, the amplitude of the time acceleration can only be adjusted to 10 times. AMOSXI's cultivation grew stronger, but his realm did not rise, until one day, he was able to perceive the mysterious outline of the flow of time and manipulate it with precision. His figure seemed to be synchronized with time, reaching a new level of cultivation. He no longer just accelerates the passage of time, but also applies this ability to the world around him, allowing everything around him to dance with him on the trajectory of time according to his will. Through the refinement of the secret codex of time and space, AMOSXI began to explore more subtle laws than time acceleration, time slowdown, time standstill, time rewind, and so on. These are no longer unattainable legends, but peaks to be overcome. A new future has opened the door to the fantastic, and he will continue to move forward in search of the ultimate meaning in this journey of infinite possibilities. Time acceleration, the ability to speed up the passage of time, allowing an object or creature to undergo a long period of change in a short period of time. Time slowdown, as opposed to time acceleration, it slows down the passage of time, making the movement of the surrounding world extremely slow. Time standstill, the passage of time can be temporarily stopped, so that in this state, the user of the ability can move freely, while others stand still like sculptures. Time rewind, the ability to rewind time, which can be used to reset events, heal injuries, or change certain events in history. Time travel, ability users can travel to a point in time in the past or future. Time horizon, you can see past or future scenes, and sometimes this ability is limited, such as only seeing specific events or possibilities. Time resistance, has some immunity to the laws of time, and is able to resist the effects of other laws of time. Foresight of the future, through the understanding of the laws of time, it is possible to foresee future events. Lifespan control, by manipulating time, the lifespan of an organism can be extended or shortened. Time sealing, sealing a thing or creature at a specific point in time so that it cannot perceive or influence the outside world. Time isolation, creates a space that is out of sync with the normal flow of time, and the speed at which time passes internally can be freely controlled. Spatial teleportation, ability to teleport between locations, regardless of physical distance. Spatial rifts, able to tear through space and create passages to other places or planes. Space blockade, the ability to seal off space in a specific area so that other people or objects cannot enter or leave. Spatial seal, seals an object or creature in a specific space so that it cannot escape. Space storage, you can create items such as space bags and space rings, and the internal space is much larger than the outer volume, which is used to store a large number of items. Space cutting, attack with the power of space, which can cut through space and form an invisible blade that damages enemies. Spatial perception, through sensitivity to space, we can perceive changes in the surrounding environment and even predict dangers. Spatial barrier, forms a spatial barrier that can withstand attacks or protect an area. Space domain, create a special space domain within a certain range, and the laws within the domain can be controlled by the user. Space compression, compresses space to shorten the distance, which can be used to move quickly or attack. Space warp, distorts space, affecting the shape or size of objects, and even changing the direction of attacks. Spatial isolation, isolate an area from the outside world, and the inner and outer spaces are in different states or time flow rates. Space folding, by folding the space to shorten the actual distance between 2 points, ultra-long distance teleportation can be realized. After continuous hard work and unwavering perseverance, AMOSXI finally mastered the complex and obscure laws of time and space, and cultivated it to a 10% level. He not only has a profound knowledge of the laws of time and space, but also has made remarkable breakthroughs in the field of life sciences through in-depth research on the laws of nature. With a deep understanding of the laws of nature, AMOSXI discovered that all life in the universe contains a latent vitality that can lead cells to reorganize and repair themselves. So, AMOSXI began research work. Through countless experiments and practices, he finally found the key to guiding the ability of cells to reorganize. The core of this ability is to mobilize the energy of the primitive cells in the organism, and through spiritual guidance, promote cell reorganization, repair damage, and even reshape the body structure in a specific pathway. He named this ability cellular recombination. The application of this ability is very magical. Seriously injured people can recover quickly in a short time, disabled living beings may regain their full form, and even some living beings can autonomously change their physical characteristics to adapt to different environments or needs. Other characters can gradually develop and master this ability through a long period of cultivation and study. However, the use of cellular recombination abilities may require the consumption of a large amount of mental or life force, so it cannot be used at will. Chapter 55. The Seventh Universe, the Earth. On this special day, Bardock clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly summoned his family over. Kakarot is getting married, and we are going to participate too. There was a rare tenderness and anticipation in Bardock's tone, and he had always felt guilty about his long-lost son. When Gnei heard the news on the side, he was instantly emotional, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. So soon, Kakarot is going to get married, what do you think we are going to do, Baduk? he can't blame us for not going to see him for so many years, right? The guilt and longing in her heart made her both excited and apprehensive about the upcoming reunion. Bardock laughed and comforted her. Kakarot is different from other scions, he is very simple, and he has his own friends and relatives on Earth. His fiancée's name is Kiki, and although she doesn't have great strength, she is very considerate, and Kakarot is very suitable to be with her. Obviously, Bardock showed full trust and respect for his son's choice. But what should we say when we meet? Hymenai was comforted, but still didn't know what to do. After careful consideration, Bardock made his own suggestion: we can prepare some endless gold and silver treasures for our fiancé, and at the same time provide Kakarot with a special gravity training room, which I am sure they will enjoy very much. His tone was full of confidence, because with his foreknowledge he had already learned about their personalities, and he couldn't wait for the moment when he was reunited with his son. Many years ago, the rewards that Bardock received for completing tasks in the Holy Realm, although they could not be directly exchanged for cash, he exchanged those transparent red stones of the Holy Realm for a large sum of cash. Although this money is nothing among the scions, it can allow Kakarot and Kiki to live a more stable life on Earth. In addition, the Great Heavenly Officer also gave Bardock some of their space-stored artifacts, such as bracers, and they were filled with precious items, such as a training room dedicated to training, and so on. Irene, the single ponytailed girl next to her, had a mischievous smile on her face when she heard this. "Do you finally want to recognize each other? I wonder what my brother's expression would be if he knew that I was his sister. He ha 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 ha. Bardock, old friend, this is a great event, and Broly and I will be going." Paragus made his decision, and not long after, the huge figure, Broly, stood up, his silent gaze shining with strange brilliance, as if expressing anticipation for the upcoming event. When the day finally came, Bardock's family, along with Paragus and Broly, flew away. Along the way, everyone's conversation can't avoid the upcoming wedding and the Kakarot they haven't seen in years. "What do you think Kakarot will look like when he grows up?" said Aaron, who looked very excited all the way. "Surely inherited its father's handsomeness." Paragus interjected triumphantly, clearly meant. Bardock shook his head, knowing that in addition to his appearance, he cared more about his son's character and heart. He believes that no matter what Kakarot looks like, his heart must not change, and it is the strength and bravery of the scions. Sun Wukong and Kiki's wedding has been preparing for a long time, everything is ready. And friends have also received invitations. However, the day before Sun Wukong and Kiki were about to walk into the wedding scene, an unexpected news disrupted everyone's plans: the Bull Demon King's house suddenly caught fire. Everything went according to the plot. The most important moment in the lives of Sun Wukong and Kiki. The wedding ceremony was in full swing with the blessings of friends. This is a day to remember, and one that is destined to go down in history. However, just when everyone was immersed in joy, several unexpected figures broke the peace. Their arrival froze time and shook the audience. Sun Wukong looked at these sudden visitors, obviously a little stunned. "Who are those people?" whispered one of the guests. It was in that place that Bardock stood straight, almost exactly like the Monkey King, with a strong figure and deep eyes, showing the pride and perseverance of the scions. By his side, his wife, Himani, smiled gently, giving a warm and affectionate feeling. And their youngest daughter, Irene, held her mother's hand tightly and looked around curiously, lively and active. The rest of the story doesn't end there, followed by Paragus and his son Broly. Paragus gives the impression of being more of an older man. And the most striking thing was the tall and muscular man Broly standing next to them, and at a glance it was obvious that he was extraordinary. Just as the crowd was in shock, Kling couldn't help but sneak up to Leaping's side, his voice cautious and full of excitement. "You see, that person looks like Wukong, and there is a tail behind him." Chapter 56. Leaping stared at the person in front of him, his gaze piercing the crowd and landing on the man who looked exactly like Goku. Leaping's heart began to pound, and he could clearly feel the aura emanating from this man. It was a shockingly oppressive sensation that made the air tremble with it. Leaping stared intently at the Bardock family, and suddenly felt an unprecedented aura. It must be Sun Wukong's relatives, but this sense of oppression is definitely not simple. His voice trembled, because this aura made him shudder. The audience was shocked by the appearance of these scions. In fact, their aura spread throughout the banquet, and even the most ordinary people could feel an indescribable sense of oppression. It doesn't matter if Goku is powerful, his relatives seem to be even more powerful than Goku. Leaping once again expressed his opinion, although he himself was not a weak warrior, but the aura in front of him made him silent for a long time. Kling nodded quickly. He felt that he could clearly feel the powerful oppression in Bardock, even stronger than Goku, and it made him tense up and swallow several times in his throat. Sun Wukong also noticed these sudden guests. Looking at the face that seemed to look in the mirror, Sun Wukong's heart swelled with inexplicable emotions. Even he couldn't believe what was in front of him. Bardock's eyes fell on Sun Wukong's body, deep and full of emotion, as if there were endless words to say, but he didn't know where to start. Sun Wukong took a step, almost by an invisible traction, and walked towards Bardock, full of anticipation. "Are you?" Bardock interrupted Goku's words, first looked at Kiki who was laughing next to him, and then turned his gaze to Goku again. His eyes seemed to tell all kinds of memories and reluctance on a distant planet. "Kakarot, I'm Bardock." "Your father?" This sudden and explosive news caused a sensation among those present. Sun Wukong suddenly had a father, and he actually appeared in his wedding. This sudden change in the plot made everyone feel incredible. Sun Wukong's heart was turbulent, but it was also full of happiness. He didn't ask his father why he hadn't seen him for many years, but hugged Bardock tightly, feeling this long-lost family affection. "Father! Father!" Wukong muttered, not knowing how to continue this sudden conversation for a while. Bardock's eyes also flashed with a strange light, the brilliance of the sun and the warmth of father's love. "I am very happy to see you on such an important day." With a smile on his face, Bardock began to introduce the two special guests. "Kakarot, this is your mother Kani, and the child next to her, she is your sister Irene." Sun Wukong looked at the two beside Bardock. His heart was excited and complicated. "Mother," Sun Wukong pulled out the word with some difficulty. His voice was a little choked, and the torrent of feelings hit his heart. He never expected to meet his parents today. Although Gnei is a little old, his eyes are full of love and tenderness, and he grabs his son's hand tightly, and his eyes are full of love and longing. She looked at Sun Wukong, and her eyes seemed to want to make up for all the lost time. "Kakarot, you've grown so big, just like your father." Hymene's voice trembled, but it was full of happiness. The younger sister Erin is a bright and lovely little girl. Her eyes are curious and shining, and she whispers "brother." Makes the atmosphere of the scene a lot warmer. Sun Wukong looked at his sister's young face, and an indescribable desire to protect him swelled in his heart. Bardock then introduces his comrade-in-arms Paragus and Paragus' son Broly to Sun Wukong. Broly has eyes that look like stargazing quietly, and is not a man of words. But when he sent his blessings to Sun Wukong and Kiki, the sincerity was more moving than any eloquence. Paragus, on the other hand, was a calm and powerful warrior, and his blessing was simple and powerful. "Kakarot, may your marriage be as passionate and victorious as our battle." This sudden family exchange not only made Sun Wukong's inner emotions turbulent, but also moved all the friends present. The power of family affection is often the most powerful and warm energy in this universe. When Kling and Leaping saw this scene, they unconsciously felt a trace of warmth. They are all aware of Goku's upbringing and experience as a friend of his, and they are sincerely happy that Goku was able to find his family. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, broke free from the mood fluctuations in his heart, and showed his characteristic bright smile. "Thank you for coming here. I will remember this day and remember my family. Although Kiki was surprised by these abrupt guests at first, she still maintained a kind smile, and she welcomed these family members who had never met before, and shared the indescribable joy together. Chapter 57. The face of the god was solemn at this moment, and he stared intently at the Broly and the others, his heart full of fear. This tall scion caused a huge shock in his heart. Bobo, on the other hand, stood silently on the sidelines, expressionless. 4 years ago, he had learned of the arrival of the Bardock family, Broly, and Paragus, but had never told the gods. Just as the gods were deep in thought, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Bardock, a scion with a face that resembles the Monkey King, confides in the Monkey King a shocking truth: he is the father of the Monkey King. In this moment of shock, all the mysteries seemed to be unchained. The gods had been observing Sun Wukong's unusual powers and actions, and thought that he was nothing more than an anomalous human on earth. And Bardock's words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, finally made the gods understand everything. Sun Wukong, the hero of the earth, his bloodline can be traced back to the distant stars. For the gods, the parent-child connection between Monkey King and Bardock is like the last piece of a puzzle that has been missing for a long time, skillfully putting together all the scattered pieces. A grand picture unfolds before the eyes of the gods, in which there is both the inheritance of power and the trajectory of fate. The celestial god felt an unprecedented sense of awe, and even though he himself had reached the pinnacle of the heaven and earth in the underworld, he could not help but be moved by the courage of a race like the Scions, who possessed unlimited potential. After this series of shocks, the celestial god finally released the long-standing worries in his heart. He learned that as long as these Scions in front of him did not harbor evil intentions and established a good relationship with the earth, it could be a rare luck for the earth. They, Turtle Immortals, Klin, and the others, who were always fighting, had changed into solemn clothes today, and they might even make a little joke from time to time to liven up the atmosphere. However, in witnessing this joyous moment in life, they all put away their usual naughtiness and gave the newlyweds blessings with the most sincere mood. Finally, in the cheers and blessings of everyone, Sun Wukong and Kiki completed their wedding. After the wedding, the Bardocks and the Paragus father and son stayed, and they tasted the delicacies of the earth together and enjoyed the feast after the wedding. As night falls, a beautiful and unexpected day comes to an end. The starry sky was shining, accompanied by the laughter of Monkey King and Kiki, the strength of Bardock, the father-son relationship between Paragus and Broly, and the blessings of everyone present. The memory of the wedding was forever engraved in everyone's hearts. The Holy Realm, the Temple of Time and Space. In the midst of the vast sacred realm, which is almost synonymous with infinity, there is a solemn and sacred structure called the Temple of Time and Space. This is the core of the space that controls time travel and cultivation, and it is also the most secret and noble area of the Temple of All Powers. The cultivation room of the Temple of Time and Space is a mysterious place that ordinary people can't reach. Its inner space is unfathomable, full of the secrets and powers of time and space. Practicing in retreat here can raise one's skills to unimaginable levels in a short period of time. Naturally, the cultivators who entered it were all carefully selected sons of heaven. Time flies, and 5 years pass quietly in the silence of retreat. In the cultivation room, there was a faint light, difficult cultivation, and a long precipitation, and AMOSXI finally got out of the customs. AMOSXI, as the trainee master of the Holy Realm, is a powerful being with immortal power through the ages, and the ancestor of all Scions. At this moment, he had been in retreat and cultivation in the cultivation room of this space-time temple for a full 5 years. As a burst of brilliant brilliance gradually dissipated, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened. AMOSXI's figure walked out of it, without a trace of tiredness on his face, only a calm expression, and a temperament that was more unfathomable than before entering the customs. When AMOSXI stepped out of the cultivation room and looked around, he saw the great heavenly official standing there respectfully, his clothes fluttering and his expression solemn. Congratulations, my lord, you have achieved success in your cultivation. The voice of the great heavenly official was loud and gentle. AMOSXI nodded, the precipitation in his heart had not dissipated, and his eyes were like a deep pool. He looked around, the magnificence of the temple of time and space was still the same, but he couldn't help but feel a little stunned in his heart. How long have I been in retreat? Asked AMOSXI. The great heavenly official hurriedly replied, Lord Hui, you have been in retreat in the cultivation room for 5 years. AMOSXI was lost in thought, thinking to himself. Coupled with the fierce battle in the Tower of Time and Space before, it has been 6 years since I lived in the stratosphere of the Holy Realm. However, in the cultivation room of the Time and Space Temple, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, making him feel unprecedented power, but the realm had not changed, and he was still at the peak of the 6th order of the God realm. For practitioners, time is often like a white horse, like a fleeting grain of sand. And for an existence like AMOSXI, years of retreat were just a short moment. But even so, AMOSXI remained concerned about the situation in the Holy Realm. He asked softly, during the years of my retreat, have there been any major changes in the Holy Realm? Chapter 58. In response to such an inquiry, the great heavenly official shook his head and replied, Lord AMOSXI, everything is fine. The order of the Holy Realm is still stable, and I have gathered all my disciples here, and they are all proceeding according to the prescribed cultivation and lifestyle. But 4 years ago, there was something you might need to know. The Bardock family, Paragus and Broly have applied to me to live in the Nether. Hearing these names, AMOSXI was silent for a moment. Bardock was a descendant of his bloodline, and he was the ancestor of all scions. His strength is extraordinary. He is always focused on cultivation and cannot take care of his family's feelings. In the past, he practiced in retreat in order to pursue a higher level. The great heavenly official continued, going to the Nether to live is actually a kind of cultivation. If you just blindly chase power, you may have the opposite effect and even cause a burden on the body and mind. With that in mind, I approved their application. AMOSXI nodded. Over the years, his understanding of power has become more and more profound. He began to realize that peace of mind and the experience of life were the only way to a higher level of power. A faint smile appeared in AMOSXI's eyes, and he was satisfied with the decision of these people. Strength is important, but if you don't know how to improve it in the right way, you will only get half the result and may even ruin your future. After a moment, AMOSXI said slowly, you are doing a good job of giving them the opportunity to experience and understand the diversity of life. Strength is important, but living a true and meaningful life without losing oneself is the true meaning of cultivation and progress. AMOSXI continued to ask, so, how are they now? The great heavenly official replied, according to the news from the Nether, they have adapted to life there. The Bardock family carved out a peaceful land in the Nether and settled down. Paragus and Broly also found their home and lived a peaceful and fulfilling life. By the way, there's one more thing that needs your attention, Lord AMOSXI. About the scion mother named Broly. As far as I know, she has a special gene for the acquired super bloodline, but she fell because of the terrible conspiracy of Frisia's men. As an angel, I can't interfere in these matters, and all of this needs to be handled by you, my lord. However, if Broly, who has a super bloodline, can regain his family, and add a super scion who can match the strongest, it will undoubtedly be a great help to the Holy Realm. AMOSXI frowned slightly, although the plot of Dragon Ball Super did not seem to mention Broly's mother in his memory, but the differences in the world of the Holy Realm often exceeded his imagination. If Broly's mother really exists and has such a precious bloodline, then AMOSXI, as the guardian of the power of the Holy Realm, naturally cannot afford to lose. Well, I understand the situation. I'll take care of this matter personally. AMOSXI's voice was full of determination, and at the same time, he already had a preliminary plan and countermeasures in mind. Seeing AMOSXI's statement, the great heavenly official nodded happily, he was convinced of Yamoxi's ability, and he was full of expectations that he would be able to properly solve the situation in front of him. Yamoxi turned to look out the window, where the starry sky and the vast sacred realm were visible, and his eyes contained the brilliance of the future. He understands that he carries a great responsibility on his shoulders, and next, he wants to write his legend again in this vast time and space. Yamoxi immediately began to inquire about other matters, concerned about the safety of the Holy Realm, the cultivation of his disciples, and so on. The great heavenly officials reported one by one, and they did not dare to omit any details. As far as all the reports sounded, Yamoxi remained calm, but there was a lot of turmoil in his heart. The 5-year retreat, although short, had a very limited overall impact on the Temple of Time and Space. But Yamoxi is well aware that his responsibility is even greater. He needs the light of hope, he needs to navigate countless beings, and he needs to be the core force that maintains the stability and order of the Holy Realm. Just as the conversation with the great heavenly official was coming to an end, Yamoxi suddenly felt a faint fluctuation, which was a subtle change in the flow of time and space. The brightness in his eyes bloomed like stars, and he knew that he possessed not only power, but also the ability to comprehend the entire cosmic order. The sky outside the cultivation room was as clear as ever, and every cloud on this land contained the will and deep meaning of the Holy Realm. Accompanied by the great heavenly official, Yamoxi stepped into the vast universe, preparing to inspect this universe again and protect this supreme Holy Realm. As he took the step, Yamoxi's heart was already turbulent, and his own people chose to live in the Nether, which was an important experience in Yamoxi's view. Yamoxi knew that the tranquility, peace, and harmony of the Holy Realm were not natural, and needed to be held onto and led by strong people like them. And the decision of the clan also made him re-examine his understanding and application of power. Yamoxi felt the ground beneath his feet, and every breath in his chest was filled with the flow of strength and wisdom. He knew that his mystical existence was not just for fighting, but to bring balance and harmony to the entire Holy Realm, and indeed to the wider universe. Chapter 59. When he reopened his eyes, the proving ground had regained its tranquility. The great heavenly official stood aside, his eyes full of admiration. He said, "Lord Yamoxi, your power has broken through the limits of the past and reached a whole new level." Hearing such an evaluation, Yamoxi just smiled lightly. He knew he still had a long way to go. But now, what he longs for is no longer just personal strength, but the future of the race, the right of the descendants of the Scions to freely choose their own destiny. He looked into the distance, as if he could see through the layers of time and space the scene of the Bardock family living in the Nether. They may be facing new challenges, or they may be enjoying the warmth and happiness of family. Yamoxi silently blessed them in his heart, hoping that they could find their own happiness and strength. As for himself, he will continue to guard the Holy Realm and the glory of the Scions until that day when they can be truly independent and free. The great heavenly official and Lord Yamoxi stepped into the time-traveling time tunnel together, and their figures were like a beam of light, shuttling through the intricate flow of time and space. He knew that Lord AMOSXI's goal was clear, to rescue Broly's mother, a Scion woman with an acquired super bloodline, whose life was of immeasurable value to the Holy Realm. Their time travel was not untraceable, and each time they traveled left subtle traces on the tapestry of the universe, but the great heavenly official's abilities were enough to cover them up and prevent any force from detecting his actions. The seventh universe, the planet Vegeta. They came to the skies above the planet Vegeta under Frisia's rule, in a time of oppression and fear. Broly's mother, a Scion woman named Jin, became more and more clear in Yamoxi's perception. She is besieged by Frisia's men, and the end of her fate is near. Yamoxi's eyes are very calm. He knows that he cannot directly intervene in history, but he can subtly change it. Yamoxi used the spell of time to stand still, snapped his fingers, and the whole world seemed to stop. Frisia's men's movements froze, and Jin's expression of fear was frozen in that moment. Yamoxi moved quickly and cast a powerful illusion to create a double that was identical to Jin's. The avatar swapped places with the real Jinner, who was wrapped in mana by AMOSXI and quietly taken away from the dangerous place. Time flowed again, and Frisia's men were unaware of anything out of the ordinary, continuing to carry out the order, while the stand-in was reduced to nothingness by their attacks. Returning to the sacred realm with Broly's mother, Yamathi arrives at the Temple of Time and Space, a place filled with the unique divine atmosphere of the sacred realm, which can provide her with security and protection from all kinds of threats from the outside world. Broly's mother could not accept what was in front of her for a moment, but she could feel the kindness and strength of Yamathi. She knew that her son Broly was still on planet Vegeta, and her heart was full of thoughts and worries about her son. The great heavenly official explained everything to her in detail, including her son Broly's lineage and their importance in the Holy Realm. He promised her that here she would receive the most comprehensive protection and upbringing, as her son Broly had become a member of the Sacred Realm, a true scion. And even her husband Paragazth was a member of the Sacred Realm. When Broly's mother heard the news, she couldn't believe it, and her heart welled up with gratitude and hope. For the sake of her son's future, and to be able to see him again, she decided to stay in the Holy Realm. AMOSXI arranged for her the best cultivation resources and told her that as long as she was ready, their mother and son would have a chance to reunite. AMOSXI looked at her determined eyes and knew he had made the right decision. He will continue to guard the Holy Realm and every life in need until they can truly become independent and free. In the Temple of Time and Space in the Sacred Realm, Jin begins her new life. The environment here is very different from the planet Vegeta where she once lived, and it is full of peace and sanctity. Under the guidance of AMOSXI and the great heavenly official, she gradually adapted to life here and began her own practice. Jin knows that cultivation is not easy, but she has a strong will. She knows that her son, Broly, is living in the outside world, so she must be strong in order to be able to reunite with him in the future and protect him from harm. Over time, Jin's power has been greatly enhanced with the resources of the Holy Realm. Her transcendent bloodline has been purified and sublimated here, and she has even begun to awaken some unprecedented abilities. Her body has become stronger, and her perception has become extremely acute, even able to sense faint energy fluctuations in distant galaxies. After Broly's mother settled down in the Temple of Time and Space, AMOSXI's eyes were once again set on a larger future. He understood that his mission was not yet complete, and that the balance of the Holy Realm required his constant protection and efforts. As AMOSXI, he will pursue this goal with all his might, until he finally achieves balance and harmony between the Divine Realm and the universe. Chapter 60. At this moment, a faint signal passed through the barrier of time and space, and entered AMOSXI's perception. It was an extremely ancient and mysterious wave, and it carried a deep message that seemed to call him. Yamathi closed his eyes, basking his consciousness in the waves. He felt a call that spanned billions of light years, the remnants of an ancient civilization, hidden somewhere in the universe, waiting to be discovered. He knew that it would be a brand new adventure and a test of his strength. Yamathi decided to go to that mysterious place for himself to explore those ancient secrets, and perhaps there was a hidden key to the development of the Holy Realm. Before setting off, AMOSXI called the great heavenly official, and gave him the task of this time, and after explaining some precautions, he set out on a journey alone to find the remains of an ancient civilization. Crossing galaxies and galaxies, Yamathi's figure moves quickly through the universe. His speed was like light, and it was instantaneous. In his perception, that ancient wave grew stronger, and he knew that he was getting closer and closer to his destination. Finally, in a barren star field, AMOSXI discovers the remains of that ancient civilization. It's a huge interstellar city that floats in the void and glows faintly. The architecture of the city is quaint and mysterious, and every building is engraved with incomprehensible runes. Yamathi entered the interstellar city. He could feel that this place was filled with an ancient and powerful force. He began to explore the city, hoping to find the source of that volatility. In a huge palace, AMOSXI finally finds the source of the waves. It was a huge crystal that emitted a soft glow and was surrounded by countless runes. AMOSXI stepped forward and reached out to touch the crystal lightly. Suddenly, a voice rang out in AMOSXI's head, deep and full of majesty, "Outlander, if you desire power and want to untie the shackles of wisdom, then you must pass through 5 proving grounds to be recognized by me." AMOSXI also understood that he needed to prove his wisdom and strength in order to be eligible for its favor, in order to truly activate the crystal's energy and uncover the secrets of this ancient civilization. The first level of the trial is the Gate of Wisdom. He needs to solve a series of complex rune puzzles that involve not only linguistic challenges, but also a deep understanding of ancient civilizations. Immersed in a vast database, AMOSXI analyzed, deliberated, and finally relied on extraordinary wisdom and perseverance to successfully solve the puzzle and pass the first level. Next, the second hurdle he faces is the realm of courage. This session tested AMOSXI's courage and determination. He is placed in a virtual reality full of dangers, and needs to rely on his own choices and judgment to survive in the midst of many dangers. His heart beat like a war drum, but his courage sustained him to keep moving forward and finally get through it. The third level is Test of Tenacity, in which AMOSXI has to constantly fight against the siege of virtual enemies. Almost endless battles tested his physical and mental endurance. Although he was physically and mentally exhausted by the incessant fighting, he stood up again and again, proving his indomitable will. The realm of perception is the fourth level, where AMOSXI needs to go deep into her heart and have a positive dialogue with her fears and desires. Through meditation and introspection, he stripped himself of distracting thoughts, was not afraid of adversity, was not trapped by desires, and finally touched the peace of his soul. In the final level, the Way of Fusion, AMOSXI needs to achieve some level of spiritual resonance with the crystal. He immersed himself in studying the crystal and the runes that surround it, trying to understand its essence. As time passed, AMOSXI gradually gained a deeper appreciation for this power. He learned how to merge with it, how to use it, not be dominated by it. A few days later, AMOSXI stood in front of the giant crystal again. This time, when he reached out and touched the crystal, there was no previous burst of light, but as if 2 identical energies were silently merging. The crystal shrank in the palm of his hand, eventually turning into a miniature sphere that glowed softly. Suddenly, a powerful stream of information rushed into AMOSXI's mind. It was the memory of this ancient civilization that told AMOSXI that this civilization was once one of the most powerful races in the universe, but was nearly extinct in a catastrophe. They left behind this crystal, hoping to pass on their knowledge and wisdom. Feeling a heavy responsibility, AMOSXI decided to bring this crystal back to the Temple of Time and Space so that the wisdom of this ancient civilization could contribute to the development of the Holy Realm. On the way back, AMOSXI's heart was filled with thoughts about the future. He knows that although his power is strong, there are always unpredictable variables in this universe. He needs more wisdom and knowledge in order to better protect the Holy Realm and protect every life. AMOSXI returned to the Temple of Time with the crystal, which he placed in the center of the temple's plaza. He believed that this crystal would bring new strength and hope to the Holy Realm. Chapter 61. The Seventh Universe, the Earth. On a quiet afternoon, a ray of light quickly crossed the sky at a speed like a meteor. However, the roar that came out indicated that this was not a natural phenomenon, but that a spherical spacecraft was descending at high speed. As the point of light got closer and larger, it finally fell into the nearby wilderness with a loud bang. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the grass. One was the teenage girl Erin, and the other was her 4-year-old nephew Son Gohan. They stood not far away, staring at the scene in front of them. Erin smiled, feeling that everything in front of her was very interesting, while Son Gohan was a little nervous and curious. "Interesting people are coming." Erin giggled, her voice full of curiosity and teasing. Son Gohan grabbed Erin's hand tightly, his eyes flashing with innocence and curiosity unique to children. "Auntie, aliens have appeared." Slowly emerging from the spaceship was a tall figure, with thick black hair and an innate arrogance, and a pair of deep eyes locked tightly on the pair of humans in front of them. He is Raditz, a powerful scion warrior. Raditz's eyes fell first on the strange pairing. He frowned, not excited about this guy's arrival. He activated the probe, hoping to calculate the combat strength of the person in front of him, and perhaps find clues from it. The results showed that the combat effectiveness of girls was 0 and that of children was 5. Raditz smiled disdainfully. He had thought Earth would be a planet worth conquering, but now it seemed to be nothing more than a place for a weak race. It's only 0 and 5. Poor worm, said Raditz with contempt. However, just as Raditz was about to turn away, his pupils shrank and he saw the tail wagging slightly behind the girl and the child. Among the scions, this is characteristic of their race. Imp, are you scions? Raditz realized that the situation was unusual. Son Gohan's response was very decent, and although he was young, he received a good upbringing. My name is Son Gohan and I'm 4 years old. He behaved politely, as if greeting a relative who had been reunited after a long absence. But Raditz doesn't appreciate Gohan's politeness. At this moment, he only wanted to know if the child in front of him was the child of his younger brother Kakarot. Raditz didn't care about their names. He knew that there should be only one scion on Earth, and that was his younger brother Kakarot. Persistently asked, is your father's name Kakarot? Yes, there is only one scion on the Earth, Kakarot. You must be Kakarot's child, take me to your father. Gohan stares at Raditz, the alien who calls himself his father's older brother, who baffles him. At the same time, memories of his father Sun Wukong, grandfather Bardock, and grandmother Gnei also came to his mind. What are you looking for my dad for? Son Gohan's voice was puzzled. He didn't know the purpose of this sudden alien. Erin's brow furrowed, her eyes piercing through the unfamiliar appearance, trying to find traces of affection in this scion who claimed to be her brother. She stared at Raditz suspiciously, thinking to herself, it's only 1,500 combat power? Looking at Raditz's anxious appearance, turning her head to look at Erin, Son Gohan asked in a low voice, Auntie, is he really my father's brother? Erin's gaze scanned back and forth between Raditz and Son Gohan. She was a little unconvinced, after all. From the feeling that the aura of this scion was far less than the aura of a strong man she knew. Raditz began to lose patience, and as time went on, he became a manic beast. Little ghost, didn't you hear me? I am your father's brother, take me to your father quickly. The voice was one of power and command. Raditz watched the two of them remain motionless, and her emotions became more and more agitated. He thought he could find Kakarot easily, but it wasn't that simple. The dissatisfaction and ridicule in his heart intensified. I am so disappointed that even my brother's children are so weak and powerless. His pride and contempt almost overflowed from his words. At this time, Erin finally spoke, her tone with a hint of relaxation and indifference. My name is Irene, although you won't care, but I still tell you that you are weak. There is a natural calmness in the voice that the strong ignore the weak. Her words were like a bolt of lightning that hit Raditz's pride. Erin's eyes revealed a disdainful attitude, and she intuitively sensed that Raditz's combat power was not as strong as he claimed to be. Her attitude was more like expecting a surprise to happen, as if she was playing a game. Raditz was stunned for a moment, then reacted to the girl's provocation, and was so indignant that she almost breathed fire. But at the moment when he was about to have a seizure, he noticed the unknown smile on the corner of Son Gohan's mouth, as if telling that the beginning of everything had just begun. His self-esteem was hit like never before. In the world of science, combat power is the measure of everything, and it was unbelievable that this seemingly weak woman in front of him dared to despise him so much. You! What are you talking about? Raditz's voice was filled with anger and disbelief. Erin only smiled lightly, and there was an indescribable depth in her smile. She turned to Son Gohan and said softly, Gohan, go tell your dad that someone is looking for him. Chapter 62. Sun Gohan nodded, and then used the sky dance technique to fly towards his home. Raditz watched the back of Sun Gohan leaving, and a wave of anger welled up in his heart. He began to wonder if the scions on Earth were really as fragile as he had previously thought. You think you're strong, but in this world, there are always beings who are stronger than you. Aaron's voice was calm and firm. Raditz's fury was ignited again, and his hands clenched into fists, ready to attack Aaron. But at this moment, the detector on the left eye, the sound of dripping, made Raditz's movements freeze in mid-air. Son Goku, another scion on Earth, is approaching at an alarming rate. His aura is powerful and pure, very different from that of Raditz. Raditz's gaze was suddenly alarmed by the detector he wore on his left eye. The numbers on the screen bounced, one after the other, until they finally settled at an unbelievably high number. How is that possible? Raditz muttered to himself, the figure showing far more combat power than he had imagined, and he began to wonder if it was all true. Soon, Sun Wukong flew from the sky and landed easily beside Irene. Hey, sister, he greeted in a warm voice, seemingly completely oblivious to the stunned Raditz. Hearing this, Aaron immediately responded, and said in a sweet voice, brother. Her tone revealed joy and dependence on her brother. Raditz was completely stunned, and watched the interaction between Aaron and Goku in amazement, and her heart turned 1,000 times, the girl is actually my sister? How did I not know? I had never seen her before. Could it be that mom and dad had another baby after I left, but wasn't Vegeta destroyed by a meteorite? Where did this sister come from? Sun Wukong frowned and faced Raditz and asked, who are you, why are you looking for me? His tone was not mocking or hostile, only pure curiosity and surprise. Raditz suddenly realizes that the ordinary-looking earthling in front of him is the younger brother he has been looking for, but obviously, his younger brother knows nothing about him. Subconsciously, Raditz pressed the detector in his hand, hoping to use this detector to confirm everything in front of him. However, when the detector again emitted a ticking sound, the result shown was still 0 combat effectiveness. Raditz's eyes darkened, and it felt as if the world was joking. How could it be that his own brother had 0 combat power? Aaron's speed was completely beyond Raditz's imagination. Before he could react, Aaron had already reached his left side, and took off his detector, squeezing it hard, and the delicate device shattered into a pile of pieces. Raditz froze in place, ready to lash out, when the conversation was interrupted. Aaron said coldly, I advise you not to do it, or you're already dead, like this was crushed by me. Her gaze was like a blade, and Raditz's heart trembled. At this time, Sun Wukong showed a gentle smile and eased the tense atmosphere. Okay, Aaron, don't scare him. This is our older brother, Raditz. Dad wants to meet you and wants you to come with me. Aaron snorted, disgusted by the tyrannical aura that Raditz exuded. In her eyes, Raditz was nothing short of a big bad, and the chaotic, unrestrained power of his body made her hate it to the extreme. Sun Wukong and Aaron used the sky dance technique to break through the sky, and take Raditz through the clouds and go straight to the home of Baozhi Mountain. At the foot of Baozhi Mountain, the shape of the villa is simple and full of earth characteristics, combining modern and classical elements, looking warm and solemn. The entire villa is surrounded by green vines, and there are several cultivation rooms built around it, all of which show a certain fusion of temperament and strength from the outside. Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, stood outside the cultivation room, his hands crossed in front of his chest, and his expression was serious. Although he was wearing an ordinary cultivation uniform, the momentum exuded from his body was not to be underestimated. His eyes were locked on the front, and his heart was full of worry and anxiety. How could he make his eldest son, Raditz, recognize the tyrannical nature of the scions, give up the evil path, and return to the right path? Raditz was horrified and surprised when he saw Bardock's familiar and long-lost face, and stammered, Daddy, is it really you? I thought you had died in the disaster on the planet Vegeta. His voice trembled, and it was clear that he had been hit by a huge emotional impact. Faced with his son's question, Bardak's heart softened. He didn't want Raditz to immerse himself in that dark past anymore. "Follow me," said him, and he led Raditz into the cultivation room. A little confused in his heart, Sun Wukong followed behind them. Raditz turned out to be his own brother? What he said just now turned out to be true. As soon as he entered the training room, Raditz felt a completely different atmosphere from the outside world. This place is filled with a strong surge of energy, and all kinds of advanced cultivation equipment are dazzling, which can be said to be a place that warriors dream of. Over time, Raditz gradually got rid of his tyrannical nature under the guidance of Bardak and was purified inside. He began to accept and love this peaceful and warm life. He and his mother, Gnei, finally meet again, and also meet Kiki's sister-in-law, and they are reunited. What was once an alien invader is now one of the guardians of the earth. Chapter 63. Among these disciples gathered in the space-time square, there were both ordinary disciples and disciples who had been selected to enter the ranks of the alternate elite because of their outstanding talents. Under the strict guidance of the great heavenly official, they studied diligently, and were always ready to enter the trial tower for supreme trials, so as to condense their strength and prove their worth. The great heavenly official told these disciples in a distant and cordial voice, "Time and space should not be taken lightly, and every cultivation is an understanding and respect for the ever-changing river of time and space. Only by truly understanding the nature of time and space can you become its guardians." The great heavenly official's demeanor was calm, and his calm voice spread to every corner. "Remember, disciples, the true strength does not come from the level of martial arts, but from the depth of the soul and the understanding of the order of time and space. You, every ordinary disciple, have the opportunity to become an alternate elite disciple and then grow into an elite disciple. But remember, this is the temple of time and space, and your trials are not just confrontations and battles, but more of an exploration of your heart and destiny." The gaze of the great heavenly official swept over each of the disciples, all of them refreshed, waiting to be guided. While demonstrating the magical use of the power of time and space, he passed on ancient and mysterious knowledge through oral transmission. At the same time, several alternate elite disciples received the Order of Time and Space, which symbolized glory and responsibility, from the hands of the great heavenly official, and were selected as candidates to accept the trials of the trial tower. While the great heavenly official was carefully guiding, in the corner of the square, several alternate elite disciples stood quietly. They aspire to become elite disciples, and the strength of elite disciples seems to them to be unattainable stars, but this does not weaken their fighting spirit in the slightest, but strengthens their pursuit of power. At this time, the elite disciples were being tested in the trial tower next to the temple. The Tower of Trials, shrouded in mist, reveals time and space at different latitudes. This is a place for elite disciples to break through to a higher realm, and each layer is a challenge and an opportunity for growth. Under the guidance of the great heavenly official, the disciples walked into the trial tower one by one. There are other heavens and lakes inside the trial tower, and each floor has a different time and space environment and tests, waiting for these elites to challenge. Just as all the disciples were devoting themselves to the test of the trial tower, the figure of the great heavenly official suddenly dissipated into the air, like a wisp of breeze, disappearing without a trace. The remaining disciples and alternate elites were deeply confused and did not know why. They exchanged heads with each other, trying to guess the reason for the sudden departure of the great heavenly official. However, no matter how heated their discussion was, there was no way to know the whereabouts of the great heavenly official. In their hearts, the great heavenly official is the guardian of the order of the Holy Realm, and the mentor and support in their hearts. At the same time, on the edge of the Holy Realm, the figure of the great heavenly official once again appeared in a desolate place. This is the edge of the sacred realm, where the wind blows everywhere, and the spatial rifts are as intricate as spider webs. The great heavenly official looked into the depths of one of the rifts, where the ancient and powerful extraterritorial heavenly demons were sealed. Before the great heavenly official appeared, He had already sensed that the seal was shaking, and the heavenly demon was trying to break free from the restraints. Once successful, it will bring havoc to the entire holy realm and even the entire universe. The extraterritorial heavenly demon, shaped like a giant, with a hideous face, black hair drooping like a waterfall, and a dark power surging through his body that destroys everything, is the reason why he is sealed here. The chains were made of optical fibers, which had imprisoned him for thousands of years, and the black aura on his body was a sign that the seal was beginning to crack. "I haven't seen you in a long time," said the great heavenly official calmly. However, his heart is turbulent, full of thrills and challenges. The light of the seal tightened, and it seemed that it was about to collapse in the next moment. There was a light in the indifferent eyes of the extraterritorial heavenly demon, and he had already sensed the arrival of the great heavenly official. "It's you again, humph. When Bandai breaks the seal, it will be the end of your world." The heavenly demon's sharp tone was full of disdain and arrogance. The great heavenly official chuckled lightly, as if he didn't take the threat of the extraterritorial heavenly demon in his eyes. "Ha, this can't be done." Then he stretched out his hand and summoned a silver staff from the air. The staff accompanied his movements, releasing dazzling divine light, and the power of order poured out of the staff, turning into runes and slowly merging into the seal. The seal began to become stronger and more complex, and each additional rune formed a new barrier in the seal's enchantment, making it difficult for even the extraordinary energy of the extraterritorial heavenly demon to strike. "Then you should stay here." The voice of the great heavenly official was like the judgment of an ancient god, and as he vanished, only the denser light on the seal and the more irritable extraterrestrial heavenly demon were left. The extraterritorial heavenly demon looked at the reinforced seal and was furious. He knew that he would not be able to break through the heavy restraints in a short period of time. Damn! Wait! One day, Bandai will break this seal and plunge the entire holy realm into eternal darkness. His voice stirred inside the seal, filled with infinite hatred. Demon realm, human demons, Xian demons, earth demons, heavenly demons, true demons, demon lords, demon kings, demon emperors, demon lords, demon emperors, demon gods. Demon emperor equals 17th to 18th order of the realm of gods. Chapter 64. Back in the square of the Temple of Time and Space, the sudden disappearance of the great heavenly official sparked a lot of discussions. The disciples asked each other, but no one knew the answer. The alternate elite disciples looked at the cloud-shrouded trial tower in the distance, and secretly made up their minds in their hearts. They were eager to gain deeper wisdom and strength through the trial, so as to face the unknown future. Inside the trial tower, the elite disciples are undergoing an unprecedented test. They fought against all kinds of monsters from the abyss of time and space in solving puzzles, but they didn't know that the great heavenly officials they revered were guarding the safety of the entire world at the edge of the holy realm. Whether it is an ordinary disciple, an alternate elite disciple, or an elite disciple standing on a high place, they are all part of the vast universe. Within the Temple of Time and Space, they have worked tirelessly and tried to pursue their goal of becoming a higher being. Behind the scenes, a few strong people such as the great heavenly official silently guarded and resisted all possible disasters. And so on and so forth, and so on. At the edge of the holy realm, the great heavenly official continued to be vigilant against the movements of the extraterritorial heavenly demons, and in the space-time temple square, a new day began again, and the disciples burned with hope and pursued their own path. And those demons who want to get their hands on the holy realm. As long as the Temple of Time and Space exists, they will never be possible. After returning to the Temple of Time and Space, the great heavenly officer immediately found Lord AMOSXI. Lord AMOSXI is the supreme leader of the Temple of Time and Space, the guardian of the entire holy realm, and the trainee master. Sitting on a throne carved from the stone of time and space, AMOSXI's figure seemed to merge with the space around him, elusive. His eyes shone like stars, as if he could see into every corner of the universe. "Great heavenly official, you're back. What happened to the seal of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Lord AMOSXI's voice echoed steadily and meaningfully. Lord AMOSXI, I have strengthened the seal on the extraterritorial heavenly demon, and he cannot escape the restraint for the time being. According to estimates, he will not be able to get out of trouble for the next 1,000 years, replied the great heavenly official respectfully. He didn't stop and continued to report to Lord AMOSXI. At the same time, I saw some potential candidate elite disciples in the trial tower. They crave power, they aspire to be guardians, and I believe they have what it takes on bigger challenges. Lord AMOSXI nodded calmly. Very good, we need more protectors to ensure the safety of the Holy Realm. You've always had an accurate eye, and I'm convinced of your choice. The Grand Celestial Officer saluted Lord AMOSXI and left in front of Lord AMOSXI. Back in the square of the Time and Space Temple, the great heavenly officer saw that the alternate elite disciples outside the trial tower were waiting for their opportunity. Their eyes were full of eagerness and determination, and they hoped to pass the test of the trial tower and become true elite disciples. The great heavenly official walked among them and said encouragingly, "You are the future of the space-time temple. And your efforts and struggles will determine the fate of the Holy Realm. Don't be afraid of challenges, don't be afraid of failure, only after going through trials and tribulations can you truly grow." The alternate elite disciples listened attentively, and they silently recorded the words of the great heavenly official, their hearts full of determination and courage. They knew that only by passing the test of the trial tower could they gain deeper wisdom and strength and become true elite disciples. In the days that followed, the great heavenly official continued to impart knowledge in the Temple of Time and Space and guide his disciples in their cultivation. He taught them how to use the power of time and space to understand the nature of time and space. Under his guidance, the disciples continued to grow, and their strength and wisdom gradually increased. At the same time, the alternate elite disciples are put to the test in the trial tower. They faced all kinds of difficulties and challenges, but they did not flinch. On the contrary, they strengthened their beliefs. They know that it is only through constant effort and challenge that they can become true guardians. At the top of the trial tower, the elite disciples faced the final test. It's a showdown with their own hearts, and they need to face their fears and hesitations and overcome their weaknesses. Only by passing this test can they truly become guardians. In the Temple of Time and Space, the cultivation of the disciples has never stopped. They are constantly growing and striving for higher realms. They know that it is only through constant effort and challenge that they can become true guardians. It's a world of challenges and hope, a world that needs guardians. In the Temple of Time and Space, the disciples will continue to work hard to pursue a higher realm and become true guardians. And the great heavenly official will continue to guard the edge of the Holy Realm and protect the safety of the entire universe. The strongest in the Holy Realm are still guarding the seal, always ready to deal with the threat of extraterritorial heavenly demons. They know that the battle is far from over and that they must remain vigilant at all times. The Temple of Time and Space is the guardian of the sacred realm and the source of power. Here, the disciples continue to grow, seeking strength and wisdom. They believed that as long as the Temple of Time and Space remained, the Holy Realm would be safe forever. It's a world of challenges and hope, and everyone is working hard for their dreams. They believe that as long as they have faith and move forward, they can create miracles and protect the peace and tranquility of the Holy Realm. Chapter 65. In the northern part of the Sacred Realm, in the vast universe of Netherstar, there is a ruin, which was once a thriving planet, but due to an unknown disaster, the entire planet has become a wasteland. It's lonely and cold, and the cold winds of the galaxy howl in the dark night sky, enveloping the silent ruins into an eerie world. However, in the midst of this long dormant ruin, there is a hidden place where a storm of magic is brewing sharply. It was an evil circle known as the 12 Bloody Arrays, and in the center of this circle, 12 tall demons of the Demon Brigade stood silently. They are known as the top demons in the world, and each individual is a believer in demons, with absolute power to sweep through one side. But under the influence of the 12 Bloody Arrays, they have become eclipsed victims, and their vitality is constantly being withdrawn. In the past, these demons were all full of beating blood and strong breath, but at this moment, their skin was extremely loose and their bodies were dry, as if time had left a deep mark on them. However, even so, in their crazy eyes, there was still an infinite loyalty to the demons. The bones of the heavenly demons of the former demon realm, this holy realm, it's time for it to change hands. Only the Master can lead this world to a glorious future, this is the call of their hearts, and the doctrine they follow. Then, let us add another fire. Burn my body, melt my blood. Everything, for the sake of the heavenly demons. The 12 demons mustered up their strength, their voices echoing through the ruins, desolate and determined. At the moment when their voices fell, the bodies of the 12 people began to slowly melt, transforming into blood-red energy that merged into the bones of the heavenly demon in the center. Blood sacrifice, this is the most taboo ritual in the cult. The victim is to give everything he has in agony and loyalty, in order to summon the forces of evil. And these demons, what they expect to summon is the legendary heavenly demon, the existence that once ruled the entire demon world and has supreme power. At this moment, the sky seemed to feel the evil fluctuations, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain poured. Blood-colored veins slowly appeared on the heavenly demon skeleton's body, covering its entire body. In the hollow eye sockets, a scarlet light suddenly lit up, as if it had traveled through time and space, looking from a certain era in the past. The aura emanating from the bones of the heavenly demon surpassed the peak of the fifth order of the god realm, which was terrifying. Far away in the temple of time and space, the god of Yamathi was sitting on a delicately carved throne, his left hand propped upright, staring at the transparent display in front of him like a torch. The display screen reflected the current situation of the Nether Star, and the 12 demons disappeared in the blood sacrifice like ant people, and the bones of the heavenly demons they awakened made AMOSXI frown slightly. But AMOSXI did not feel panicked, his space-time temple was an existence that maintained the order of the holy realm, and there was a power in the temple that was enough to destroy the heavenly demons. Even if he sent an ordinary elite disciple, it would be enough to deal with the current heavenly demon. Because in the eyes of AMOSXI, it was only a strong man who was once strong, and now it is far less than it used to be. This disappointed AMOSXI slightly, and he longed for a stronger enemy as a testament to the supreme majesty of the temple of time and space. However, AMOSXI also knew that it was taboo to despise his enemies, especially for the celestial demons, who possessed a long history of mystical powers. He needed a plan, one that would both put an end to the evil blood ritual and ensure the majesty of the temple. Such a fanfare must be a great wish. The bones of the heavenly demons are ancient and outdated, but they are so revered by the demons. AMOSXI's expression was cold, and he shook his head slightly. It's just that with such power, for the holy realm, it is just the power of ants. In a blink of an eye, he decided to send an elite disciple to Netherworld to investigate and settle the matter. He didn't think it was necessary to send the Guardian in person or to send out the Guardian for the resurrection. He thought that the celestial demon was too weak, which made AMOSXI feel a little disappointed. So, in the depths of the temple of time and space, an elite disciple with good strength was chosen, and he was called Lust. Dressed in the robes of time and space, with cold eyes and a fearless bearing, Lust is a young warrior who is extremely regarded in the temple of time and space. The moment he received the order, he was ready to go. Luster, a 5,000-year-old male, lives in ancient times. He was an elite disciple with a handsome appearance and a sturdy physique. His skin is light blue, his red pupils shimmer with a mysterious light, his ears are sharp and elegant, and he is up to 196 centimeters tall. Wearing a time-space robe with silver and gold threads. He is introverted and righteous, always sticking to what he believes in. Conceited but not arrogant, always strict with himself in his practice. With the wisdom and strength he has accumulated over the course of his endless years, Lust was brilliant and unique in the ancient world. Both outwardly and inwardly exude an innate majesty and dignity. In conclusion, Lust is an awe-inspiring and admirable presence. Chapter 66. Under the arrangement of the great heavenly official, Luster stepped on the spatial rift and headed for the netherworld, which was covered in blood clouds. He was calm, with a look of determination and disdain in his eyes. In his eyes, it was nothing more than the destruction of an ancient relic trying to see the light of day. And on the netherworld, the blood rain stopped, and the 12 bloody arrays were completed, and it seemed that the sacrifices of the demons were not in vain. The crimson eyes in the bones of the heavenly demon suddenly burst out with a light that shook the heart, and a legendary terrifying existence was slowly recovering from the ruins. However, what Luster never expected was that the revival of the heavenly demon skeleton was far beyond his imagination. When he arrived at Nether, the sight swept away his contempt. The aura of force, the invisible oppression that made people feel fear in their hearts, he knew that it would be a battle that was far more brutal than he expected. Luster frowned, and his steady mind began to feel a powerful and incomparably evil aura. The power of the heavenly demon skeleton far exceeded his original understanding. Watching as the head of the heavenly demon skeleton slowly rose, 2 scarlet beams of light shot out from the hollow eye sockets of the void. Like 2 swords, the entire sky was split in half. Luster clenched his hands into fists, knowing that this confrontation was going to be tougher than ever. When this elite disciple in the temple confronted the resurrected heavenly demon skeleton head-on, a war related to the stability of the Holy Realm was quietly beginning. The ruins of Pluto became witnesses to this war. Lust flew gracefully through the air, staring intently at the slowly rising heavenly demon skeleton. He understood that this battle was not only about his own honor, but also about the dignity of the Temple of Time and Space, and even the fate of the entire Holy Realm. Heavenly Demon, your former glory is a thing of the past, and the Holy Realm does not tolerate an existence like you. Luster declared loudly, his voice echoing in the air, full of unshakable determination. The head of the heavenly demon skeleton slowly turned, and those scarlet eyes seemed to penetrate Luster's soul, and its voice was low and full of majesty. Stupid ant, your power is nothing but the power of an ant in front of me. I am eternal, immortal, and the king of endless darkness. Luster was unmoved, and behind him, the power of time and space began to condense, forming flickering runes. I am a disciple of the Time and Space Temple, and it is my mission to protect the order of the Holy Realm. Your existence will only bring chaos and destruction. I must stop you. The heavenly demon skeleton let out a disdainful sneer, and its body began to move, each movement carrying the power to destroy the world. Then let me see what you, the so-called guardian, have to stop me. The atmosphere between the two was extremely tense, and at this moment, Lust's figure suddenly flashed, and he turned into a silver light, heading straight for the bones of the heavenly demon. His fist condensed the power of time and space, and slammed into the chest of the heavenly demon skeleton. Heavenly demon, your era is over, accept the reality, time and space concussion fist. Lust shouted, his fist carrying the power of the shattered void, and slammed into the body of the heavenly demon bone. However, with just a slight movement, the heavenly demon skeleton defused Lust's attack. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. Yes, you are stronger than I thought. But that's not enough. In the Temple of Time and Space, all the disciples held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on the battle on the display. Lust's courage and strength made them proud, but at the same time, the strength of the heavenly demon skeleton also made them feel unprecedented pressure. Look, Lord Lust is about to strike the ultimate blow, an ordinary disciple pointed excitedly at the monitor. Another very indifferent elite disciple asserted, if he can't defeat that heavenly demon, then he doesn't deserve to be an elite disciple, he should have enough ability. The battle between Lust and the celestial demon skeleton intensified, and the entire nether star trembled with their power. This battle was not only a personal battle for Luster, but also a battle for the Temple of Time and Space and even the entire Holy Realm. And all of this slowly unfolded under the gaze of the disciples of the Time and Space Temple. As the battle progressed, Luster gradually felt the unfathomable power of the heavenly demon skeleton. Every time he clashed, it was as if he was fighting against the dark side of the entire universe, and the feeling of oppression almost crushed his will. But there was still an unyielding flame burning in his eyes, and he knew that he could not fail, and the fate of the entire Holy Realm was tied to him alone. You are strong, but your power does not belong to this era. I will seal you away forever and let you sleep forever in this ruin. Luster gritted his teeth, and more power welled up from his body. The heavenly demon skeleton let out a disdainful sneer. Do you think you can seal me? I am an immortal existence, you ants will never be able to comprehend the true power. The power of time and space, gather. Lust raised his hands, and a huge space-time vortex formed around him, and the powerful attraction continuously sucked the energy of the heavenly demon skeleton into it. Chapter 67. But Luster was not intimidated. He knew that although his powers were small, when they came together, they could produce unimaginable power. He closed his eyes and fused his will with the power of time and space. Lust's voice resounded on the battlefield again, and his body, which exuded a strange silver light, was completely enveloped by the strange and powerful power of time and space. With his solemn and firm tone, a huge ball of light condensed out of thin air, and the power contained within seemed to devour everything. Space-time seal eternal cage. Lust shouted the forbidden spell, and the energy in the air shook it, and even time itself seemed to pause. As if conscious, the ball of light quickly pressed towards the location of the heavenly demon's bones. The scene is magnificent, but at the same time unstoppable, as if the monstrous evil is completely buried under the endless dark lake. The heavenly demon skeleton let out a roar of rage, and its power exploded at this moment, trying to resist the invisible cage. The two forces intertwined in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, making all the disciples watching the battle have to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the sight on the display shocked everyone. The body of the heavenly demon skeleton was slowly disintegrating, turning into countless black fragments and dissipating into the air, while Lust stood in place. Although he was exhausted, the firmness in his eyes did not change. And the heavenly demon bone, the existence that once made the entire holy realm tremble, was gone. It is sealed in the abyss of time and space, and it will no longer pose a threat to the holy realm, at least for a long time. In the temple of time and space, all the ordinary disciples who had witnessed all this almost unanimously erupted in fierce applause. They have witnessed the duel of legendary powers, and they have witnessed the rise of new heroes. Applause is not only for victory, but also an expression of adoration and respect for Lust. Everyone's eyes flashed with excitement, as if to say, "This is the power of our space-time temple." As the master of the temple of time and space, AMOSXI has been sitting on the throne and quietly watching the battle. At this time, seeing the victory of his disciple, a smile of satisfaction bloomed on his face. He knew that this elite disciple had not disappointed him. The order of the Holy Realm had been maintained because of him, and the prestige of the Divine Temple had once again been recognized by the world because of him. At this time, the great heavenly official also stood on the temple square to seriously evaluate all this, and commented softly without surprise, "This Lust has done a good job, but his way of using the power of time and space is still too rough." The great heavenly official muttered to himself. He knew that the pressure on Lust's back was no less than the moment when he faced the heavenly demon skeleton, but he believed that through today's test, Lust would undoubtedly grow into an even more powerful warrior. After all, in the universe, there is no end to learning, and there is no end to the improvement of strength. However, in the depths of the distant starry sky, a pair of eyes full of mystery and coldness quietly watched all this. They belonged to an older and more powerful being. Lust's victory did not completely arouse the interest of this being, on the contrary. They scoffed at it with disdain. "Stupid night fury, even the pawns of the temple of time and space can't escape." These extraterritorial heavenly demons were sealed in the fragmented corners of the universe earlier, and they have been secretly planning for many years to break the seal and return to the world. The battle between Lust and the celestial demon skeleton may be just a prelude, while the greater storm of darkness is still in its slumber. Demon Shadow Night Demon is the real name of the heavenly demon who was sealed by lust. He is an extraterritorial heavenly demon who lived in ancient times, and has experienced the accumulation of a long time. He existed for an endless time, an ancient and mysterious existence. The demon Shadow Night Demon exudes an aura of indifference, ruthless and cold. His skin is as dark as the color of the night, reflecting a deep and mysterious atmosphere. The pointed ears outline a sinister and treacherous feeling, and the blood-red pupils seem to peer into the depths of the soul. He is majestic and upright, but he is arrogant and lonely. His height is 280 centimeters higher than ordinary people, like a giant standing majestically in the world. There is a stout and hard horn on his forehead, shining with divine light in the light and shadow. The Shadow Knight is cold and unruly. He exudes nobility and arrogance, and shows firmness and perseverance in his indomitable perseverance. After a lot of hard work, Lust struggled to get up from the ground. His entire body was covered in deep wounds, but despite this, there was an unwavering sparkle in his eyes. He knew that although he had paid a huge price, he had succeeded in preventing the revival of the heavenly demon skeleton. Lust smiled slightly, his heart filled with satisfaction. He knew that he had completed his mission and protected the peace of the Holy Realm. However, he also understood that this was only a starting point. The enemies of the Holy Realm were not just the heavenly demon skeletons, there were more dark forces waiting for them. He will continue to march forward in order to protect the peace and order of the Holy Realm. Chapter 68. Under the blue sky of the earth, on this day a year later, everything is so calm. However, this calm, like the calm before the storm, was soon completely broken by two loud bangs. Boom! Boom! Two spherical spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and landed in the central square of a bustling city on Earth out of thin air. The loud crash caused the entire city's inhabitants to jerk their heads up and look up at the sky, only to see two fireballs streak across the air in a long trail of black smoke. When the spaceship eventually fell, they left two huge craters in the ground. The hatch of the spaceship opened with a clatter, and a cold mechanical aura suddenly permeated. Two figures stepped out of the hatch. They were scions, the infamous powerhouses of the universe. One of them was tall and muscular, with the air of battle all over his body. His name was Naba, and the other was shorter, but beneath that angular face hid a fierce wildness. He was Vegeta. Vegeta looked around, her gaze unabashedly contemptuous. "That's what Earth is like, isn't it?" he said with disdain and curiosity. "Hee, it does look good." Naba replied mockingly, looking at him. In front of them gathered a group of familiar faces, including Raditz, Vic, Sun Gohan, Klin, Tianjin Fan, Leaping, Dumpling and other fighters, all dressed in combat uniforms, each with different appearances. It is clear that they are ready for the upcoming battle. The difference is that Eren is clearly just here to watch the game and has no intention of participating in it. Eren has always guided her actions with curiosity. This time, she is filled with a deep curiosity about Vegeta, the Scion Prince, eager to see the true face of this prince, and she is eager to see for herself what kind of prince Vegeta really is. But she didn't expect to see Vegeta for the first time. Her first reaction was not amazed, but shocked by his height. It turned out that he was a short man. In Scion standards, Vegeta's height seems to be quite undominant. In addition, Eren's doubts were even worse, because Vegeta's combat power was only 18,000. In her mind, this is really a bit weak for a prince. Eren remembers that her brother Latice has reached 17,000 combat power after being trained by his father Bardock, and more importantly, he did not focus on improving his combat effectiveness like other fighters. On the contrary, his father taught him more basic training. As a result, Latice has a solid fighting foundation, skill, and unique fighting style. In Eren's opinion, Vegeta seems to only focus on the numbers of combat power, but ignore the tempering of basic skills. It is worth mentioning that Sun Wukong is nowhere to be seen. It turned out that a year earlier, he had been asked by his father, Bardock, to seek the help of the gods, and had spent some time in hell. In order to gain stronger strength, Sun Wukong went to the Realm King Star for training. To this day, he is still flying rapidly on the snake path and has not yet returned. Naba looked at Raditz and asked with a puzzled and angry face, "Raditz, how are you standing with this group of weak earthlings?" Raditz calmly responded, "Times have changed, Naba. Scions no longer need to conquer planets and slaughter as they did in the past." Naba's eyes burned with anger, and it was clear that he could not accept Leitai's betrayal. He clenched his fists, the veins on his face throbbing with anger. "What a big breath! It looks like you've really betrayed us." Vegeta answered, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, and the mockery in her tone was undisguised. As soon as he finished speaking, Naba took out vegetable seeds. Planting as they were made, the ground cracked, and 8 vegetable men full of stinging stings poured out. They seemed to be warriors of all shapes and sizes, pounced on the Z warriors with their teeth and claws. The Z warriors sprang into action, and they had only one goal, which was to protect the planet. Faced with the surprise attack of the vegetable men, Raditz and Vic quickly joined forces and wiped out the attacks of the 2 vegetable men. Sun Gohan, Klin, and the rest of their friends quickly organized a counterattack and rushed towards the other vegetable people, and a fierce melee was immediately staged. Faced with the stupid vegetable man who suddenly attacked, Eren felt a little bored. These vegetable people were nothing more than insignificant existences to her, and she gently waved her arm and released a wave of Qigong that instantly smashed the vegetable people to pieces. Vegeta was taken by surprise by this scene, and his attention was drawn to Eren. When Vegeta found out that Eren was a scion, his first thought was that Eren must be the daughter of Kakarot, the Monkey King. After all, Vegeta had the impression that there would be such a strong scion on Earth, and he couldn't think of a second person other than Kakarot. "Wait, Naba!" Vegeta suddenly spoke, and Naba, a scion who had been faithfully obedient, was stunned for a moment and immediately stopped moving.